This story began with a small commotion in a beautiful old building where many people had gathered. A notary was about to read a will. The notary, an elderly man, began reading the last testament of Riella Anden Coin, a woman known across much of the world for her immense wealth and influence. To everyone's surprise, Duchess Hoson, Valeria herself, had decided to bequeath her entire incredible inheritance, including rare magical stones, to a girl who wasn't even her relative. That girl was Riella Tanar, a young woman from a poor and simple family. Even Riella had no idea why the Duchess had chosen her. Riella had spent her whole life in a small village, poor but full of warmth. She knew and loved every inhabitant, and they loved her in return. Remarkably, the village was known for its delicious, inexpensive fruits and vegetables, as well as high-quality fabric. Riella, who adored flowers, worked tirelessly in her flower shop and, on that particular day, was carrying an armful of blooms. The cheerful grocer, Mr. Carl, was the first to spot the flowers, and then Riella behind them. He greeted her warmly. Friendly and polite as always, Riella gave him a bright smile and returned the greeting. Everyone in the village regarded Riella as a hard-working girl, and she lived up to their expectations, tending to her shop with great dedication. Time flew by when she worked with plants, and she rarely felt tired. The peaceful hum of the flower shop was suddenly broken by the cheerful voice of a red-haired girl named Rena, Riella's close friend. Wanting to give Riella a break, Rena had brought along a feast of juicy, delicious food. At the sight of the dishes, Riella's mouth watered, and she gladly agreed to take a break. As the girls ate, Rena shared the latest gossip. She mentioned having seen their friend Emma at the mansion. Curious, Riella asked how Emma was doing. Rena replied that Emma had said everything was fine, but she hadn't looked it. She appeared worried and tired, despite trying to stay brave. Emma was deeply concerned for the estate's mistress, the elderly Lady Evelyn, who hadn't eaten for 2 days. Even the best doctors had given bleak predictions about her condition. Rena had to cut the conversation short, though, when her break ended and she dashed back to her own store. Left alone, Riella found herself thinking about Lady Evelyn. She had known the old woman, who had done much for the good of the village. Riella prayed for her recovery. But sadly, that very evening, the villagers were called to pay their respects. Lady Evelyn had passed away. Riella could only hope the kind lady had found peace in a better world. She began preparing flowers in remembrance. The next morning, people flocked to her shop to buy flowers for the funeral. At first, Riella charged only a small amount and sold them with a warm smile. One by one, people came. Men in hats, women with children, and each took at least a flower. A young girl even bought a whole bouquet, and after her more people followed suit, eager to show their respect. By noon, Riella had completely sold out, but the demand continued. Thinking quickly, Riella made a bold decision. She temporarily closed her shop and rushed out. When she returned, she brought back a large bouquet of beautiful lilies. This time, however, the price was much higher than before. It wasn't long before someone questioned the cost. A man accused her of trying to profit from the grief of poor villagers. But Riella stood her ground. She explained firmly that the flowers were priced that way for a reason, and she would not lower it. The man examined the flowers, trying to understand what made them so special. But he couldn't see it. And neither could the others. The customers disappeared, and Riella was left alone, knowing that the value of the flowers was invisible to everyone but her. Nearby flower sellers mocked her for the high price, but Riella ignored them. Her sadness lay elsewhere. Since childhood, she had possessed a rare gift. She could distinguish between luminous and non-luminous flowers, and the lilies she had brought back were luminous, filled with a beauty and energy far beyond what the others could perceive. Meanwhile, in a military camp set up in a secluded field, far from civilian life, a letter arrived for the Grand Duke. It was from Duchess Hoson. Along with the letter, she enclosed a mysterious flower, one that glowed softly, as though infused with magic. Back in her flower shop, Riella sat quietly, lost in memory. She remembered a day long ago, walking with her cheerful sister through the forest. That day, their mother had given them a simple task, to collect a few flowers, but not too many. It should have been easy. While her older sister eagerly gathered the brightest, most eye-catching blooms, little Riella wandered uncertainly, unsure of what to choose. Then, ahead of her, she saw a faint glow. A tiny, humble flower, barely noticeable among the others, yet it shone with a gentle light. Drawn to it, Riella knelt down to admire its glow and called her sister over excitedly. Her sister, however, was unimpressed. To her, the flower looked plain, even a little odd. She couldn't see the glow Riella was talking about and refused to pick it. Later, the two girls returned home. Riella carrying her glowing flower, and her sister holding a large and showy one. Their mother gratefully accepted both bouquets. But flowers don't last forever. Eventually she had to clear them away, only to discover, with great surprise, that Riella's small flower had not withered at all. It was still fresh and beautiful. From that moment on, she realized her youngest daughter had a unique gift for choosing flowers. But that gift came with its burdens. One day Riella came running home in tears. Alarmed, her mother comforted her and gently asked what was wrong. Sobbing, Riella explained, "Everyone lied to me. They said the flowers weren't glowing." Her mother was puzzled. She hadn't lied, and she didn't understand what her daughter meant. Through her tears, Riella confessed that she truly saw the flowers glow, even though no one else could. Her wise mother gently advised her to keep the glow a secret. "Bring those glowing flowers to me," she said. "I will always see their beauty." Riella had never forgotten that. Her mother had always been someone who comforted and believed in her, and though she was gone, Riella still held on to the hope that one day she would meet someone else who could also see the flowers' magical glow. Just then, something extraordinary broke the quiet rhythm of the village. A richly decorated carriage appeared on the dusty road, something never seen in their humble area. Riella heard the rhythmic clatter of hooves, rare in these parts, and turned to look. The magnificent carriage, drawn by a team of horses, sped down the narrow street. She stood frozen, mouth open in awe. To her astonishment, the carriage stopped, right in front of her. Villagers who were still awake gathered quickly, murmuring in disbelief. They all stared at the elaborate crest on the carriage door, instantly recognizing the symbol. It belonged to a gemstone magician, members of a powerful order famous throughout the world. No one could believe their eyes. Then from the carriage stepped an elderly woman with a commanding presence, Duchess Hoson herself. She was not only a noblewoman, but also a legendary gem magician, famous for having once defeated the black dragon Nind. Dollaria Anden Coin, admired by both adults and children, had brought peace to many lives. And now she stood before them. Riella's heart pounded. Why would someone of such high status come to a place like this? Why would her carriage stop for a poor village girl? And yet the Duchess didn't glance at anyone else. With a solemn expression, she walked straight toward Riella. Meanwhile, for some reason, Duchess Hoson asked how much Riella's flowers cost. The girl was completely stunned that Hoson had spoken to her at all, and for a moment she didn't understand what was being asked. Then the Duchess, her stern expression softening into a gentle smile, repeated the question, asking again for the price of Riella's flowers. Still in disbelief that someone of such high status was speaking to her so kindly, Riella blushed deeply, unable to find her voice. The crowd around them hissed and muttered impatiently, urging Riella to hand the flowers over for free. "It's the Duchess herself asking," they whispered harshly. Pressured by the townspeople, Riella lowered her head and said humbly that she could not possibly take money from the Duchess. The flowers, she insisted, were just a small gift, nothing more. But the moment Hoson heard those words, heard that Riella was offering her flowers for free and calling them a mere trifle, her expression changed sharply. A shadow passed over her face, and she seemed suddenly angry. She glanced down at the price tag and asked, "Why does such an ordinary flower cost so much?" Echoing the same question that the villagers had asked earlier. Before, Riella had stood by her decision with quiet confidence. But now, faced with the Duchess's sharp gaze, her courage wavered. She knew all too well that anyone who couldn't see the flower's magical glow might think she was simply trying to overcharge grieving villagers. Overwhelmed, Riella closed her eyes in fear, unsure what to say or do. But then, something completely unexpected happened. The Duchess spoke again, this time not with anger, but with a calm authority that carried through the silent crowd. "This price," she said, "is far too low for flowers this beautiful." She turned to her cheerful young assistant and asked if she agreed. The assistant nodded at once, her face lit with genuine admiration. "They are worth far more," she said. A ripple of astonished gasps spread through the crowd. The same people who had scolded Riella only moments ago now stood speechless. None of them had ever imagined that anyone, let alone the Duchess, would suggest paying more for Riella's flowers than for anyone else's. Meanwhile, the Duchess gently took the flowers in her hands, breathed in their scent, and, much to everyone's shock, named a price 10 times higher than what Riella had asked. Riella, stunned, could barely comprehend the enormous value Hoson had just placed on her flowers. "The Duchess will take them all," she announced. Nia, her assistant, immediately handed Riella a check, assuring her it could be verified at any bank. Riella, overwhelmed and confused, stared blankly at the slip of paper. For a moment, it looked as though her very soul had left her body from sheer emotional overload. Seeing this, Nia gave Riella a gentle tap on the head and urged her to count the money. Still in disbelief, Riella unfolded the envelope. The check inside shimmered with a glow she had never seen before, and she had to turn away, momentarily blinded. She had never imagined earning so much money from selling her flowers. As the villagers crowded around to catch a glimpse of the check, the Duchess asked where the flowers had come from. Riella replied, a bit shyly, that she had grown them herself. Hoson raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Sensing the doubt in her expression, Riella added quickly that she had nurtured them carefully in pots with her own hands. Suddenly, Hosang's demeanour changed. Her calm presence shifted into something sharper as she asked whether Riella always sold her flowers there. Riella nodded. "I cannot stay long," the Duchess said, her tone solemn once again. "I must visit an old friend." She turned to leave. Riella quickly bowed as deeply as she could, while the stunned villagers looked on. Moments later, the Duchess climbed into her richly adorned carriage and left for the mansion of her deceased friend, Evelyn. As soon as she disappeared from sight, all eyes turned to Riella. The villagers began to bombard her with questions about the flowers, the Duchess, and what had just happened. But Riella herself had no answers. Meanwhile, the Duchess's carriage pulled up in front of Evelyn's estate. The servants, already prepared for her arrival, led her inside to the room where Evelyn now rested, serene in a bed of white linens. Hoson approached, took her old friend's cold hand and whispered softly, "You lived a good and noble life." Then, from beneath her cloak, the Duchess drew one of Riella's glowing flowers and placed it gently in Evelyn's hands. The flower pulsed with light, brighter than before. And Hoson smiled. "She would have loved this lily," she said quietly. Glancing at the rest of the flowers nearby, the Duchess shook her head. "One of Riella's blooms is worth more than all the others combined." But she couldn't linger. there was still more to be done. She requested to be taken to Evelyn's legendary Room of Stones. As Hosang, Nia and a servant walked through the long corridor, the Duchess drifted into memory. 40 years ago, she and Evelyn had fought side by side during a brutal war. Evelyn had once told her she noticed things that even Hosang didn't see in herself. They had faced a powerful dragon that had awoken from its slumber. Evelyn had bravely drawn the beast's attention, giving Hosang the time she needed to gather her magic. Together, they had defeated it. Later, bruised and bandaged, Evelyn had sat smiling in her mansion, while Hosang, relatively uninjured, came to visit. Hoson had always been frustrated that the glory was given only to her. But Evelyn had simply said, "That's how I wanted it. Peace matters more than recognition." Now, walking into Evelyn's memory-filled home, Hosang felt the ache of loss more keenly than ever. When they arrived at the Room of Stones, the servant asked the Duchess to inspect their condition. Her son nodded and turned to Nia. "The flowers," she said. Nia hesitated, clearly reluctant. "But they're so rare," she whispered. "Are you sure you want to give them away?" Hoson's eyes narrowed. "Give them to me," she ordered. Flustered, Nia obeyed, handing them over in silence. The Duchess entered the room with reverence. To her surprise, it wasn't as dusty or gloomy as she had imagined. But one central dome stood empty. The gemstone it had once held, destroyed during battle. She remembered how Evelyn had cared deeply for that particular stone. Possel's gaze drifted to the moonstones lining the walls. They still radiated a gentle power. She approached them, praising them softly for protecting Evelyn all these years. With great care, she placed Riella's glowing flowers before them. She summoned her magic, blending it with the power of the flowers, and to her satisfaction, the stones responded. One by one, they flickered with light, then dimmed peacefully. The stones were free at last. Like Evelyn, they had earned their rest. Meanwhile, Riella found herself at the centre of gossip. Everyone around her whispered about her selling flowers to Duchess Hoson. But paying no attention to the murmurs, Riella quietly signed a notice board with an invitation to a memorial for Evelyn, an event she was organising entirely at her own expense. She turned to Rena for her opinion on the inscription. Rena liked the idea, which made Riella smile. However, Rena didn't understand why Riella would spend all the money she had earned from the flowers on this celebration. After all, she had worked hard for it. But Riella only replied that everyone had been kind to her all her life, and she simply wanted to give back. Rena didn't argue. She just asked Riella to bring more treats, since they'd be going on a picnic later. Riella's joy over spending her money meaningfully was short-lived. Soon after, Nia returned, putting on an emotional display. With teary eyes, she pleaded with Riella to accept a new payment, this time 10 times more than before. Holding out the sparkling check, she insisted that Riella make a final decision, refusing to back down. Nia offered several reasons why the girl should accept the money, but Riella hesitated, overwhelmed. She remembered how, a few days earlier, Duchess Hosong's servant had visited her with a request. Grow as many flowers as possible, and grow them entirely by herself. The servant had even taken her hands in his, trying to reassure her. Before they left, Hosong's assistant stepped in and gently pushed the servant aside. They asked if Riella had any questions, but she didn't know what to say. She found the whole situation odd. Why would the Duchess choose her, an unknown florist, instead of one of the famous names in the city? Though bursting with questions, Riella said nothing. She simply agreed to send the flowers at the appointed time and spent the following days consumed with anxiety over the responsibility. Now, as Nia stood before her again, Riella wanted to refuse the new offer. But just then, a neighbour entered her shop. Panic surged in Riella. She didn't want anyone to see the check. It would only fuel the gossip. Noticing the girl's fearful expression, Nia quickly came to her rescue. Smiling slyly, she discreetly cast a spell and handed the altered document to the curious neighbour. To Riella's shock, the man looked at it and declared it was merely an invitation to a tea party hosted by Duchess Hoson. Still confused but visibly relieved, Riella turned to Nia, who flashed her a mischievous smile and stuck out her tongue playfully, a signal that everything was under control. In that moment, Riella realized Nia was a magician. She was filled with awe and a touch of envy. Riella wasn't ready for a tea party, but Nia promised to take care of it and return to the mansion. There, she found Duchess Hoson resting in a flower garden, reading peacefully. Without turning around, the Duchess asked how things had gone. Nia, now dressed differently, bowed and said the delivery was complete and the interference had been dealt with. The Duchess smiled knowingly. The power of the rogue sapphires hasn't been used in a long time. Nia corrected her. Illusion sapphires. I drew their strength from Riella's flower. The Duchess raised an eyebrow in surprise. The sapphires had nearly been depleted, but a single flower had fully restored them. Looking fondly at her assistant, she noted, "There's more than enough greed in you." Unfazed, Nia replied, "Greed is one of the sapphire's core virtues." Then her gaze landed on the letter on the Duchess's desk. "Who's that for?" she asked. "For Archduke Haun," Hoson replied. Nia immediately grimaced. She hated that man and couldn't understand why the Duchess had anything to do with someone like him. Horsek, smiling at the girl's reaction, reminded her gently to choose her words more carefully. Still, Nia grumbled for a while before finally settling down, though she remained visibly upset. Archduke Haun, 25th brother of the king, was the strongest stonemancer of the century. He wielded the onyx of vengeance, a cruel and temperamental gem. His strength was such that he had once single-handedly subdued a dragon before it could emerge from its underground lair. But none of this impressed Nia. She didn't care about Huan's achievements. Then a thought occurred to Hoson, and she smiled to herself. "I feel like playing with Huan." Nia perked up instantly. She had always dreamed of ruining the Archduke's life. The Duchess nodded. "Remember, I promised him my stone chamber." Nia gasped in protest. "You're not allowed to leave this world yet." But Hoson remained calm. At 82, she felt she had lived a good life. Nia, however, began to shout. She insisted the Duchess could live for many more years and manage her affairs just as well. After all, Huan had only taken over the northern front to ease her burdens and had somehow managed to handle both the western and southern fronts too. An unprecedented feat. But the reason for all of Huan's efforts was clear. Duchess Hoson. He wanted her to retire so he could finally take her place. 5 years ago, they had made a pact. In exchange for managing her responsibilities, Hoson would one day bequeath her stones to him. That promise still held. Sighing, the Duchess ended her recollection. She turned to Nia and asked, "When is the dragon fad expected to fall asleep?" 2 months, Nia replied, though she added that Huan's recent victories might have accelerated the timeline. The Duchess considered this. She had every reason to follow through on her promise to the Archduke. But then her gaze landed on the glowing flowers Riella had given her. She said nothing, but a new idea began to form. Without explaining, she declared, "We'll finish for today, let's rest." Meanwhile, on the northern front, the gem majors sat in a circle, resting after another battle. The Stonemancers chatted about the latest gossip, including that the dragon fleet had gone into hibernation, and that Archduke Han was trying to decipher what Duchess Hoson wanted from him, especially since she'd unexpectedly asked in a letter whether he had a girlfriend. Han grumbled to himself. First, the Duchess asked him to take her place on the battlefield, and now she was inquiring about his love life. He reread the letter several times, searching for hidden meaning, but found none. The next morning, Riella rode a carriage to Duchess Hosang's tea party, her heart pounding with nervous excitement. She was beautifully dressed and held a single glowing flower, a rare bloom that only appeared once every few decades. Though small, it was her chosen gift, one she hoped would be meaningful. Buying something with money felt inappropriate. She hoped that her flower, grown with love and care, would suffice. Upon arrival at the mansion, a gallant and impeccably dressed servant greeted her and politely asked her to wait. Riella found herself in an opulent drawing room, filled with an overwhelming spread of sweets and richly decorated shelves. The luxury made her nervous, so much so that she hardly dared to move. She questioned once again why a noble like Duchess Hoson would invite someone like her. Just as she considered leaving to fetch a better gift, a sudden, piercing scream echoed through the hall. Though Riella knew it was impolite to eavesdrop, her curiosity got the better of her, and she leaned toward the door. At that moment, the door burst open. Mrs. Camilla, the source of the shouting, stormed in and accidentally struck Riella, who had been listening at the door. Camilla's face twisted in disgust at the sight of the unfamiliar, plainly dressed girl. Riella, now sitting on the floor and clutching her flower pot, rubbed her aching head. Camilla, full of fury, demanded Riella be removed, along with her dusty pot. But the butler intervened, informing her that Riella was an official guest of the Duchess. Camilla refused to believe it. She leaned in close and demanded Riella identify herself. Calmly, Riella explained that she had received an invitation to the tea party. Camilla scoffed, mocking the very idea that someone so poor would be invited. She called Riella a liar and even accused her of begging from the Duchess. Her scorn turned to the flower. She laughed cruelly at it, calling it a pathetic gift in a cheap pot. Riella remained silent, thinking only how cruel and groundless this stranger's ridicule was. When Camilla began poking her aggressively, Riella asked her to stop. But Camilla only pushed harder. The pot slipped from Riella's hands and shattered, scattering soil and the delicate flower across the floor. Devastated, Riella knelt over the broken pot, desperately trying not to cry. Then, silence fell. Duchess Hoson stood at the threshold, impeccably dressed, her face like thunder. Camilla, who just moments before had been spitting venom, instantly transformed into a sweet and humble lady. She bowed gracefully, introduced herself, and claimed she had come to deliver the Soria stone to the Duchess, and had been waiting all morning. But Hoson said nothing. She stared at Camilla with icy fury. The silence grew thick. Riella, mortified by the broken flower and the mess on the floor, assumed the Duchess was angry at her. She quickly knelt and began cleaning the dirt, hoping to fix her mistake. Her heart ached when she saw the flower, crushed and wilting, but the roots were intact. Perhaps it could be saved. Hosang's cold voice broke the silence. She turned to her assistant, Nia, and demanded to know why a guest had been treated so shamefully and why the flower was broken. Then she ordered Camilla to be punished. Camilla tried to defend herself, but it was too late. Nia charged at her. One blow from the magician assistant sent Camilla flying several meters. Enraged, Camilla retaliated with a spell, demanding Nia move aside. But Nia refused. Her pride had been wounded and she would not back down. Magic clashed violently. A massive explosion rocked the room and dust clouded the air. Riella, nearly engulfed by the blast, shielded herself instinctively. When the dust settled, she realized she'd been protected by a magical barrier. One created by Duchess. Turning to Riella, the Duchess offered a sincere apology for the chaos. She explained that her 2 stonemancer assistants had gotten carried away. Riella was speechless, overwhelmed by how easily the Duchess had protected her, even saving the butler. Meanwhile, Nia was finishing her game with Camilla, who was clearly no match for her in stonemancy. Lifting gracefully into the air, Nia soared over Camilla and effortlessly blocked another of her attacks. Enraged by this display, Camilla shouted curses, her voice shrill with frustration. "To put an end to the commotion," Duchess Hoson spoke sharply, ordering her assistant to finish things quickly. Obediently, Nia gathered her full strength and unleashed a concentrated surge of energy at the arrogant Camilla. The mistress stood no chance. She collapsed, unconscious, and the butler quietly assured everyone that she would be sent home immediately. With the disruption over, Hoson turned to Riella and invited her to sit at the table. She asked gently if the girl had been frightened. Riella tried to insist she was fine, but her trembling hands betrayed her. Watching her, Nia grumbled that she would have ended things with one blow if she'd known Riella would be so scared. Still, Riella put on a brave face and insisted again that everything was okay, which earned her soft smiles from both Nia and Hoson. With a sigh, the Duchess apologized for the chaos and expressed regret over the damage to Riella's gift. But Riella, ever kind, began consoling everyone instead, assuring them that she would bring a sturdier, more thoughtful gift next time. Nia, smiling mysteriously, remarked that she knew Riella would say something like that. Then she stepped aside to reveal something unexpected: the flower, whole and undamaged, back in its pot. Riella gasped in surprise, barely believing her eyes. She quickly realized that this miracle had something to do with the power of the stones. Hoson nodded and explained that Nia had used the rovra, a restoration stone capable of repairing small damages. Lifting a teacup to her lips, the Duchess added that glowing Riella flowers, like the one Riella had brought, could greatly enhance the stone's power, sometimes even beyond the physical space they occupied. Stunned, Riella processed this new information. Then a thought struck her. Did the Duchess also see the glow in the flowers? Hoson confirmed with a slight smile and suggested they move to the garden for a longer conversation. In the fragrant garden, surrounded by lush greenery, Riella spoke openly about how she'd begun to see light in flowers and how she had kept this strange ability to herself. She explained how much she'd hoped the flower she brought would please the Duchess. Hoson listened intently, then spoke solemnly. That kind of flower should not be consumed. Confused, Riella asked what she meant. Instead of answering directly, Hoson asked Riella how much she knew about stone-mancers and their stones. Riella mentioned the famous battle with the dragon Neon, which she had read about in the newspapers, and also spoke of the Archduke's struggles. The Duchess nodded. Riella's knowledge of the basics was solid. She then explained that all stones have different properties and limited energy. Their power is not infinite, and once depleted, a stone can fall into hibernation. To illustrate, Hoson used Nia's illusion stone and conjured a magical display for Riella. A breathtaking vision so realistic that Riella reached out and touched one of the butterflies fluttering nearby. But as the stone's energy was exhausted, the illusion faded, and the stone became dormant. Curious, Riella asked how Nia had used the stone earlier, if it was already asleep. Hoson explained honestly, glowing flowers like the one Riella had brought could awaken even sleeping stones. Originally, such flowers were extremely rare and dim, but now Riella's glowed brighter than any seen before. Realizing the implications, Riella asked if it was possible to awaken all dormant stones using these flowers. But then a shadow crossed her face. What would happen if others learned how to grow them? Would she be imprisoned or forced to grow them forever? To her surprise, Hoson was taken aback. She asked why Riella wasn't trying to profit from such a valuable ability. Riella admitted she was afraid of being locked away and used. Quietly, the Duchess admitted that she was tempted by the flowers, but locking someone away to grow them was far too cruel. She had no intention of doing that. Relieved, Riella exhaled deeply. She wasn't in danger. She could continue her life freely. Finally, Hoson said with a small smile that she'd like to be friends with Riella, but their paths in life were too different. Then, out of nowhere, she asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Riella blinked, completely thrown by the question. After everything that had just been said, she didn't even know how to answer. Meanwhile, Archduke Han had just returned to his mansion from the front lines, exhausted and longing for some rest. The battles had taken a toll on him. But so had the endless visits in the capital, where every nobleman seemed to arrive with the same goal, to marry off his daughter to the Archduke. Han, however, had no interest in marriage. He cursed his own prestigious lineage, which had turned him into one of the kingdom's most eligible bachelors, even though he had long since renounced his claim to the throne. Still, the fathers remained relentless. In Han's mind, the political matchmaking felt more draining than the battlefield itself. As he brooded, the door suddenly burst open. His younger brother, grinning ear to ear, had arrived. Having heard rumours that the Archduke was reconsidering the throne, the brother playfully accused him of treason. He dropped into a chair and, still teasing, said that if Han really wanted the throne, he should say so directly. Han grimaced and waved the idea away with disdain, declaring that he wouldn't take the throne even if it were handed to him. His brother was surprised Han had even returned to the mansion, but he welcomed it, since he had business to discuss. The topic soon turned to the dragon Flyard, who had unexpectedly fallen into Slima much earlier than anticipated. Han was intrigued, and his brother looked pleased. It meant they could continue developing the northern region. Just as the prince was about to say more, he stopped mid-sentence. Han, sensing hesitation, impatiently urged him to speak. With some reluctance, his brother asked whether it was time for Han to finally settle in the capital, at least while he still had the freedom to travel. Han instantly understood what he meant. "I'm not getting married," he said flatly. He found it almost absurd that his personal life had become a matter of national concern. His brother explained that their mother had sent him to check in on Han and to see if he had anyone in mind. Han sighed and asked him to stop with the interrogation. He didn't even have a romantic interest, let alone plans for marriage. But as he firmly declared his refusal to wed, Han couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person would it even be to fall in love with? He'd read too many stories of entire nations crumbling under the weight of foolish, blind love. The idea seemed dangerous. Just then, a letter caught his eye on the desk. Picking it up, he realized it was a love letter, clearly not meant for him. He scowled and barked at the assistant, demanding to know if this was what a report was supposed to look like. The assistant, flustered and embarrassed, quickly snatched it back, apologizing profusely and promising not to mix up documents again. Han remained irritated, though more with himself than anyone else. The assistant was clumsy, yes, but unfortunately irreplaceable. Finally, unable to keep it in, Han declared loudly to everyone present that he had no intention of starting any kind of romantic relationship. At the same time, Duchess Hasang's assistant, Nia, had decided to visit Riella, whom she had come to consider a friend. Riella was delighted to see her, even if the visit momentarily pulled her away from work. Nia noticed Riella struggling to move the large notice board and, to her surprise, effortlessly lifted it on her own. "Where do you want it?" she asked cheerfully. Riella blinked, assuming the feat was due to the power of stones. But Nia laughed and said it was all her own strength. Amazed, Riella thanked her and Nia offered to help with anything else she might need. As the two worked together in the flower shop, Nia reminded her that they still had to head to the mansion soon. Once their tasks were complete, the two girls climbed into the carriage and set off for Duchess Hasang's estate. A month had already passed since Riella met Hosang and received permission to come to the garden to care for the plants. It had all begun when the Duchess was once brought a batch of flowers in poor condition. While the servants looked on in dismay, Riella confidently offered to revive them. Unbothered by their state, she enthusiastically asked that the plants be given to her. The Duchess considered the request, and Riella promised to return every flower in good condition. Hosang allowed Riella to take the flowers for their recovery, which made the girl extremely happy. But that wasn't all. The servant soon showed her even more flowers in need of care. At every new delivery, Riella gazed at the wilted plants with greedy determination and begged to take them all. Eventually, Riella found herself standing before a mountain of flowers needing restoration. Though glad she had no idea how to transport them, seeing this, the Duchess proposed a better solution. Riella could simply come to the garden and tend to the flowers there. Josang added that she would be happy to have someone care for the plants, and Riella eagerly agreed, promising to do her best. Then, unexpectedly, Husang asked Riella for another favour, to help write letters. Riella immediately agreed. The Duchess was pleased. Having someone to handle correspondence would greatly simplify her life. The next morning, Archduke Han returned to his office after a grueling night at work. Without much thought, he tossed his jacket onto the sofa and began sifting through his letters. Among them was one from Duchess Hosang. He always read her letters immediately, though often they left him confused. From the first few lines, he realized this one was stranger than usual. The letter spoke of a beautiful new tree in the Duchess's garden, a pond with lotus flowers in the greenhouse, kittens, and even crows. None of it made sense, and to Han it seemed more like poetic nonsense than an actual message. Even the handwriting was unfamiliar. Still, he was certain it came from the Duchess's estate. Han read on, hoping it was a code. The letter ended with a warm request for him to take care of himself. That gave him pause. Then came the postscript. Hosang's eyesight had deteriorated, so someone else would be writing her letters from now on. Han realized immediately it wasn't Nia. She wouldn't have even tried to write something like this. But apart from Nia, Han didn't know anyone else in the Duchess's mansion who might have written it. That same day, the new letter writer, Riella, visited a kind woman known for baking delicious buns. The cook warmly welcomed her and proudly presented her culinary creations. Riella admired the treats, and when the cook suggested she bring some along for tea with the Duchess, she gladly agreed. When Riella arrived, the Duchess greeted her warmly and again asked for help writing a letter. Riella asked if it should be like before, just writing about anything. And Hosang nodded. After enjoying tea together, Riella set to work. She tried to picture the person receiving the letter. Imagining an older man so immersed in writing she didn't notice when lunchtime arrived. A maid brought black tea and soft buns, and Riella eagerly took a break. The aroma was so tempting that even the Duchess joined her. The maid described each delicacy in detail, and Riella tasted them with delight, feeling like she was eating the food of the gods. In all seriousness, she turned to the cook and asked her to marry her, prompting laughter from everyone. Then she begged to be adopted instead, just to keep eating the treats. Hosang and Nia chuckled, watching Riella's endless energy. That evening, Archduke Han visited one of his military camps to assess the situation. While discussing matters, he received another letter from Duchess Hosang. His subordinates remarked on how frequently she wrote to him lately. Han quietly took the letter and retreated to his tent, where he made himself comfortable and opened it. This letter described delicious cheese buns recently baked at the Duchess's mansion. Reading about such peaceful domestic life made Han smile. It felt worlds apart from the front lines. That night, he fell asleep early, and his assistant quietly made sure no one disturbed him. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, the Duchess called for her assistant to help her to bed. Naya came immediately. Behind them, two maids whispered about Hosang's worsening health. The next morning brought a flurry of activity in the kitchen. Everyone praised Madame Melda's baking. The same buns Riella had adored. Despite the compliments, Melda remained humble, hoping only that the Duchess would enjoy the food. Many noticed that Hassan had become cheerier thanks to Riella's presence. Yet beneath the surface there was unspoken concern. The Duchess's time was running short. Everyone feared that if she passed without an heir, the mansion would fall prey to the greedy stonemancers. The Duchess, aware of her fading strength, felt protective of Riella and didn't want her entangled in future conflict. One night, Hosang suddenly woke. Nia, who was nearby, noticed right away. The Duchess asked if anything had happened, but all was quiet. Nia shared that Riella was doing well with the flowers, and a letter had arrived from Han. Hosang asked for it to be brought and for the lights to be brightened, but Nia hesitated, explaining the lamp was already as bright as ever. The Duchess understood. Her eyesight was nearly gone. She smiled gently, accepting what was to come. Nia began reading the letter aloud, but soon suspected it wasn't written by Han. Still, she read on, adding her own sarcastic commentary. Han had written that he hoped to return to the capital soon and that he wished the Duchess well. Nia pouted at his early return, but Hosang only chuckled. Then the old woman wondered aloud, what if she changed her will? Nia lit up, begging her not to let Han inherit anything, just to see his shocked expression. The Duchess didn't promise anything, but drifted into memories of Han's childhood. She remembered how he used to cry in frustration when he couldn't win their sword fights, vowing to grow stronger. Eventually he disappeared from the mansion, dedicating himself to becoming powerful. The Duchess hadn't seen him for years. She missed him, though she couldn't change who he had become. Only she truly understood the reason behind his tireless effort. Now, lying in bed, the Duchess knew her final lesson for Han would be the most important. She summoned Nia and asked her to call the lawyers. It was time to make a will. She also requested that Riella not be invited to the mansion for a month while the legal affairs were handled. The next morning, Riella waited anxiously at the gate. She hadn't been allowed in the mansion for a month. She remembered the day Nia came and gently told her she could only visit the greenhouse for now. Riella had worried she'd done something wrong, but Nia couldn't explain, though Riella guessed the truth. Her days without the Duchess were quiet and dull. Eventually she learned from another gardener that Hosang had been meeting with lawyers and allowing no one inside. A few weeks later, the summons finally came. When Riella entered, she was startled by the Duchess's condition. Hosang greeted her with a weak smile, glad to see her. Her eyesight was nearly gone now. She could only tell Riella was crying by the sound of her voice. The girl wept openly, heartbroken to see the once strong woman so frail. Riella eventually calmed down and apologized to the Duchess for her outburst, explaining that she hadn't meant to cry. In response, Hosang also apologized, realizing how worried the girl must have been during the long silence. With a soft smile, she invited Riella to spend as much time with her as possible. The girl agreed at once. Nia, who had been quietly watching from the side, remained silent but looked visibly saddened. Soon after, Riella was given a room in the mansion, not far from the Duchess's own chambers. Though she worried that her presence might be a burden, her desire to be close to Hosang outweighed her concerns. She decided to stay. While Riella sipped her tea, the Duchess continued her work with the lawyers, avoiding contact with anyone else for the time being. Watching the endless discussions, Riella concluded that lawyers were unbearable and hoped never to deal with them herself. The lawyers, for their part, assured her they had no desire to exhaust the Duchess, but they had little choice. That evening, Hosang invited Riella for another conversation and began sharing stories from her past. Riella listened attentively. When the Duchess struggled to recall where they'd left off last time, she began to guess. Riella playfully pretended to be offended, but quickly reassured her, not wanting to cause worry. Hosang was genuinely surprised by the girl's teasing, something she hadn't experienced in a long time. And her smile, rare and sincere, revealed how much she appreciated it. Encouraged, Riella began to share a story of her own. It wasn't about dragons or magic stones like Hosang's usual tales, but the Duchess enjoyed it all the same. Over time, Riella learned that in her youth, Hosang had been quite headstrong, stubborn to a fault according to her stories. If she wanted to step onto land she didn't own, she'd simply buy it. It shocked newcomers, but her servants were used to it. Through such means, she had greatly expanded her family's inherited lands. Riella found these stories far more interesting than her own. though she never said so aloud. One evening, Riella noticed how late it had gotten and stood to leave. When the Duchess didn't stop her, she smiled and wished the older woman good night, offering to clear the teacups herself. But instead of the usual farewell, Hoson gently told her to rest well. That night, Riella lay in bed, feeling a strange melancholy and anxiety she couldn't explain. Her thoughts kept drifting back to the Duchess, but she tried not to dwell on it. The next morning, Riella overslept. She rushed to get dressed and was still adjusting her clothes when Nia entered, dressed entirely in black. She calmly announced that the Duchess had passed away. Riella froze. The words didn't register. She couldn't speak or process anything else Nia said, lost in a blur of memories. To bring her back to reality, Nia took her hands and told her she was required to be present for the reading of the will. Still overwhelmed, Riella barely understood what was happening. Nia then handed her the Duchess's bracelet, saying it would protect her from most magical threats. But Riella couldn't take in the meaning. She felt like she was suffocating, yet unable to help herself. Nia understood. She didn't press her further. She knew the girl simply needed time. The night before, sensing her end was near, the Duchess had spoken of Riella with deep concern. She also sighed about Han, knowing he would be angry about her will, but she had no plans to change it. Instead, she turned her attention to Nia. Hoson said quietly that having Nia by her side all these years was the best decision she had ever made in her long, turbulent life. Nia, unable to hold back any longer, wept silently. She took her mistress's hand, treasuring the warmth one last time, and cried for the woman who had meant so much to her. Now, the emotional storm had passed, and Nia was composed again, ready for what came next. As she and Riella walked through the hall, Nia gave quiet instructions, aware of how the girl's life was about to change. When they entered the main hall, Nia told Riella to trust the Duchess no matter what happened. But Riella wasn't frightened by her words. What unsettled her was the way the people, seeing her for the first time, began whispering in disapproval. Soon the lawyers arrived, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone turned their attention to them. The notary, who was to read out the Duchess's will, asked for everyone's focus before proceeding. Once he had confirmation, he began reading slowly, following all the proper protocols. As the notary read, Riella's mind wandered. She wondered how much longer she needed to stay, feeling out of place. The elderly man followed the rules meticulously, reading each word carefully, which only seemed to heighten the anticipation in the room. The guests, aware of the Duchess's vast wealth, anxiously waited, hoping to receive even a portion of it. Amid the proceedings, Riella's thoughts kept drifting to the Duchess, and a wave of sadness washed over her. She struggled to hide it, wishing to remain composed. As the notary reached the financial details, Riella could hardly focus her thoughts elsewhere. Just as she was about to leave, Nia gently grabbed her hand, asking her to stay. Reluctantly, Riella returned to her seat, still feeling disconnected. Then the notary announced that the Duchess had bequeathed all her property to one person. A stir rippled through the room. The guests were shocked. None of them had anticipated such an outcome. The whispers started almost immediately, everyone hoping the inheritance would be theirs and not someone else's. The notary tried to quiet the room, but the excitement was palpable. When the noise finally died down, he continued, revealing that the entire inheritance was to go to Riella. Riella froze. A deep fear gripped her. Surely there had been a mistake. As the people around her began to murmur indignantly, some questioning how someone like her could be the sole beneficiary, Riella's heart raced. One man even started a rumor, claiming that the stones were meant for Archduke Haun, not Riella. In the chaos, Riella remained silent, hidden in her own fear, grateful that no one seemed to notice her too closely. But then, one of the men recognized the bracelet Riella was wearing. The same arm-felt pearls that had belonged to the Duchess. He called out, and everyone turned to look. The loudest of the voices from earlier immediately demanded to know where Riella had gotten the bracelet. It became clear that she was indeed the one who had inherited everything. People started whispering and eyeing her suspiciously. Nia quickly came to Riella's side, hugging her and urging her to ignore the crowd. With a sharp glare, Nia silenced the room, and everyone instinctively stepped back, unnerved by her intensity. One man huffed in displeasure, but soon turned away. Meanwhile, in the mansion of Archduke Haun, the servants were in turmoil. They had been searching for their master, worried about his well-being. Haun's youngest assistant was nearly in tears, asking if the master was truly alive. Others, accustomed to his long absences, grumbled at the fuss. Just as they were about to spiral into panic, the door opened, and Archduke Han entered, unbothered. He explained that he had left a note, but the servants were still concerned, especially since he had been in the dragon's lair, a place known for being dangerous. Seated at the table, Han was handed a pile of letters, and upon reading one, he learned that the Duchess had passed away 4 days earlier. He was shocked, especially since he had expected to see her again. The letters also revealed that all of her property was to be inherited by a girl named Riella, a name he hadn't heard before. Intrigued, he decided to find out who she was and why everything had gone to her. The next morning, Nia knocked on Riella's door. When she received no response, she entered. Riella had a busy day ahead, and Nia had hoped to wake her early. As she approached the bed, she heard Riella whispering the Duchess's name in her sleep, tears slipping down her face. Nia, feeling a pang of sadness herself, hesitated for a moment, missing the Duchess too. But there was no time to mourn. Nia quickly woke Riella, noticing her swollen eyes from crying. After comforting her, Nia hurriedly prepared Riella for the day, sending her to breakfast before emotions could overwhelm her again. The hearty meal helped revitalize Riella, and she felt a little better, ready to face the challenges ahead. At the breakfast table, a pile of papers was placed before Riella, detailing her newfound inheritance. The lawyers explained that it would be impossible to go through everything at once, so they recommended reading it gradually. Meanwhile, Nia and the butlers had managed to deal with the disgruntled guests, sending them away after the will was read. But for Riella, the real challenge had just begun. The inheritance wasn't just limited to the mansion. It included wheat fields, farms with livestock, and the vast surrounding territory. There were also jewels, money, and magical stones. The sheer scale of it all was overwhelming, and the lawyer grew exhausted just reading through it. Riella, feeling the weight of the responsibility, hesitantly raised her hand. Is it possible to refuse all of this? The lawyers, visibly disheartened by her question, explained that while it was possible, refusing the inheritance would have serious consequences. It would go to the state, and many people would lose their livelihoods. Moreover, the annual event that the Duchess had financed would be cancelled, affecting countless people. Riella, now deeply worried, didn't want to cause such devastation. She had no idea what to do next. Meanwhile, the man continued to read out a list of damages that would occur if Riella refused the inheritance. The girl was terrified by the immense consequences her refusal would have in various areas. Overcome with dread, Riella sank in her chair, prompting the lawyer to pause and attempt to console her, urging her to sign the will so she could officially inherit. Realizing there was no other choice, Riella, through her tears, reluctantly signed the paper. After the lawyers left, Riella fell into despair, not wanting to sign anything. However, she resolved to manage the Duchess's affairs to the best of her ability. Still, she was deeply concerned about how to explain everything to her family. Suddenly, she remembered that the inheritance should have gone to Archduke Haun, not her. Haun was a renowned stonemancer, and his ruthless reputation often made headlines. Riella feared that Han might try to kill her out of jealousy, since she had received everything, even though he was the rightful heir to the stones. Despite her trepidation, she wasn't ready to lose her life. Luckily, Nia noticed Riella's distress and invited her to the greenhouse for a change of scenery. Riella, feeling awkward as she typically only entered the garden with permission, hesitated before stepping inside. She was startled to see that the flower, a gift from the Duchess, was glowing. The flower's blooming cycle spanned 2 centuries, and its sudden bloom caught Riella off guard. She felt an overwhelming sadness, knowing the Duchess would never see the flower in bloom. With tears welling in her eyes, Riella sat alone in the greenhouse, hoping that crying would provide some relief. Just then, she heard someone enter, and hastily declared that she wasn't crying. To her surprise, it wasn't Nia, but an unfamiliar man standing before her, silently observing her. They both froze, unsure of what to say. Embarrassed, Riella quickly wiped her tears, trying to hide them from the stranger. She remembered Nia's warning that no one was allowed on the estate without permission. Despite this, the man confidently asked who she was, speaking to her as if he were the owner of the manor. The man, having just returned from the front, had gone straight to his brother and reported the end of his affairs. Archduke Haun was about to leave when his brother stopped him, insisting that this wasn't part of his plan. The ruler ordered Han to return, as they needed to discuss matters concerning Duchess Hosang's inheritance. Han's brother suggested that Han should visit the Duchess's mansion, as it was possible for the king's representative to inspect the will without the heir's consent. Han, feeling satisfied with the official permission, headed toward the mansion, burning with anger over the will. He believed that Riella had deceived the ailing Duchess and somehow managed to inherit everything. However, Han couldn't understand why the Duchess's servants had been so naive. Suddenly, Han heard crying, and his suspicion grew. He frowned, thinking he couldn't believe it was Riella. But when he saw a girl sitting on the ground, her face covered in tears, he was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. Despite his discomfort, he couldn't shake the strong feeling that struck him, though he couldn't yet comprehend what it was. Han asked who the girl was, but Riella, still embarrassed, noticed the arrogance in his tone. Although it was their first encounter, she felt no fear, as she now had a right to stand her ground among the aristocracy. Before she could respond, Nia rushed into the greenhouse and shouted for Riella to move away from the stranger. Riella, surprised by his actions, asked how he could see the glow of the flower. Confused by her question, Han turned toward her, and Nia, filled with hatred for Han, confronted him. Sparks flew between them, but Riella suddenly recalled that both Nia and Han could see the flower's light. Excited, she asked the stranger his name. He introduced himself with a hint of annoyance. "I am Archduke Han Arrol Pendragon." Riella, terrified, broke into a cold sweat, recalling the ruthless rumors about him. Nia, furious at Han's proximity to Riella, made a move to strike him. Before she could, Han quickly grabbed Riella's hand, pulling her close to shield her from the potential attack. Riella, stunned by the sudden embrace, blushed but struggled to free herself. Despite her attempts to escape, Han held on tightly, worried that Nia's magic might harm her. Nia, seeing what was happening, considered attacking Han, but Han coolly stated that he would deal with her first and then talk to Riella. This declaration shocked Riella, and she feared for Nia's safety. As Han prepared to cast a spell, Riella, desperate to stop him, pushed him with all her might. But Han, unshaken, remained focused on his magic. In a split second, Riella grabbed the only thing Han cared about, the glowing flower, and threw it at him. The pot shattered, and Han lost his concentration, causing his spell to dissipate. Riella rushed to Nia's side, checking if she was okay. Nia, trying to reassure her, stopped mid-sentence when she saw Riella's face. A small but noticeable scratch marred the girl's skin, making Nia panic and call out her name in alarm. Meanwhile, Han, stunned by the events, realized that Riella had inherited everything from the late Duchess. Both girls were shaken, but Han struggled to believe that Riella, of all people, was the one to receive such an inheritance. Meanwhile, the girl touched the wound on her face with her fingers and looked at her hand, noticing the blood. Han wanted to apologize and explain everything, but Riella screamed at him to stay away. Stubbornly, and with great resolve, she declared that he should never come near Nia, even though she herself was bleeding. Riella then turned to her assistant, inspecting her closely for any injuries. Thankfully, Nia was unharmed. Han, seething with fury, was well aware that Nia wasn't just an ordinary assistant, but a dragon in disguise. At that moment, the voices of servants were heard outside the door. Hugging her assistant, Riella cried out loudly for help. The Archduke was shocked by Riella's behavior, as she stood still and did absolutely nothing while screaming for assistance. The servants rushed into the greenhouse, fully prepared for a confrontation. Upon seeing their mistress and assistant kneeling before Han, they were puzzled. Nia immediately sprang into action, declaring that the Archduke had attacked them. This accusation alarmed the servants, who were concerned for their new mistress's safety. Riella, trying to calm the situation, reassured them that it wasn't as bad as it seemed. However, when the servants noticed the blood on her face, they became enraged and turned toward Han, demanding an explanation. To Han's surprise, the man who had fought dragons without fear began to retreat under the pressure of an ordinary assistant. Meanwhile, Neo quickly took Riella into a room to heal her wound using the magic of stones. As they closed the greenhouse door behind them, Neo turned back to Han and stuck her tongue out at him, mocking his predicament. Later, Han found himself sitting in front of Riella's lawyers, forced to listen to their reprimands. They informed him that his actions had almost resulted in a serious offence by overstepping his authority as an inspector, which was unacceptable. Han only half listened, his mind preoccupied with Riella's condition. In the middle of the lawyer's next sentence, Han snapped out of his thoughts and asked what they were discussing. The lawyers, with a sigh, explained that Riella wasn't seriously hurt. Han breathed a sigh of relief, but the lawyers were frustrated, believing that he should have apologized properly. Despite their reproaches, Han remained composed and asked to speak with Riella personally, stating that he had come as an inspector. Meanwhile, Riella was seething with anger at Han for harming Nia. Though Nia remained calm, secretly pleased by the situation, she carefully treated Riella's wound. However, Riella was determined not to calm down and insisted on demanding an apology from the Archduke. Nia advised against it, especially for her own sake, as she and Han were in a deep conflict. Remembering something from the past, Nia's mood shifted and she grew quiet. The girl, overwhelmed by emotions, asked Riella for permission to leave the room and ran off. Riella, observing this, realized that Nia's reaction was likely due to Han's presence. Though she had promised herself to speak with Han for the sake of a peaceful future for Nia, she couldn't shake her fear of him. Meanwhile, Nia, having mastered her emotions, made her way to the Archduke's temporary chambers. Though she had no desire to speak with him, this was the final wish of Duchess Hoson. With politeness, Nia knocked on the door before entering the room. Han, standing with his back to her, turned around, and to her surprise he wore an apologetic expression. This only served to irritate Nia even more, as she realized she couldn't leave just yet. Seeing his assistant standing before him, Han's expression shifted to one of anger. Realizing an opportunity, the Archduke prepared to use his stones, but Nia, quick on her feet, found a way to defend herself. For now, Han was forced to refrain from taking drastic action. He clicked his tongue in frustration, calmed the stones, and turned away, asking why Nia had come. Nia, remaining calm, responded without being provoked. She tossed a moonstone to Han, revealing it to be the shadow crystal, which was the only inheritance he had received from Duchess Hoson. Han found it odd that the Duchess had not left any paperwork, but instead had handed him the stone. Curiosity piqued, he quickly realized there must be something more to it, and shook the shadow crystal to activate it. To his surprise, the image of Duchess Hoson began to materialize in front of him. When Han saw her, he was stunned by how much she had aged, remembering her as much younger. Meanwhile, the image of the Duchess created by the crystal began to speak, and Han listened intently. The Duchess expressed her joy at how upset Han seemed over the will, which only fueled his anger. The Archduke began to show his indignation, but the image of Hoson explained that she simply wanted to see him angry. This only made Han more furious as he looked at the taunting message from the already deceased Duchess. After a brief laugh, the image of the Duchess became more serious and moved on to discuss the will. Hosang explained that it was foolish for the Archduke to hope she would willingly bequeath everything to him. Instead, he should have forced her to make a decision in his favour before she met Riella. Without hesitation, the Duchess revealed that Riella had the ability to grow glowing flowers, a fact that astonished Han. However, Nia left the image to explain the rest, as the crystal's duration was running out and they needed to hurry. Hosang continued, recalling how she had devoted her entire life to working with stones, something she had no regrets about. However, when she met Riella, the Duchess fell in love with the child and realized she could pass on much of her own knowledge. That day, Hosang decided that Riella would be the last gem in her collection. The only way to protect her was to leave her all her inheritance. Hon anxiously wondered what would happen if Riella met a malicious stonemancer instead of the Duchess. The Duchess then posed a question that confused Han. Why was she even telling him all of this? She explained that by looking at Nia, she realized neither the assistant nor Han himself could harm Riella. Hosang added that Nia and Han shared one thing in common, which shocked both of them. In unison, the Archduke and the girl expressed their indignation at such a statement, causing the image of the Duchess to smile. Finally, the Duchess told Han to protect the new mistress, adding that it wasn't a request, but something beneficial for him, as his reward would be all of Hosang's stones from her collection. Hearing about the moonstones, Han was surprised, as he had always thought he would never have access to them. The image of the Duchess explained that another page of the will existed, transferring all her stones to the Archduke. This page was in a protected room of stones, guarded by the moonstones themselves. The Duchess warned that the will would self-destruct in 6 months, which was not ideal for Han. The Archduke, worried about how he would obtain the stones, was left deep in thought when the Duchess's image faded away. Nia, eager to leave Han's room, quickly exited, but Riella suddenly appeared before him. She wanted to discuss what had recently happened, but Han, still emotional, wasn't listening. He stood motionless, murmuring to himself. Riella asked what he was doing, but Han, without answering, sharply turned and pressed her against the wall. He declared that he would receive all of Hosang's inheritance, including Riella. After speaking those words, Han wondered why he had said such things out loud. Before he could say anything else, Riella silently turned and walked toward the door, saying nothing. When she reached the door, she opened it, smiling angrily, and politely told Han to leave. Left with no choice, the Archduke complied and left the room. Riella then went to study with Nia, exhausted but determined to learn. During her free moment, she thought back to Han's words, which she considered selfish. However, she couldn't understand why he had restored the flower she threw at him earlier. At first he defended her, then later behaved aggressively, leaving Riella unsure of what to make of him. Suddenly, a maid burst into Riella's room, breathless, only able to say Han's name. Meanwhile, the Archduke was in his mansion, unaware of what was being said about him in Riella's mansion. He recalled the expression on her face when she had said goodbye to him, and unease crept in, though he couldn't understand the reason for his emotions. His thoughts were interrupted when the Queen decided to visit him. Han immediately greeted her politely, kneeling, and she invited him to sit. The Queen, sensing something was troubling the Archduke, asked what was bothering him. Han became embarrassed, not wanting his feelings to be so obvious. The Queen didn't offer immediate advice, but instead took a moment to sip her tea and think. After analysing the situation, the Queen suggested that Han marry Riella. Han was caught off guard and nearly choked at the idea. He didn't understand why he would marry the new mistress of the Hosang mansion. The Queen explained that the girl was beautiful and now had an excellent inheritance, specifically the stones. Ensuring that they remained with Riella was a prudent move. Though Han admitted that the Queen's words made sense, he still resisted the idea of marriage. After some thought, Han realized that the Queen was concerned enough about him that he needed to do something. His mind wandered to a public ball a few years ago when he refused to let anyone get close to him. An assistant had tried to show him some attractive girls, but he hadn't cared. Then, a girl named Steron approached him. She introduced herself as a recent graduate of the Stonemancer exam and was clearly nervous, bowing in front of him. Steron, still embarrassed, asked Han for advice on moonstones. Han sighed but allowed her to speak, causing Steron to beam with happiness. As they spoke, Steron's father watched from the sidelines, pleased by the interaction. A little later, the old man got drunk and began boasting to others that the Archduke and his daughter were getting along well, and their marriage was just around the corner. He was happy even if Han renounced the throne, as it wouldn't affect his grandchildren. Han later heard about these rumours from his faithful assistant, who had grown tired while handling the situation. Han thanked the assistant and from that point on avoided any more balls, preferring to act alone to prevent further misunderstandings. Meanwhile, the Queen reasoned that while Riella could be considered a lady, she was still a commoner. Han recalled that the right of inheritance was not granted to children born of marriages to commoners, which benefited the woman. The Queen openly admitted that she had been considering exactly this. Though she couldn't force Han to marry Riella, the king himself unexpectedly intervened in the conversation. Quietly appearing near his beloved Queen, he greeted Han before demanding a kiss on the cheek from his wife. The Queen didn't refuse and pulled him close, clearly head over heels in love with him. The Archduke had no choice but to witness this exchange, unable to voice any objections. Just then, a man burst into the room, interrupting the King and Queen's affectionate moment. He was Camille's father, and he claimed that Han had ordered his daughter to go to Riella's mansion. According to Camille herself, the Archduke had told her to open the Room of Stones, despite the Duchess Hosang's prohibitions. Meanwhile, Riella was running as fast as she could to the main hall of her mansion, where all the activity had frightened the maids. She feared something serious might be happening, and didn't even listen to the assistant who had arrived running, unaware of the full situation. In the main hall, Riella saw most of her servants gathered around, and one person was shouting at everyone, despite having no right to do so. Riella immediately recognized the voice. It was Camille's. Even before Riella had inherited all the Duchess's wealth, Camille had broken her flower. Camille stood with her back to Riella, dressed in a beautiful blue dress that suited her very well. But Riella made a point to ignore it, and simply called out to her. Camille instantly turned around, her face still angry, but she softened slightly at the sight of Riella. However, she continued to demand in an insolent tone that she be taken to the Room of Stones. Riella was unmoved and reminded Camille that she had no right to enter either the Room of Stones or the mansion as a whole. In response, Camille smugly showed Riella a piece of paper, a formal document from the inspector, Archduke Han. Riella was surprised that Camille had such a document and asked to take a closer look. However, Camille quickly hid it, not allowing her to see it. Thinking she had won, Camille declared that she would open the Room of Stones in the mansion on behalf of Archduke Han. Nia, however, reminded Camille that she didn't have the right to do whatever she wanted in someone else's mansion, suggesting she should go home. This comment caused Camille to pause for a moment, muttering something under her breath instead of shouting. She locked eyes with Riella, and the atmosphere shifted. Slightly frightened, Riella considered it best to let Camille do what she wanted, especially since Nia was nearby and could intervene if necessary. Soon after, Riella led the impulsive Camille to the door of the Room of Stones, but no one was willing to go further since Duchess Hosang had specifically asked that no one enter. Camille shuddered in excitement, a joyful expression spreading across her face at the prospect of finally reaching the object she had desired for so long. But Nia stopped her, slapping her on the shoulder and scaring her, reminding everyone that only Riella could enter the room. Nia demanded that Camille take responsibility if anything went wrong. Reluctantly, Camille nodded in agreement, still desperate to get into the room. Nia wasn't done, though. She demanded that Camille provide a receipt from the lawyers, which only fueled Camille's anger. She wanted to open the door quickly, but as Camille tried to shake off Nia's grip, Riella turned to her again, wanting to ask a clarifying question. Riella asked if she could see the document from Han again, but Camille refused, stating they had already looked at it. Riella, sensing something might be wrong, didn't back down. She suggested they wait for the lawyers to notarize the document from the Archduke, but Camille, unable to wait any longer, broke free from Nia's grip and rushed toward the door, managing to open it. A blinding light immediately flooded the room, and a powerful wind erupted from the doorway, so strong that no one could stand against it. The wind was so intense that Riella was literally blown off her feet. Despite her best efforts to hold her ground, the gusts were too much to resist. With all her strength, Riella clung to the threshold, knowing that if she let go, she would be swept away. Meanwhile, objects flew around them, blown away by the force of the wind. Riella tried to understand what was happening inside the room. As she peered into the dazzling, shining light that accompanied the powerful wind, she noticed something within it that reminded her of the moonstones the Duchess had shown her. However, she had never heard of the stones working on their own like this. Meanwhile, Nia stubbornly tried to close the door and screamed at Riella to move away. But instead of obeying, Riella grew concerned about Camille and asked where she was. It turned out that Camille had almost reached the door despite the powerful gusts of wind coming directly from the center of the room of stones. With great hope on her face, Camille was reaching for something inside, but so far she hadn't been able to touch it, though she didn't stop trying. Seeing this, Nia promised to try and help, although it wasn't certain she would have the strength to pull the girl out and close the door. Riella advised Nia to start with the door, when suddenly a book flew from her hand, which she had been holding onto at the ledge. The girl's grip loosened for a moment, and for several seconds she was swept through the air. The wind held her completely off the ground, pulling her further from the door. As Riella realized how quickly she was being carried away, she understood that landing would hurt. To her surprise, however, the fall wasn't as painful as she had expected, for she landed on something soft. She then heard a man's voice asking if she was hurt. When Riella opened her eyes, she saw that she was lying on a man. She raised her head and realized it was none other than Archduke Haun himself who had saved her. Riella was surprised but didn't have time to dwell on it, quickly remembering Camille in the room of stones. She asked Haun to save her. The Archduke agreed, helped her to her feet, and told her to hold on tightly to him until he calmed the wind. Riella noticed the wind became much calmer as Haun stood in front of her, which was very reassuring. She obediently closed her eyes as he had asked. With her eyes closed, Riella could still sense the powerful wind, the roaring sound, and the light emanating from the stones in the Duchess's room. She realized that in this situation, she had no choice but to trust Haun and not doubt him. Holding on to him, she felt her hands shaking from fear, so she clung tighter to him for comfort. Haun, while protecting her, couldn't help but notice how small she was. Yet he never lost focus on his spell. Meanwhile, Camille was still struggling with Nia, trying to prevent her from closing the door, as she hadn't yet gotten what she was after. Unexpectedly, Haun walked past the two girls and told them not to interfere. In a few quick moments, the door to the room of moonstones was closed, and everyone, except Camille, felt relief. Camille, however, fell into despair at the closed door. Nia, shaking herself off, couldn't help but marvel at the Archduke's strength to withstand such a fierce wind so easily, even if it was aided by the stones. Haun then approached the defeated Camille, who had no strength left to move. He knelt before her and noticed that Riella still had her eyes closed, pressing slightly against him. The Archduke told Riella she could open her eyes. Haun then glanced at the document Camille had brought and immediately understood the situation. Trying to keep his voice steady, he explained that forging a signature was a serious crime, and Camille had lied about having Haun's approval. Camille had no defense, since she indeed had forged the signature, so she remained silent, sitting on the floor. After a moment of waiting for a response, Haun stood up, telling Camille that the situation would be investigated and she would be held accountable. A heavy aura of tension hung around Camille, who kept her head bowed low, and no servant approached her to offer help. Only Riella noticed that Camille was quietly murmuring, "Mother," under her breath, though no one else heard it. Later, Han called a meeting of 3 people, himself, Riella, and Camille's father, as he wanted to deal with the situation. Camille's father agreed with the Archduke, admitting both his and his daughter's guilt without question. Han escalated the matter further, recalling that Camille, the minister's daughter, had forged the signature of a royal family member, a serious crime. He added that the new mistress of the mansion could have been harmed by Camille's actions, which Riella was surprised to learn Han cared about. Riella quickly explained to herself that Han must be concerned about his reputation, which made more sense to her than his concern for her well-being. However, she couldn't help but glance at him, curious to see his true emotions. When she looked, she saw more of a noble knight than a stone-hungry stonemancer. Pam suddenly asked aloud why Camille was so obsessed with the stones, especially considering rumours that this wasn't the first time she had tried to open the Room of Stones. Riella thought for a moment, remembering Camille's words and actions, and speculated that it might have something to do with Camille's mother. This assumption shocked Camille's father, who was momentarily speechless. When he recovered, he became grim, barely holding back tears, but he stayed silent. Han noticed the minister's reaction and demanded that he immediately reveal all the information. After calming his trembling hands, the minister explained that Camille didn't care about the stones locked in the room. What she wanted was one stone, one that contained memories. The moonstones recorded everything around them, and in the Duchess's room was an image crystal that held the memory of his wife, a former stonemancer. The minister apologized, his voice trembling as he recalled the past. He explained that when Camille was just 2 years old, her mother passed away due to a weak body and overexertion. The minister couldn't believe she was gone, so he collected all the crystals that contained her image. However, the images on the crystals didn't last forever. Eventually, each stone only had one reproduction of his wife's likeness. He was upset. But young Camille, who had no memory of her mother, was even more upset. One day, the minister learnt that on every anniversary, he would watch the image of his wife on the crystals. Then, one day, all the crystals disappeared. The maid told the minister that Camille had entered the room, and the man rushed there, hoping it wasn't too late. When he opened the door, he saw the image of his wife, alive, incredibly happy. The minister couldn't tear his eyes away from her smiling face, forgetting why he had entered the room in the first place. The image was so real, even reproducing her voice and scent. But then, everything stopped and the image of his wife vanished. Little Camille tried to shake the crystals and desperately begged for the image to return. The minister, realizing what had happened, looked around and saw a pile of used-up crystals on the floor, their power completely drained. Anger overtook him, and in a fit of rage he raised his hand to strike his beloved daughter. That day, the servants had to drag him away from Camille, but it was too late. Camille had already been traumatized, holding her sore cheek where her father had struck her. The minister, overcome with guilt, couldn't look his daughter in the eye. He sent her away to a distant estate for many years. As she left, Camille would often look back at the house, hoping to meet her father's gaze, but he never looked back. Years later, when Camille was fully grown, she returned to the mansion of the still-living Duchess Hoson, seeking permission to enter the Room of Stones. The minister, who had been riding in a carriage, was concerned about what his daughter might have done in the mansion. Hoson had sent him a letter stating that Camille had arrived but had not left, so the minister hurried to retrieve her. Meanwhile, Camilla stood in front of the Duchess's mansion, convinced that the woman would want to place the stones she had brought into the room. The minister hurried to call out to his daughter, and she turned around in fear, not expecting to see him there. It turned out that the minister's wife had once participated in a battle alongside Duchess Haun, which meant there was a possibility that her image was imprinted in the crystals kept in the Duchess's room of moonstones. The man explained that Camilla simply wanted to see her mother again, which was why she had become so fixated on the stones. Han, however, stated that the girl's offence was too serious and could not be justified by her father's sad story. The minister agreed with the Archduke's statement and bowed his head in shame in front of the king's brother and Aris Hosang, full of grief. He knelt down in front of Riella, intending to apologize, though he knew it wouldn't change the situation. Riella was shocked by the minister's behavior and embarrassed, as she didn't feel an apology was necessary, nor did she want to be treated this way. The girl's father acknowledged that Camilla's actions were his sin as a father and promised to try to prevent something like that from happening in the future. He didn't ask for forgiveness, but genuinely repented for what had occurred. As he sat on his knees in front of his mistress, Riella paused for a moment and suddenly asked if the crystals that contained the image of his wife and Camilla's mother were still around. The father was surprised by her question, but quickly answered that, although the crystals had lost their power, he couldn't bring himself to throw them away. These crystals were the only remaining link to his wife, even if their magic no longer worked. Without explaining herself, Riella asked if Camilla was still in the next room, and upon receiving a positive answer, she placed a glowing flower next to the discharged crystal. She asked Nia to nourish it with energy so that it would regain its power. Though Nia grumbled about helping those who had indirectly harmed Riella, she obeyed and charged the crystal. Once everything was ready, Riella tidied up the remnants of the flower and asked the minister to call Camilla into the room. Neither the father nor the daughter had any idea what Riella was up to. Camilla entered the room with suspicion, but when she saw what was inside, her doubts immediately gave way to tears of joy. In the middle of the room, the image of her mother appeared, released from the now charged crystal. The woman, dressed in a wedding gown, smiled radiantly, as if she was happy to meet her daughter again. Camilla, seeing her mother for the first time, couldn't contain her tears. The beautiful woman in front of her seemed so real, so full of life. Overcome with emotion, Camilla whispered, "Mom," over and over, then cried, even though she couldn't hold her mother in her arms. She sat next to the image, wanting to be as close as possible. The minister, seeing this, also couldn't hold back his tears. He had loved his wife dearly, and was grateful to see her again, even if it was only in this way. The only one not emotional was Han. He stood calmly, watching the tearful family reunion unfold. Once the emotion settled, the minister asked Riella why she had helped them. She replied that she couldn't leave them in such despair. Riella then requested that everyone remain silent about what had happened in the room, so no one would learn about her power. The Archduke suddenly became embarrassed, as a thought crossed his mind that he was in this situation because of the woman he loved. But he didn't want to be in love at all, and he began to offer that Riella could ask him for anything, but the girl quickly pushed the minister towards his daughter so they could talk. The father approached Camilla awkwardly, unsure how to start a conversation after so many years. Camilla, still crying, admitted that she knew she looked foolish and didn't think they needed to discuss it, but the minister didn't want to offend her. Instead, he asked for her forgiveness, which surprised the girl. He invited her back to the mansion, offering to talk more when they returned because there was too much to say. Camilla bowed her head gratefully, as she had longed to hear these words, but had never been able to communicate with her father. As Camilla turned to leave, she suddenly turned to Riella, surprising the girl. Camilla apologized for her previous misunderstandings, to which Riella quickly responded that it was fine. However, Nia grumbled, suggesting that Camilla could have apologized better after everything she had done. In the end, Camilla returned to her mansion in the arriving carriage, saying nothing else to anyone. Riella sincerely thanked the Archduke for his help, though Nia, still behind her, insisted that Riella could have handled everything herself. The lady told Han that if he ever needed anything, she would come to his aid, but it was better not to ask for anything too difficult. In response, the Archduke stated that he already had a request, and it wasn't someday, but right here and now. He asked her to prepare a room because he would be staying at Riella's mansion from that moment on. Both girls flinched. The assistant wanted to deal with the Archduke and have him leave, but Riella stopped her, reminding Nia that Han was of higher status. Han explained that he needed to stay for her safety. Even though Riella had a protector in Nia, she was forbidden from attacking people, which meant she wouldn't always be able to help. Riella tried to defend her assistant but couldn't say much, as Han's reasoning was still valid. He made the point that if anyone found out about Riella's ability, it could be disastrous for her. The girl was frightened by the possibility, but was most surprised that Han knew about her. He explained that the Duchess had told him in a separate will. Riella didn't believe it at first, so she asked Nia. The assistant confirmed that Han's words were true, leaving Riella with no choice but to allow him to stay for a while, even though she didn't want to. Later, the Archduke explained that the Duchess was sure he wouldn't harm Riella, which was why she shared information about her abilities with him. Although Riella didn't fully believe Han wouldn't take advantage of her abilities, she was more convinced by his promise. However, she insisted that Han had said any stonemancer would take the flowers, so why wouldn't he? Han explained that his only interest was in knowing which stones were in the Duchess's room. Riella was still uncertain, thinking the Archduke was taking too much upon himself after she had once accepted his help. She remembered that Han was Hoseong's successor, and the room could indeed mean a lot to him. But she wondered if there was a way to avoid giving him a room, and whether lawyers could help her with this. She looked at Han with an innocent, thoughtful expression, surprised to see him staring back at her. When their eyes met, he immediately turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Riella decided he was just worried about her ability, and Han, realizing he didn't know how to talk to girls except for business matters, became embarrassed. Riella hoped that the lawyers would help her get the Archduke out of the mansion, but to her surprise, they supported him staying. The men explained they were just concerned for her safety, leaving everything to Han. One of the lawyers even mentioned that having the Archduke in the mansion would make it easier to open the Duchess's stone room. Riella had earlier said she didn't want to open the room, which Han overheard. He became curious and explained that the risks of leaving the room closed were higher than opening it. It was better to handle it now. Riella didn't fully understand the danger, so she asked Han for clarification. He kindly explained that the stones in the room were very powerful and could easily get out of control. Over time, even the room itself could weaken, which worried Riella about the Moonstone Room's safety. Meanwhile, Haun explained that if the room weakened, several stones could potentially get out of control at once, which would endanger the entire kingdom. He continued to reason that it was unlikely that Duchess Hosang would want all her precious stones to remain forever locked away in that room. The guy mentioned that, in some ways, he agreed with Riella, and also believed it was better not to disturb the Duchess's memory, so that more of her legacy could be preserved. However, the stones in the room, if used correctly, could greatly benefit the people around them, and therefore should not be allowed to fade into oblivion. At this point, the discussion about the stones was put on hold, and the lawyer reminded Dirt, in order to move to the mansion, the Archduke would need to gather his things from his estate. Hound was surprised that he had to pick up something, so the man clarified that the Archduke would have to work with documents at Riella's mansion. The Archduke was not entirely satisfied with the current situation, but he had nowhere else to go. He genuinely wanted to stay in Riella's mansion. Riella, just as much as Hound, was uncomfortable with the arrangement. The lawyers made it seem as though they should live together, not just help each other. Han had received everything in this manner, and was now confused, as he had initially intended to simply defend the new mistress in the Room of Stones. A little later, the Archduke's personal assistant brought all the necessary items, and they stood on the street discussing where to put everything. Riella watched from the window of her room, surprised. Until recently, she hadn't believed the Archduke would really move into her mansion. She confided in her assistant that she was worried about his move, as she had no idea how to communicate with him. Nia immediately began to console the mistress, while also helping her prepare, advising her on how to ignore Hound. As Riella walked around the mansion, she saw Hound, along with the lawyers, sorting out business matters and handling everything with ease. She stopped outside the door, surprised by how easily the Archduke could fit into the life of the mansion. Riella realized that her first impression of him was wrong. He was very different from the persona he tried to project. While she stood near the door, a man's voice suddenly called out her name, indicating that he knew her. She turned around to see the Archduke's assistant, who introduced himself as Pooh. He explained that he would be staying at the mansion while Hound was there. Riella felt overwhelmed by the unfamiliar man's energy as he continued talking about letters arriving for the Archduke. He quickly excused himself, leaving the girl in shock at his talkativeness. Before leaving, Pooh handed Riella a letter. She thought about how different he was from Hound, then opened the envelope. What she read inside the letter frightened her so much that all other thoughts vanished, replaced only by concern over the contents. Riella immediately ran to find her assistant, knowing only Nia could help her address the new problem described in the letter. Later, the Archduke finished his work for the day, bid the lawyers goodbye, and dismissed them until the next morning. He glanced around and, visibly displeased, asked why Riella had not come to the meeting as promised, especially since lunch had already passed. Pooh, standing nearby, recalled that the maid had reported that Riella, along with Nia, had urgently left the mansion, which was why she hadn't made it to the meeting. Hound immediately grew angry, declaring that such behavior was far too dangerous and that he should have been informed so he could accompany the girls. However, looking at the angry Archduke, the lawyers thought that he, in fact, was the most dangerous person in the kingdom. Meanwhile, in great haste, the coachman drove the horses as Nia and Riella were riding in his carriage. They were in a rush, but thanks to the coachman, the girls made it on time. Still, Riella continued to worry, reproaching herself for almost forgetting about such an important matter. Nia, who had also read the letter given to Pooh, wasn't as frightened and tried to console her mistress, suggesting that the letter could have been much worse. However, Riella remained anxious as the letter informed her that her flower shop had been closed for a long time, and if it continued, she would be disqualified from the flower competition. Nia, in a lighter mood, reminded Riella that it had been a while since they visited the village, and Riella could finally see her friends, the villagers she knew so well, and who knew her just as much. Riella became serious and asked her assistant to carry out their agreed-upon plan. Nia was thrilled to take on the task and promised to perform it to the best of her ability. As they drove through the village, all the residents turned to look at them with interest, as they had never seen such a carriage in these parts. After circling the area to find the best place to stop, the coachman took the girls to a flower shop. As Nia and Riella got out of the carriage, local boys nearby immediately recognized Riella and began spreading the news that she had arrived in the village. Rumours spread quickly, and before Riella could even enter her store, she was surrounded by a crowd of acquaintances, all asking different questions. Most of the chatter focused on the fact that Riella had received a rich inheritance, which meant she was living very well, but continued to lead her usual life. Riella, to some extent, was prepared for such rumours, but it still bothered her that the villagers would inflate any information and discuss it for a long time. Initially, she had been careless, tending to the mansion's greenhouse, when she suddenly discovered that the morning newspaper was nowhere to be found. Riella had been eager to read the news about the village and the surrounding area, so she searched the mansion for her assistant to inquire about the missing paper. When she finally found Nia, she learned that Nia had deliberately withheld the newspaper to keep her from becoming upset, but Riella insisted on reading it. To her surprise, she found a host of rumours about herself in the newspaper, most of which were completely untrue. Astonished, she turned to Nia and asked if everyone in the village seriously thought such things. Nia didn't have an answer that would reassure her mistress. Riella thought that if she had even the smallest part in spreading these rumours, she wouldn't be as upset as she was now. After a moment's thought, Nia came up with a brilliant idea. They could invite a restaurant to the mansion so Riella could release her frustration by enjoying some delicious food. At first, Riella thought Nia was joking, but later she was surprised to find tables set with gourmet food that hadn't been prepared in the mansion. Nia explained that she had personally invited the chef from the restaurant to prepare the most delicious dishes. Riella thanked Nia and admitted she was happy, though she wasn't sure she could accept all the food and spend money on it. Nia insisted that it didn't matter where the inheritance money went as long as it was spent on the mistress. With permission from the lawyers, Nia could get Riella anything she wanted. Looking at the spread before her, Riella dreamily said that she wanted simple and tasty ice cream. Nia immediately gave orders for the cooks to bring out the most delicious ice cream in various sizes and colours. Riella was overjoyed at the variety and warmly thanked Nia for the treat. Even now, she recalled with gratitude how delicious it had been, though now it felt a bit out of place with the constant presence of her acquaintances, who were relentlessly asking about everything happening in the mansion and the lands she had inherited. Riella gathered her courage and asked the people around her to step aside so she could go to her flower shop. She stopped in front of the store and examined it closely, trying to figure out where to start. The first thing she decided to do was clear the dust from the sign in front of the store, much to the surprise of the residents watching her. Then she opened the door and began to tidy up the flowers. A resident asked why she was bothering with such menial tasks given her inheritance. Riella, with a stony expression, replied that she was preparing for the reopening, surprising her friends, who thought she no longer needed to work. Nia, coming to Riella's aid, declared that she wouldn't let anyone criticize her mistress, and advised that she shouldn't just throw away the Duchess's money. Remembering the plan they had discussed, Riella approached her friend Robbins and asked for his help. He agreed, and Riella whispered to him, explaining her fear of the scary and strong maid who accompanied her everywhere. She handed Robbins a box and asked him to help carry it. She also shared a secret, telling him she wasn't really an heiress, but merely a person assigned to that role. She asked him not to tell anyone, though she knew that soon enough the entire village would find out through Robbins, which was what she wanted. Nia, impressed with Robin's talkativeness, believed their plan had worked, and the mistress would be left alone with the rumours. Riella, though, wasn't sure, but she hoped it would work. The very next day, Riella saw that the plan had succeeded when she went to buy apples from an old woman she knew. The woman, upon seeing Riella, offered to sell the apples for a cheaper price, feeling sorry for her. As Riella walked through the village, she heard whispered conversations behind her, as everyone now knew the story Riella had told Robbins. Returning to her store, Riella told Nia that their plan had worked, and life would now be a little calmer. Nia asked if the lady was hungry, to which Riella replied she wanted to make apple sandwiches for both of them. Nia was surprised because she thought she was supposed to cook, but Riella explained that Nia was a guest, so she would not cook. As Riella washed the apples, she thought about how, the next day, it would be harder to leave the mansion, but she still needed to get to the flower market. She regretted that she had to carry an assistant with her everywhere, but realized she couldn't walk alone without a bodyguard. She would need to find another one. While making the sandwiches, Riella thought about how the preparations for the flower competition would keep her busy, and how she would need to balance that with her mansion duties. After finishing the food, she realized something was missing from the sandwiches, and ran outside to get the last ingredient. She was confident everything would be fine, but then remembered the edible flowers she had planted in the backyard. She hoped they hadn't wilted, and rushed to gather them. As Riella stepped outside, she realized she hadn't asked Nia what flowers she liked. She was about to enter the garden when she accidentally stepped on a bottle and lost her balance. Expecting to fall, she was surprised when an unfamiliar, tall man easily caught her. He was very handsome, unlike anyone she had ever met, and she became very embarrassed. He smiled sweetly and she quickly moved away, thanking him warmly. He assured her he was fine and introduced himself as Lucien Morris. Before Riella could respond, Lucien knelt and proposed marriage to her. Stunned, she couldn't speak and simply stood there, stuttering. At that moment, Nia came looking for Riella, having been gone for a while. She was just as surprised to see Lucien, as they knew each other well. Lucien waved at Nia, still smiling, but Riella, still in shock, couldn't process his words. Meanwhile, Nia scolded Lucien, saying that if he wanted to see Riella, he, like everyone else, should have informed her first. The girl finally regained her composure and asked who Lucien was. He introduced himself as the chairman of the 26th Round Table Conference. Riella remembered Duchess Hoson mentioning people from the Round Table and expressing dissatisfaction with their activities. The Round Table was the largest association of stonemancers in Cardia, providing donations and warriors to fight the dragons. Lucien, being from this community, apologized for his sudden proposal and explained there were reasons for it. He asked for permission to explain everything in a more comfortable setting, away from the street. Nia persuaded Riella to listen to him, so the three of them moved to a nearby café. Lucien invited them in and ordered drinks. The group enjoyed their coffee in silence at first. Riella observed Lucien with some concern, unsure of what to expect from him, but with Nia beside her, she felt somewhat reassured. Nia, on the other hand, was delighted by the free coffee, knowing her friend would not harm anyone. Eventually, Riella couldn't hold back and asked why a man she was meeting for the first time would suddenly propose to her. Lucien explained that the proposal was a decision made by the Round Table, and as chairman, he had no right to oppose it. He added that he had information about Duchess Hoson, which immediately piqued Riella's interest. Lucien continued, explaining that in the past, Duchess Hoson had supplied the Round Table with the necessary magical stones that allowed stonemancers to protect Cardia from dragons. However, a few months ago the Round Table received a request for all the stones to be returned. The council complied, expecting them back after a standard check, but shortly after news came of Duchess Hosang's death. The stones were never returned, causing chaos. The Round Table now desperately needed to replenish the lost crystals, but no one knew where to find them. The stonemancers were working tirelessly, even entering agreements in other countries, many of which were being terminated within Cardia. To resolve the situation, the Round Table decided they must retrieve Duchess Hosang's stones. One of the stonemancers, an older man, proposed marriage to Riella, but Lucien, not wanting to burden the girl with such a proposal, took it upon himself to represent the Round Table's interests. Riella was puzzled, asking why they couldn't simply contact her and borrow the stones. Lucien explained that marriage was the simplest way to transfer rights to precious stones among stonemancers. He added that such marriage proposals were common and seen as a formal greeting within the community, which they took in stride. Despite Lucien's explanation, Riella couldn't calm her unease about the situation. She told him directly that she would not accept the proposal. Lucien, regretfully, warned that if she rejected him, someone else would surely come forward, and it would be better for her to choose him over the others, who might be even more eager for the Duchess's stones, which now belonged to Riella. Although Riella was frightened by the thought of such suitors, she remained firm in her decision to not marry for such a reason. She wasn't a stonemancer after all. Lucien understood and tried to help, suggesting that if he were to show his feelings towards her, there might be fewer suitors. With that, he raised his voice and loudly proclaimed that Riella was refusing him. Passers-by immediately took notice. Lucien, eager for attention, continued his speech, hoping to draw more eyes to the situation. Riella listened in disbelief, praying that he wouldn't escalate things further. Just then, a figure appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, clearly angry. It was the Archduke, who immediately recognized Lucien and demanded an explanation for his public proposal to Riella. The crowd, sensing the potential for a major altercation, quickly turned their attention elsewhere, pretending they hadn't witnessed anything. Meanwhile, the Archduke, with a hint of sarcasm, suggested that rather than marrying Lucien, it would be better for Riella to marry him. Before the conversation could escalate further, Nia interrupted, intentionally coughing loudly to end the pointless argument about the mistress's marriage. In an attempt to avoid further tension, Nia dramatically fell to the floor and pretended to be ill. It wasn't until they returned to the estate that Nia claimed to feel better, though Riella remained deeply concerned. Meanwhile, the Archduke sat alone in his room at Riella's mansion, reflecting on the events that transpired at the café. He was mortified that he had actually fought for Riella's attention, even going so far as to propose marriage. Though he tried to console himself with the excuse that Lucien's persistence left him with no choice, it didn't make him feel any better. He still couldn't figure out what answer he was hoping for from Riella, and was uneasy about the possibility of a rejection. Suddenly, the Archduke noticed someone standing behind the door. Thanks to his skills as a stonemancer, he detected the intruder's presence before they revealed themselves. Concerned, he grabbed a weapon, preparing for any potential threat, and approached the door cautiously. Before he could make any defensive moves, the door opened, and Riella cautiously stepped in, apologizing for the late visit. She hoped she hadn't disturbed him. The Archduke assured her that he hadn't been asleep, and asked what had brought her to his room. Riella hesitated, clearly uncertain about how to express herself. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists in determination, and finally spoke. With great effort, she mustered the courage to ask if he would accompany her to the flower market the next day. The Archduke was confused by her request, unsure why she would need his company, as she could easily go to the market on her own. Riella explained that her lawyers had forbidden her to leave the mansion unaccompanied. Nia, initially agreeing to go with her, had fallen seriously ill, forcing Riella to seek someone else's assistance. Riella had been worried about Nia's condition, but Nia refused to see a doctor, claiming she would go in the morning. Seeing no other choice, Riella explained her situation and pleaded with the Archduke to go with her. Her pleading expression was enough to sway him, and he reluctantly agreed to accompany her the next day. The following day, they found themselves in the same carriage, heading to the city. At first, neither of them spoke, both unsure how to begin the conversation. Eventually, the Archduke broke the silence, asking if everything was all right with Riella, as she seemed unusually quiet. She explained that she was simply worried about Nia, who was still in her room. Despite the doctor's visit, Riella couldn't help but feel torn between her concern for her assistant and the pressure of potentially being disqualified from the festival. The Archduke, unfamiliar with the details of Riella's qualifications for the festival, asked her to explain. She shared that her status as a store owner required her to maintain a certain standing, and this was the first time she had been lucky enough to draw a spot. If she missed the opportunity, it might be her last chance. Riella promised that upon their return, she would find another strong stonemancer to replace Nia. At the mention of Lucien's possible involvement, the Archduke's lip twitched with visible displeasure. He quickly interrupted her, insisting there was no need to find anyone else to take his place, as he would continue to accompany her wherever she needed to go. Upon arrival at the flower festival, Riella's excitement was palpable. She hadn't been to such an event in a long time, and the vibrant array of plants and bustling crowd lifted her spirits. As she pulled the Archduke along, her hand firmly gripping his sleeve, the Archduke found himself unexpectedly blushing. It was strange to him that Riella was so comfortable pulling him around like this. The Archduke asked if the market was always this busy, and Riella explained that it was a special day, the one when all the rare flowers were brought in, which caused the usual long lines. Eager to see the auction, she grabbed his hand once again and led him through the crowd. After struggling through the throng of people, they finally reached the flower auction. Riella, still catching her breath, asked if the Archduke was okay, to which he admitted it was probably harder on her than on him. Riella, however, assured him that she was fine and already had a list of flowers to buy. She began by looking for roses and carnations, then searched for gloriosus frus and lanthus. As Riella focused on finding the best flowers, the Archduke couldn't help but admire her dedication and attention to detail. Unexpectedly, he realized that Riella had been holding his hand for a while. The thought of holding her hand, initiating the gesture himself, crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He was unsure how she would react. As they made their purchases, Riella seemed pleased with the flowers she had selected. When the Archduke asked if they could go home, Riella agreed, although had she been on her own before receiving her inheritance, she would have continued to wander the market. At that moment, the Archduke noticed a group of people in red hats surrounded by a crowd, selling something. Curious, he asked Riella about them, and she explained that they were auctioning rare flowers. She was particularly interested in a flower called the elf, a rare and bright red variety that hadn't been seen for a long time. The crowd, eager to see it, rushed towards the auction. The Archduke, puzzled by the excitement, asked if the flower was really that special. Riella's eyes sparkled with excitement as she explained that the elf flower had been scarce, and its rarity made it highly coveted. The Archduke then asked if she intended to go see it, but Riella declined, not wanting to keep him waiting. With a soft smile, the Archduke turned and joined the crowd, drawn by the curiosity of the rare flower. Meanwhile, the woman in the headdress announced that they had 3 blossoming flowers and 2 buds up for bidding, starting the price at 5,000. She smiled sarcastically as she set the starting price, which was ridiculously high for an ordinary flower. Riella was shocked by such a price, as she never imagined that even rare plants could be so expensive. The people around them whispered in surprise, remembering that the starting price last time was only 300, not 5,000, which made things much more difficult for potential buyers. Though most of the people had come just to observe, there were also real buyers, and one of them immediately quoted 10,000 for the flowers. This caused a stir among the onlookers, who turned to see the first buyer. A red-haired, smug-looking man named Hayden appeared before them. He was the owner of the largest flower shop in the capital. Riella immediately recognized him, as she had often seen him purchasing flowers for large sums at auctions, even studying his flower arrangements. Hay had never seen him before, so he turned to the drooping Riella and asked her to tell him about Hayden so he could form his own opinion. The girl explained that Hayden had an apparent obsession with red flowers, as he seemed to buy everything of that variety. He was known for taking home flowers that others would never see again, making his reputation quite unpopular. Last year he had also purchased the rare elves, but these flowers were usually bought for exhibition halls and were never shown to the public. Riella, knowing that these elves could be the last of their kind, tried to calculate how much money she had left, but then she heard the price for the 5 flowers was, once again, set at 10,000 of their local currency, which could easily be equivalent to 500,000 in other countries. This made it even harder to bid. At that moment, a girl in the crowd named Milonia suddenly offered 10,000, 500 roos, forcing the saleswoman to return the flowers to their place. The crowd immediately recognized Milonia as someone who hadn't been seen in a long time, which sparked curiosity and surprise. Milonia lashed out at one man who had criticized her flower-growing style, arguing that it was unique to her. He retorted that it still looked creepy. Then Milonia's eyes locked with Hayden's, and the tension was palpable as a serious bidding war was about to begin. Indeed, the two began to raise the price higher and higher. In the end, Milonia could no longer stand it and demanded that Hayden give up, arguing that his business was slowly dying out and he needed money. Hayden, however, wasn't about to back down. He countered that it was Milonia who should stop, since even her followers had already turned their backs on her. Unable to reach a compromise, the two continued to escalate the price while the onlookers watched in silence. Riella, feeling exhausted by the situation, tugged on the Archduke's sleeve, drawing attention to herself. When he turned around, she suggested that they had seen enough and should return to the carriage and head back to the mansion. H was surprised that Riella wasn't interested in purchasing the flowers or staying to watch the verbal battle between Hayden and Milonia. In truth, the girl wanted the flowers, but she didn't have enough money. Rather than continue torturing herself, she wanted to leave. Just then, the woman in the red headdress called out that the final price was 20,000, and if no one else bid, the flowers would be sold. But, unexpectedly, Han, standing behind the crowd, loudly declared that he was offering 100,000 for the flowers. The crowd gasped in shock. Riella was so stunned by what she had heard that she couldn't speak. She simply stood there, watching the Archduke and the rare elf seller in disbelief. She had never imagined that such a large sum would be bid, and she asked, almost in disbelief, if she had truly heard him correctly. Han repeated his bid with an air of arrogance and irritation, brazenly challenging anyone who could raise it. Riella was even more horrified by this display. Milonia, who had never seen Han before, was shocked that someone would offer such an amount for flowers. Hayden, in addition to his surprise, felt the sting of defeat, as he knew he could outbid Milonia. But he was no match for this unknown buyer. Meanwhile, the Archduke stood as calmly as possible in the middle of the street, waiting for the flowers to be wrapped. Gradually, people began to recognize him, and when it became clear that it was Hound who had bought the flowers, astonished exclamations rippled through the crowd. The noise was something the Archduke did not appreciate. Riella grabbed the Archduke's shoulder and, filled with excitement, demanded to speak with him to learn more about the flowers. The Archduke leaned in and, puzzled, asked if she wanted the flowers so badly. If so, what was the problem now? Riella explained that the flowers were beautiful, but 100,000 was too much to pay for them. She believed such large sums shouldn't be spent recklessly. Hound sighed calmly, thinking the lady might be after something more serious, then said he understood the value of money. He looked Riella in the eye and remarked that, for someone like her, you had to pay a price that matched her worth. When Riella grumbled in dissatisfaction, the Archduke reminded her that she was the Duchess of Hosang, a position that had already changed things for her. He added that as the only Archduke in the kingdom, he shouldn't lower himself. While they were bickering, the bright red elves were sold to Hound for 100,000, as no one else had bid higher. The crowd was thrilled to witness such an expensive transaction, while both Hayden and Milonia were disappointed they had missed out on the plants. Anne immediately turned and demanded the flowers from the saleswoman. Although the rules stated they should only be handed over after payment, the woman made an exception. When the flowers were presented to the Archduke, he turned to Riella and handed them to her, saying that he had bought them for her. Riella blushed, incredibly grateful for the gift, though embarrassed by its price. Looking at her with the bright red flowers, Han became slightly embarrassed and remarked that the elves suited her well. Later, as they were returning to the mansion together, Riella sat in the carriage, shaking. She had accepted the flowers, and now the deal for the lot couldn't be cancelled. Then, she remembered something important and called out to the Archduke, saying she had almost forgotten it. He asked curiously what she meant, and Riella, beaming, said she was talking about breakfast. A little later, Riella brought the Archduke to her close friend, Rena, who was overjoyed to see both of them. Rena immediately sized up the unfamiliar man from head to toe before asking Riella who he was. Riella decided to be honest and confessed that she had brought the Archduke himself to eat with her. Unexpectedly, Riella began to fuss as though deciding what to do. Then she elegantly curtsied and introduced herself to Han, welcoming him to her establishment. The Archduke accepted the bow calmly, but Riella could barely hold back her laughter, knowing full well that Riella had been rehearsing this moment for a long time. Afterward, Rena went to cook, and Riella realized that her friend would likely be proud of herself for quite some time. A few minutes later, Rena served her restaurant's signature dish, which shimmered beautifully on the plate. Riella was delighted and assured Han that her friend's food was truly delicious. As the girl chatted on, the Archduke interrupted, shrewdly asking if Riella was planning to pay for the flowers with her breakfast. The lady immediately fell silent, embarrassed, because she was unhappy that he had figured it out, though she didn't admit anything. Secretly, Riella hoped the Archduke would like Riella's food. Han, however, was lost in thought. On the battlefield, he often had to quickly eat simple soup and crackers, rarely giving much thought to the taste of food. He hadn't savoured a meal in a long time, and watching Riella enjoy her meal, he was struck by the thought that all the struggles of his life had been worth it to see this peaceful moment. The only thing he couldn't accept was how Riella worried about money. He knew that such an amount was nothing to her. Watching her eat, he couldn't help but calculate that even if he took 1,000,000 rubles from Hosang's inheritance, no one would notice. With a smile, He wondered what Riella's reaction would be if he suddenly gave her flowers worth 1,000,000 rubles. Suddenly, Han was surprised by his own thoughts. He couldn't understand why he was even considering giving something to the girl. He concluded that he had become too relaxed due to the contrast between his peaceful life in the battlefield and his observations of Riella. Forcing himself to focus, he told himself that this food was no different from the soup on the battlefield, and he shouldn't let his emotions interfere. Meanwhile, as Han and Riella were having breakfast at Rina's, Nia's condition was worsening. The girl was gradually losing her human form, and her assistant couldn't understand why, since the power of the stone shouldn't have dried up. She had secretly eaten one of her mistress's shining flowers, but it hadn't helped. Nia experienced enormous pain, and, when she looked into the mirror, was afraid of her own reflection. Her assistant suggested it might be the work of Hound, but quickly realized that if he had been behind it, he would have eliminated her differently. Nia was terrified of the moment when the Heliodor stone would stop functioning properly and her dragon instincts began to manifest. She had promised Duchess Hoson that she wouldn't waste this new life, which made her even more anxious. The assistant was determined to fulfill Hosang's last request, to protect Riella at all costs. However, Nia questioned whether she had been too greedy, wondering if she should have found another protector for Riella and returned to where Hosang had found her. Despite her worries, Nia cherished the time spent with Riella, because it was the only time she could laugh so freely. But now, the moment of danger had come, when she heard that Han had brought the lady to the palace, which was a very inconvenient timing for Nia. Meanwhile, the Archduke and Madame were lightly discussing the cost and variety of flowers as they approached the mansion. Nia, filled with fear, thought it was too late for her to run, as she wouldn't be able to slip out of the room unnoticed. The assistant was terrified that Riella might be frightened by her appearance, just like the person Nia had once encountered. She desperately didn't want her mistress to call her a monster or, even worse, accidentally harm Riella. Falling to her knees, Nia covered her ears with her hands, struggling to hold back her sobs. She was consumed by fear, not knowing who or what to pray to, but silently hoping that everything would stop and that she would return to normal. Suddenly, a voice in panic cut through her thoughts. The girl jumped up, searching the room, but found no one. However, the voice persisted, and, though she didn't truly believe it would help, Nia demanded that the unfamiliar voice return her to her original appearance. To her amazement, she felt herself completely revert to normal. Her human form had fully returned. Looking around the room in confusion, Nia couldn't spot anything unusual, and even her headache had vanished. As she tried to process what had just happened, she realized her memories were clouded, and she couldn't recall what had occurred. The more she tried to remember, the more she forgot. Just then, Riella timidly knocked on the door of Nia's room, afraid of disturbing her but eager to see her. The mistress asked for permission to enter, and Nia, relieved to have regained her appearance, allowed Riella inside. When Riella entered, concern was written on her face, despite Nia's assurance that she could handle things. Grabbing Nia's hand, Riella checked her temperature and pulse, only then believing that her assistant was truly back to normal. Riella explained that she had bought Nia a lot of fruits and flowers that were easy to digest and would help her feel better. Nia laughed cheerfully at the thought. When Nia was completely well, she and Riella went to her flower shop. There, the assistant quickly found herself in a playful battle for a glass of juice with Hound. The Archduke, however, declared that Nia had no right to drink or eat the same things as people of higher status. Riella, watching this exchange with concern, felt awkward. As they continued, a woman knocked on the shop window, asking for help. Riella immediately approached her friend and inquired about the situation. The woman explained that she wanted to decorate a table in her restaurant with flowers, but had limited funds. She requested something inexpensive yet beautiful. Riella, who ran her flower business surprisingly well, quickly formed a plan to fulfill the client's request. She carefully selected a few damaged and single flowers, knowing she could combine them into a stunning bouquet. She focused on flowers with slightly wilted petals or broken stems and, with her special scissors, cut the necessary pieces. Afterward, she combined 5 different types of flowers to create an affordable yet beautiful arrangement. When she handed the bouquet to the client, Riella explained that she had used slightly damaged flowers, which kept the price low. The woman was delighted and, before leaving, promised she would never buy from anyone else but Riella. Throughout this, the Archduke watched with slight dissatisfaction, particularly because Riella, with such an inheritance, was working in a flower shop. Nia noticed this and commented that Howd seemed to be eyeing Riella so intently that he might wear a hole in her with his gaze. The Archduke, embarrassed, turned away. He almost missed Lucien's entrance into the shop. Lucien, having gotten bored, decided to visit Riella. Concerned, he brought her a snack so she wouldn't go hungry while working. Riella was surprised by the gesture. Lucien pulled out sweets with flowers, a rare treat that she loved but could hardly find, as they were usually sold out quickly. Seeing this exchange, Haun's anger flared, unable to stand the close communication between Riella and the Round Table representative. Nia, teasing the Archduke, laughed and remarked that he looked as though he wanted to kill Lucien instead of treating him to food. They tried to avoid the Archduke's presence as Lucien stepped further into the store. Lucien greeted Nia and Hound warmly, but the Archduke responded with a cold greeting, still irked by Lucien's closeness to Riella, even though Lucien had no fault in it. Han called Lucien's position into question, suggesting that the representative of the Round Table must be busy. Lucien, however, replied that he had less to do than the Archduke in war, and that, of the two, it was Han who needed to leave the shop. Hearing this exchange, Riella was surprised to learn that the Archduke had also been offered the position of representative for the Round Table, but had refused it. After the argument settled, Lucien noticed the papers on the table and deduced that they were materials related to the Room of Stones. The Archduke, irritated, tried to dismiss the topic, but Lucien had already sat down and began to think aloud with the others about how to open the room. Reluctantly, the Archduke explained that he was able to guess which stones were in the room the last time the door had been opened. He was certain that his guesses were correct and that the Duchess had placed strong protections on the room, making it difficult to open. Shuddering at the thought of the old woman's troublesome nature, Han swallowed hard, knowing for sure that Hosang had designed these puzzles to make him suffer. He explained that the stone room consisted of 3 parts, meaning there would be 3 stages of defense. Lucien, puzzled, asked why they couldn't simply open the doors and take the stones, but Han explained that in order to obtain the strongest stones, they needed to open all the doors. There was no other way to take them. Meanwhile, even the very first and simplest door posed a difficult test, making a lot of noise as it was opened by Camilla, something Riella remembered all too well. Han continued explaining that in the first room there was the wind-free pilly, a very aggressive stone. Lucien, aware of its dangers, was concerned, but the Archduke reassured him, confidently stating that he could pacify the pilly. Lucien was partly convinced but still had doubts. Ham then mentioned that other stones in the room would also pose challenges. Riella, who had been carefully taking notes, began to think back to the day when Camilla entered the room. The Archduke had been able to close the door before the other stones were triggered, but he had managed to glimpse a few. That was why Han was now so worried. He was sure that the obsidian of the abyss was inside, still dormant. Everyone, except Riella, who knew nothing of the stones, grew alarmed. The obsidian of the abyss was one of the strongest stones, and Lucien, though sceptical, agreed that all possibilities should be considered. Riella, noticing their concern, was confused. Lucien, seeing her puzzled expression, began to explain that the obsidian of the abyss was a stone that brought darkness. This stone was feared, as it could cover an entire city in darkness, and the radius of its effect was enormous. But interestingly, Lucien added, while everything around you may be completely black, if you looked up at the sky, you could still see stars. Nia confirmed Lucien's words, revealing that Duchess Hoson had once taught her to navigate by the stars so she could find her way in the dark. Riella was impressed by her assistant's skills, and the others, jealous of the praise, grumbled that they could do it too. Lucien continued to think aloud, realizing that inside the room of stones, no stars would be visible due to the ceiling. This made Riella uneasy, as it meant they wouldn't be able to navigate using the stars. Hound added to Riella's concerns, explaining that it was highly likely that the Duchess had placed the obsidian of the abyss alongside another powerful stone, the infinity spinel. Together, these stones would create a darkness so absolute that no one could find their way due to the infinite space created by the combination. Lucien expressed concern, stating that no matter how powerful a stonemancer was, they would be in danger if they entered the room. He scolded the Archduke for planning to go in alone, warning him that the stones were too unpredictable and ruthless. Nia, teasing Hound, pointed out that Duchess Hoson had conquered all of these stones on her own, which made Riella feel awkward. The Archduke, undeterred, was determined to open the room at all costs, and assured Lucien that he didn't need to come with him. The two men continued to argue when, suddenly, the door to the flower shop swung open and a young man rushed inside, calling for Riella. Alvin, as the boy was named, was immediately met with cold stares from Han, Hound, and Lucien, who considered him too noisy. Alvin, worried he had made a mistake by coming in, hesitated, but Riella, sensing his fear, quickly comforted him. Turning to the evil trio, she asked them to stop scaring her friend, as he had come with an important message. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and Han, Hound, and Lucien became noticeably warmer, allowing Alvin to speak freely. Alvin explained that he urgently needed the largest and most beautiful flowers, as time was running out. Riella, noticing his anxiety, asked if Charlotte had truly returned. Alvin confirmed that she would arrive in just a few minutes, but there were no flowers prepared. Riella felt sympathy for the couple, knowing they had never been able to confess their feelings during their past separation. She genuinely wanted to help Alvin. Alvin, desperate, offered to pay any amount if Riella could make a bouquet before Charlotte's arrival. Without hesitation, Riella set to work, gathering the most beautiful and largest flowers she could find. Her hands moved swiftly, expertly, alternating between tools to create the perfect bouquet. Alvin, watching nervously, saw a group of stonemancers returning from a battle against the dragon, and among them was Charlotte. He shouted the news to Riella, and she rushed to speed up her work. With mere seconds left, Riella had to decide which flowers would best suit Charlotte's appearance, considering her hair and eyes. Throughout the frantic preparations, the Archduke, observing the scene, realized that he had never considered flowers to be of much interest before, but now he found himself fascinated by their compositions. Han, though he knew Riella could use some assistance, was at a loss for what to do since he knew nothing about flowers and decided to remain out of the way. Meanwhile, Lucien rolled up his sleeves and approached the lady, asking if he could help her with anything. The girl thanked him for the offer, but explained that if he had no experience in assembling a bouquet, he wouldn't be able to help. Lucien then took the already prepared flowers and, in just a few moments, crafted a beautiful bouquet. Riella was delighted, especially since he'd managed to correctly arrange the flowers and materials in the composition. Now that Lucien's skills had been confirmed, he took on the red flowers and asked the girl to handle the purple ones. As Riella and Lucien worked together, cheerfully chatting, Naya and Han felt out of place, as they didn't quite fit into the situation. But before long, the bouquet was ready and handed to Alvin. Upon seeing its beauty, Alvin was overjoyed. He immediately rushed to Charlotte and happily handed her the bouquet, which she loved so much that she even burst into tears. Riella watched the happy reunion of the two lovers, feeling pleased that both of them were so happy with her bouquet. Suddenly she remembered her assistant, turned to Lucien and asked where he had learned to handle flowers. Lucien simply replied that his father was the royal florist, Sir Mice, and that he had learned a little about flowers from him. Hearing this, Riella initially thought Lucien might be mistaken. After all, Sir Mose had come from humble beginnings and had risen to become a respected florist for the royal family. He was renowned for breeding new and rare plant varieties. Riella could hardly believe Lucien was the son of such a great florist. Still, she felt a sense of gratitude that she now had a friend who was so knowledgeable about flowers. She came closer to Lucien and began begging him to ask his father a few questions about flowers. He agreed. Watching their sweet exchange, Han felt a pang of sadness and disappointment. He understood that he had no right to limit Riella's interactions, but somehow the idea of her being closer to someone else than to him bothered him. Even though he had a duty to open the room of stones and retrieve all the stones there, something about Riella's connection with Lucien stirred feelings in him that he couldn't quite understand. Just then, a crowd of assistants from the king's palace burst into the shop without knocking. One of the men, who seemed to command the guards, stepped forward, bowed to the Archduke and delivered a message from the palace. Han gave his permission to speak, and the guards explained that the king demanded his immediate return, along with all the stones. Riella was surprised by the urgency of the message and the quick return of the guards. The Archduke silently walked past her, remarking that since he had been called, he must go. Riella called out to him, wanting to talk, but before she could catch up, he had already jumped into his carriage and left. She felt a wave of concern, wondering what might be happening, but Nia calmed her down, explaining that, as the strongest stonemancer, Han was frequently called on urgent missions. Riella tried to distract herself from her worries by taking care of her greenhouse and shop. However, she couldn't help but think about the Archduke. Nia had told her his absence wouldn't last long, but it had already been 3 days with no word from him. She was upset because he hadn't even sent a letter or had someone deliver a message. Later, during dinner, Riella couldn't help but stare at the empty seat across from her, where the Archduke's plate remained untouched. Nia noticed her thoughts and gently suggested that she not blame him, but Riella couldn't shake the feeling of disappointment. The following day, Riella went to check the mail. Her heart raced, hoping to find something from Han, but after searching through every letter, she found nothing. She returned to her room, feeling a mix of sadness and frustration. As the rain poured outside, she watched the flowers in her chambers, but couldn't seem to find joy. That night, unable to sleep from the uncertainty, Riella decided to sneak into Han's room to feel closer to him. She was surprised by how empty and cold the room felt, even though it had only been a week since he had left. Still, not wanting to leave, she lay down on the bed and thought about their time together. She realized that without those wonderful moments, it might be easier to cope with his absence. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. The next morning, Nia came searching for her, and Riella woke up embarrassed to have fallen asleep in someone else's room. To her surprise, Nia announced that Han had returned. Overwhelmed with happiness, Riella quickly got ready and rushed toward the mansion. Unsure of what to say, she silently looked at the Archduke. Han, noticing her sweet expression, was slightly embarrassed but greeted her warmly. Riella, having chosen a cool demeanor, turned her head away slightly and greeted him more formally in response. Seeing the coldness in her behavior, Han looked puzzled, not understanding why she was acting this way. His confused expression irritated Riella, as she believed it was wrong of him to leave without telling her anything. So she continued to coldly ask how he had been, and scolded him for being gone for an entire week. However, Riella suddenly became embarrassed, unsure whether her tone had been too formal. Han asked why she had been waiting for him and worrying, since, in his view, they weren't particularly close. Taken off guard by the question, Riella didn't know how to respond. Han, blushing a little, continued to ask why she had been waiting for him, expressing curiosity about her feelings. Realizing she couldn't avoid the question, Riella admitted that she had been worried all this time. She tried to justify herself by saying it was normal to worry about someone when you hadn't heard from them in a while. Hearing this, Hun felt a warmth inside from her words. He didn't say anything, but was moved by her concern. Riella, feeling even more embarrassed, blushed from the excitement that overcame her. She added that although he was strong, monsters could still hurt him, but Han, still quiet, leaned in closer and stared directly into her eyes, as if confirming whether she was telling the truth. After a pause, he admitted that he had been embarrassed to talk about his investigation, but assured her there were no enemies nearby. However, seeing how worried she was, Han realized she wanted him to be more attentive to her. Remembering this, he decided to change the subject and asked if she had time over the weekend. Riella immediately replied that she didn't, explaining that she would be busy with lawyers. Han was surprised at how seriously she took her duties, and Riella simply smiled in response. The weekend brought some serious news. Riella was told she needed to inspect her property. She was surprised, but the lawyer explained that it would be useful to know the full extent of her inheritance. He suggested she examine the nearby area, which had a few houses. Since the lawyer had a lot to do, he invited Riella to join Han on a trip. Riella felt that there would be no problems travelling with the Archduke and her assistant, as they had learned to avoid quarrels. That same night, a heavy downpour made her worry that the trip would be cancelled. But the next morning the sun shone brightly, and all the puddles had dried up, so they could safely depart. Riella was eager for the trip, but was worried that the carriage ride would cause motion sickness for Nia and Han. She was thrilled about the journey, but when she handed Nia the bag for the trip, she asked Han why Nia wasn't coming with them. The Archduke explained that since the trip had been spontaneous, they didn't have time to get Nia's permission. This, however, did not stop Nia from threatening Han, ensuring he would closely monitor the mistress's safety. And so, Riella and the Archduke set off on their journey together. Soon a hole appeared in their path, requiring a jump. Riella wasn't at all startled. Instead, she grabbed the reins, spurred her horse, and expertly leapt over the obstacle. When she landed gracefully, the Archduke was stunned and asked, "Where did you learn to ride like that?" Riella explained that, as a child, she often rode with one of her sisters before they moved to the capital. She added that she had two older sisters, one who breeds horses and the other who works as a doctor. Hound asked if she missed them and how she coped when she couldn't see them. Riella admitted that she missed them, but there wasn't much she could do since her sisters were busy with their work. Most of the time, she tried not to dwell on the separation and focused on her own affairs. Seeing how difficult it was for Riella to talk about her family, Hound suggested changing the subject and taking a break. The lady, somewhat tired from the trip, agreed. She quickly dismounted and noticed something sparkling on the ground nearby. Intrigued, she stepped closer and discovered a small crystal lying on a stone, shining in the sunlight. Hound confirmed her suspicion. "That's a crystal," he said. Riella asked if it had any special powers. The Archduke asked her to hand it over, and with a casual gesture, he activated it. Suddenly, a whole flock of sheep appeared from the crystal's memory, much to Riella's delight. When she asked why she was so surprised by something so simple, Hound explained that Duchess Hoson had never shown her anything like this before. Eager to see more, Riella asked if he could show her something else. The Archduke agreed and set off in search of another stone. Soon he found another crystal, which, although menacing in appearance, he decided to activate. This time, the surroundings were enveloped in complete darkness, leaving only the two of them in sight. A moment later, two faint lights appeared, flickering softly, gradually illuminating the area. Riella, though initially surprised, wasn't afraid. Hound speculated that they were facing one of the strongest stones, with memories dating back to the creation of the world. He explained that the strength of a stone wasn't just about its innate qualities, but also how it was cared for. To clarify, he pulled out two sapphires, one polished and one raw. He first demonstrated the power of a finely crafted sapphire by conjuring a small flame. The blue light fascinated Riella, resembling a real blazing blue flame. After she had seen enough, Hound activated the raw sapphire. A massive blue fire engulfed them, its roar stretching for meters. Startled, Riella instinctively grabbed Hound's clothes for comfort. He too was caught off guard, embarrassed by the sudden closeness. He'd signed a document barring him from initiating any physical contact with her, but since she had touched him first, he realized he hadn't broken his oath. Riella, still frightened, asked Hound to cancel the effect. He did so and explained that the first sapphire had been passed down through generations without much care, while the second had been cherished by its owner, preserving its original appearance. As Hound spoke, Riella began thinking about Duchess Hosang's many powerful stones that had been neglected over time. The Archduke then shifted the conversation, telling her that the royal family was eager to claim Hosang's inheritance and that she might soon receive many business and marriage proposals. At this, Riella immediately thought of Lucien. Hound noted that if she married him, she would have control over the inheritance, as only their children would be able to claim it. Riella felt a deep sadness, realizing that both she and Hound were trapped in the expectations of others. The Archduke concluded that the royal family's greed for the inheritance would help weaken the influence of the other powerful noble houses. Grateful for the explanation, Riella reflected on the enormity of what she had inherited, which only filled a few lines in the will. Suddenly they heard barking. Turning around, Riella saw a farmer running across the field, shouting at his dog, who was happily playing and not at all inclined to return. The sight of the dog's carefree joy brought a smile to Riella's face, distracting her from the heavy thoughts that had been weighing on her. Meanwhile, the owner became increasingly upset as his dog continued to escape. Desperate to retrieve the lively fugitive, the dog eventually ran straight up to Riella, sniffing her harmlessly and wagging its tail. The farmer quickly apologized for his pet's behavior, but the lady didn't mind and even petted the dog. She asked, "Is his name really Hound?" The owner chuckled and acknowledged that naming the dog after the Archduke might be a bit much, but his daughter had insisted, as the Archduke had once saved her. As the farmer finally caught the dog and began to pet him, he told Riella an old story. The farmer had once lived on the northern front line, and one day a dragon attacked his village, setting everything ablaze. He tried to escape with his family, but his youngest daughter went missing. Desperate, he searched for her amidst the fire until a sudden downpour extinguished the flames, allowing him to search more easily. It was thanks to this rain that the farmer heard his daughter's voice and found her. Supia had been trapped in a barn which had caught fire and couldn't leave earlier. She had saved a puppy from the flames, which was why she hadn't joined the others when they fled. Though scared, she was unharmed, and her father hugged her, relieved but also scolding her for running off. Supia then mentioned that an uncle had saved her, someone named Han, and it was his reign that had helped everyone. The farmer, still grateful but never having been able to meet the Archduke to thank him, added that despite the rumours about Han, he remained a benefactor to his family. Riella looked at Han, now understanding the connection between the dog and the man, though Han remained silent, not wanting to reveal himself. She too said nothing. The farmer then asked what the unfamiliar pair was doing in the area, wondering if they were employees of Lady Riella. Riella blushed slightly at the respectful way he addressed her and asked, "What do you mean?" The farmer explained that he was referring to the heirs of Duchess Hosang and expressed his concerns about what would happen after her death. However, he was glad that Riella had inherited everything, as it meant he could continue working freely in agriculture. Riella didn't know how to answer, but was relieved when the Archduke stepped in, explaining that they were simply preparing for the hunting season. The farmer accepted this and apologized for holding them up before heading off. As they resumed their journey, Riella asked why Han hadn't told the farmer the truth. The Archduke replied that revealing their identities would have been burdensome, and they didn't fully know who the farmer was. Riella countered that she wasn't in any real danger, and the lawyers had assured her that no one would benefit if something happened to her. Han remained silent for a moment, then explained that there were people who acted out of hatred, not for profit, and their actions could be unpredictable. Riella, taken aback, had no response. She felt as if Han had faced these dangers many times before, which is why he spoke so confidently. Han reassured her that everything was fine today, and when Riella asked what he meant, he revealed that he had scanned the farmer with a jasper scout stone, a crystal designed for reconnaissance. It had scanned the entire area, even the dog, and found nothing suspicious. Riella was intrigued, asking how Han had acquired such a useful stone. Han explained that his older brother had given it to him, but his mood shifted slightly as he spoke of it. Riella realized that he was referring to the king, and her smile faded. Han asked her not to tell anyone that he possessed the Jasper Stone, as it was traditionally a royal possession, meant to protect the king from enemies. Riella shuddered, asking if it was normal for the Archduke to share such important information with her. Han explained that now the situation was fair, since he knew her secret and she knew his. Lost in thought, Han remembered the moment his brother had given him the Jasper Stone. Initially, Han had tried to refuse it, but the king insisted, threatening to forbid him from participating in expeditions if he didn't accept it. The king had apologized, saying he wished he could give Han more but had to send him into battle. Han was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Riella calling his name. She then asked about the stone Han had used to summon rain during the dragon fight. Han explained that it was the Howin shower stone, and Riella immediately noted that its name was similar to his own. Han agreed, saying it was like fate, and took out the stone for her to examine. Riella was curious and asked if the stone had always been this colour. Han explained that it had lost its power over time and was now in a state of hibernation. Suddenly, Riella had an idea. She rummaged through her pockets and found a petal from a glowing flower she had grown herself, a powerful and rare flower. She handed the petal to Han and asked if it might have a similar effect to the flower itself. Han was taken aback, not expecting Riella to offer part of the flower. She explained that she had found the petal that morning and picked it up with no harm intended. Riella believed it would be better to restore such an important stone quickly, so she gave the glowing petal to Han. The Archduke was still pleasantly embarrassed by the girl's help, as he highly valued glowing flowers, but he obeyed. After placing the petal on the stone, Han began to recite the required spell, not expecting a quick effect. However, surprisingly, the crystal almost immediately filled with bright colour, as if it were completely new and just purchased. Han was shocked that just one petal from a glowing flower could restore the stone's power so effectively. As he was about to thank the girl, thunder roared and an incredibly heavy downpour began the moment the stone activated. The Archduke stared at the girl in complete amazement, as he had not expected the stone to work so quickly. He remembered that this crystal had not responded well to him before, but he never imagined it would act like this. Apologizing to the lady for being unable to calm the crystal at that moment, Han told her to follow him. The rain was so cold that the girl could soon catch a chill, so the Archduke hurried to find shelter. Being familiar with the area, he quickly found a mansion, even through the heavy downpour. Riella tried to knock on the doors, but no one opened. Not daring to enter without permission, she hesitated. For some reason, Han stood silently, staring at the building for a moment before asking if the lady wanted to enter. Without waiting for an answer, he approached the door and tried to open it, peacefully at first. However, lacking the skills of a burglar and growing impatient, he simply broke the door down. Once inside, Han said calmly, "Since it's open, we can go in." The girl was worried about the violation, but the Archduke reasoned that she needed to warm up and change clothes, as she was already shivering. It was unclear what might happen next, so Riella agreed to stay. As they entered, she noted with surprise how dusty the house was, indicating the owners hadn't been there in a long time. Han went upstairs, saying he'd check the rest of the house, leaving Riella to inspect the first floor. Soon, Riella found an old blanket, which she intended to use as a towel, but she needed to shake the dust out of it first. Suddenly, a clean towel fell on her from behind, ideal for drying herself. Riella screamed in surprise, turning around to find the Archduke, who had decided to play a little joke on her. Han told her not to be offended and urged her to dry off quickly to avoid catching a cold. Since Han hadn't brought himself a towel, he removed his wet top and started wringing out the bottom of his clothes. Riella, noticing he wasn't drying himself off, suggested he should too. Han replied that he was fine and, feeling fatigued, rubbed his head. The girl looked at him sarcastically and, taking advantage of the moment, came up with a playful plan to get back at him for the scare. While Han relaxed, Riella threw a towel over his head, just like he had done for her. Unlike Riella, Han wasn't frightened, but he was slightly annoyed by the surprise. However, by the time he looked up, she had already disappeared from the room. She shouted to him to make sure he dried himself off so he wouldn't freeze. Han, now left alone, obeyed and began drying himself, although he noticed a faint floral scent from the towel, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, Riella, hiding in another room, worried that she might have overdone the prank, but it was too late to change anything now. Trying not to dwell on it, she remembered that she needed to change clothes. However, her clothes were so wet that they stuck to her, and it took quite a while to get them off. Han had already prepared a robe for her, and Riella was grateful. After changing, she came back downstairs to thank him for his help, discovering that he had nearly gotten the fire going to warm up. Anne called her closer to dry her clothes by the fire so they would dry faster, and Riella obediently placed her wet clothes near the fireplace. As the warmth enveloped her, she approached Han, smiling, and commented on how nice it was that the fireplace was so hot so they wouldn't be cold anymore. Han, embarrassed by the closeness, quickly stood up, turned away, and started searching for an excuse. Failing to come up with one, he muttered that he would check around the mansion and rushed into another room, leaving Riella puzzled. Not chasing after him, Riella stayed by the fire, warming herself. Her thoughts drifted to the glowing flowers, and she began to realize why the Duchess had asked her not to tell anyone about her abilities. They were very strong. However, she couldn't help but notice that Han had never shown interest in her flowers, nor had he even noticed them. She decided not to dwell on these matters for now, as they were too complicated. As she absent-mindedly lifted her sleeve, she noticed the embroidery on her robe, which revealed the owner of the clothing and the mansion. Meanwhile, Han, having punched the wall in frustration, tried to calm himself but couldn't stop thinking about Riella in his robe. The image of her wearing his clothes while not walking around in wet ones made him feel increasingly embarrassed, especially since it reminded him of a possible future marriage, where she would wear his robes. Han recalled his childhood in this mansion. How, as a young boy, he had been exiled here after being removed from the palace. His abilities had developed too quickly and strongly, which had caused concern among the royal family. Despite being compared unfavorably to his brother, who was destined to become king, Han had been sent away to live in this mansion, where he would remain for many years. The only good thing about being here was meeting the Duchess Hoson, who had been terrifying at first, but whom Han had eventually come to know. Shaking off the memories, Han decided to find something to take with him when he returned to the room. Riella had nearly fallen asleep by the fire, and he was relieved to see her peaceful expression. He began to justify his absence when she suddenly asked if this was truly his mansion. Han was taken aback, but Riella showed him the initials embroidered on her robe. He hadn't realized his name was on the clothing, but he didn't deny that he had lived here as a child. Riella immediately began to ask him about his childhood in this mansion, and Han, sitting down next to her, agreed to tell her a story while her clothes dried. Riella loved stories in any form, especially those about Monsieur Hoson, whom Han had known. Han explained that before arriving at this mansion, he had met Hoson, but their connection had been limited to mere greetings. Riella, still surprised by how long Han had known the Duchess, was curious to know more, but Han chose not to go into details about her volatile character. Time passed quickly, and as evening fell, Riella began to feel sleepy. Han, who had been telling stories enthusiastically, hadn't noticed how quiet she had become. Turning toward her, he realized she had fallen asleep, snoring peacefully. He quietly approached her, covering her with a blanket and checking her clothes to ensure they were dry. However, Han still had wet spots on his clothes and decided to remove them to dry while Rielle continued to sleep. The difficulty was that the stones Han usually relied on to dry things were temporarily blocked. As he removed his clothes, Han was unaware that he stood in front of the still sleeping Rielle in an almost bare state. She turned in her sleep, causing the blanket to fall off but continued to sleep. Han, hoping she wouldn't wake up, decided to cover her again. But just as he did, a loud thunderclap caused Rielle to jump up, screaming. Han froze in embarrassment, realizing that he had been caught in an incredibly awkward position. Rielle, now fully awake, blushed deeply upon realizing what had happened. She waved her hands frantically, trying to explain the situation, while Han himself was just as embarrassed. Both of them apologized at the same time, though it had been an accident. Surprised by the situation, they stared at each other in silence before Han awkwardly explained that he had only meant to cover her after her blanket had fallen. Rielle, still flustered, listened calmly, but then gently covered Han with a towel to help him relax. She invited him to sit next to her and dry off completely, promising to watch over the horses until the rain stopped. Han, exhausted, agreed and lay down, but Rielle asked him to rest while she kept an eye on things. Though still embarrassed, the two tried to ignore the awkwardness. When they returned to Rielle's mansion, Nia greeted them angrily. The Archduke couldn't offer any excuses for their delay, since the storm had been caused by the activation of his stone. Nia was furious, but Rielle stepped in to defend Han, assuring the assistant that the rain had been an accident. Though initially upset, Nia eventually calmed down after confirming that the Archduke had not forced Rielle into anything. Rielle continued to defend Han, explaining that he had helped her greatly on her journey. Once the rain stopped, they decided it was too late to return, so they waited until the morning to leave. Although a small scandal erupted at the mansion, it eventually calmed down, and Rielle returned to her usual duties. However, since the trip, Rielle had been quietly observing Han, wondering what he was thinking, but whenever she caught his gaze, he quickly turned away. Confused, she didn't ask any questions but quietly kept her distance, though she didn't like how the Archduke seemed to be avoiding her. Still, she pretended not to care. Meanwhile, everything reached a point where Han became too busy for joint dinners at the mansion. Once again, the lady found herself eating alone, only accompanied by Nia. Deciding not to dwell on it, Riella went to the flower shop, and Han called his assistant almost immediately. Nia, sensing tension, expressed her displeasure about approaching the Archduke since they didn't get along well. Without saying a word, Han placed a box on the table and asked her to take it. The assistant was taken aback when he realized it was a box from the Archduke containing one of his stones. He was confused about why Han was giving it to her. Han explained that he had received permission for Nia to use it within the palace to protect her mistress. He added that he needed to leave for a while and wanted to ensure Riella's safety in his absence. Surprised, the assistant asked if this meant Han was finally entering the room of stones, and Han, with a serious expression, confirmed that he would open the first room in 2 weeks. Later, Han asked his assistant Pooh if he was able to acquire all the stones the Archduke had requested. Pooh bowed his head apologetically, admitting that several stones had been denied to him, and he couldn't retrieve them. However, Han had anticipated this, and instructed him to bring Spannel as a substitute for the stone the Queen had withheld. Once the task was completed, Han placed 2 stones on a cloth. One was Spannel, and the other was a related stone. The latter was called related because it copied the power of the crystal next to it. Sometimes the abilities of the related stone were opposite, which balanced the powers of both crystals. Though using the royal stone was impossible, Han had no choice but to rely on the related stone, even though it was a risky endeavor. The likelihood of the related stone being activated was very low, and Han was already considering how to make it work as needed. Time was running out before the room of stones opened, and Han knew he had to proceed cautiously. Riella's safety was his top priority, followed by the opening of the room containing her inheritance. Just the day before, Han had warned Riella that he would return to his palace to prepare for the opening of the first door, and that he hoped she would warmly welcome him upon his return. Riella had agreed without question, and Han, though slightly embarrassed by her words, tried to hide his feelings. A week had passed since that conversation, and Riella was now at peace, quietly sipping tea in her chambers. The flower shop had passed inspection for the festival, and she was happy with the progress. However, despite the success, Riella felt incredibly bored. Nia noticed this and commented on how tired she seemed, but Riella quickly reassured her that she was fine. To lift Riella's spirits, Nia suggested they go for a walk. Although Riella was initially hesitant, Nia persuaded her, explaining that, thanks to Han's arrangements, she could now protect her mistress at any time. So they set out for the day, determined to enjoy themselves. When they arrived in the city, Riella was in awe of the beauty surrounding them. She regretted that they hadn't ventured out sooner, as she was already having so much fun. She dragged Nia into a clothing store and decided to buy her a red ribbon, which she thought suited Nia's deep black hair perfectly. The assistant was flustered by the compliment and asked if it really looked good. Riella explained that the colour red suited Nia, but her own light brown hair wasn't a good match for such a ribbon. Suddenly, Nia's mood shifted as she became downcast, remembering something unpleasant. Riella sensed there was more to the story and pressed her for an answer. Nia admitted that she didn't like black, but she didn't elaborate further. Riella, trying to change the subject, asked Nia to name her favourite colour, but Nia replied that she didn't have one. The conversation shifted, and Nia confessed that this was her first time shopping and she was enjoying it. To cheer Riella up even more, Nia decided to buy as many things as possible, loading a basket with clothes. Later, when the girls had nearly emptied the store, the owner came to see them off and invited them back. Riella laughed, acknowledging that they might have bought too much, but Nia dismissed it with a cheerful attitude. However, the bags were cumbersome, so Riella suggested they take them to the carriage. Nia quickly found it, much to Riella's surprise, and ran off to retrieve the packages. While waiting on the bench, Riella enjoyed the beautiful weather. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her. A child was crying and a woman was scolding her daughter for breaking flowers. The woman was upset because the flowers were meant for an important guest. Riella turned to investigate, intrigued by the noise. As she observed the scene, she realized that the woman's anger stemmed not only from the broken flowers, but also from a deeper misunderstanding, and she quickly deduced the situation. Meanwhile, the mother decided to try and put the basket of flowers back together, carelessly inserting the stems into the ground. Riella, horrified by such rough treatment, stood up from the bench and approached the woman, offering her help with the flowers. The mother eyed Riella suspiciously, not recognizing her, and the lady realized she hadn't introduced herself yet. Quickly, Riella explained that she owned a flower shop and had the skills to help. Hearing this, the woman hesitated, then agreed to let Riella restore the flowers, expressing her gratitude. Riella squatted down and carefully examined the flowers, figuring out how best to restore them. The woman, uncertain of the process, asked if it was too difficult. Riella reassured her that all she needed was good scissors, and soon after, she began creating a beautiful bouquet. The woman, relieved that the flowers would be fine, returned to her shop and soon brought even more beautiful flowers for Riella to use in the bouquet. Riella felt fortunate that her past experience with damaged flowers allowed her to help, but even she found it slightly difficult to combine the colours of the plants. The little girl, who had accidentally destroyed the original bouquet, asked if the flowers could be revived, to which Riella promised to make them even more beautiful, but only if the girl promised not to touch them again. Daisy agreed, and, just then, Nia returned, having safely carried the shopping to the carriage. She was surprised to see Riella helping with the flowers, but the lady calmly explained that she just wanted to help people, even though they had come to the city to relax. Seeing Riella happily creating bouquets for strangers, Nia decided not to interrupt. A few hours later, the sun began to set, painting the streets in orange tones. The important guest Daisy's mother had been expecting arrived. The elderly man immediately noticed the bouquet on the street and admired the composition of colours, impressed by the skill behind it. Daisy ran up to him with joyful screams, as they had not seen each other for some time. The grandfather, delighted to see his granddaughter, took her in his arms and asked how she was doing. Daisy pointed at the bouquets and explained that the kind girl had made them. The old man, curious about the person behind the beautiful flowers, asked Daisy's mother for more details. The woman explained that while they didn't know the girl's name, she had mentioned owning a flower shop. The old man, impressed by the bouquets, decided to buy them all, asking Daisy's mother to wrap them for him. That evening, Riella sat on her bed, feeling both tired and happy. Nia praised her for doing a good job and walking a lot, though she was a bit concerned about the amount of clothes Riella had bought. The assistant was eager to dress Riella up, but the lady was too tired to argue and simply wanted to sleep. Once Nia left, Riella was left alone with her thoughts, many of which were focused on the soon-to-be-opened room of stones. She felt tense, wondering whether she should tell Han about the flower with another bud. She hesitated, unsure if he would care, but then remembered that Han had given her the flower, so perhaps he should know about it. However, she decided to wait and not share this information just yet. A couple of days later, Luciane arrived for an honorary visit with the Stonemancers from the Round Table. Riella, already aware of their arrival, prepared herself and the mansion for the meeting. She greeted them with dignity, though she felt nervous and confused. Lucien, confident in his position, and the Stonemancers began discussing their plans, and in a moment of conversation, Riella admitted that she had been worrying about the opening of the room, and what might happen when Camilla opened the door. Curious, Riella asked one of the Stonemancers how they planned to open the room and stabilize the stones. Lucien, eager to explain, shared that the fury of the wind from the last opening would awaken immediately upon opening the first door. However, with the power of the holding stone, they planned to prevent the wind from causing any destruction. Lucien mentioned that more than 20 stones would be needed for this, which shocked Riella. He clarified that only he, Riella and Han would enter the room, with others standing by as a safety net. He explained that fewer people in the room would reduce the risk of danger, especially since the infinity spanel could expand the room into an entire street if it wasn't controlled. Riella began to understand that Han would be doing most of the work inside the room. Even though he was the strongest stonemancer, she was still worried about his ability to control the stones alone. Lucien mentioned that he had tried to reason with Han, but it was pointless. At that moment, the servants announced Han's arrival, so Riella and Lucien paused their conversation. When Han entered, Riella greeted him sweetly, but, to her surprise, he walked past her without saying a word. He addressed the servants as if Riella wasn't even there, leaving her in shock and confusion. She couldn't understand his behavior, especially since it seemed as though he was avoiding her. Han, however, was conflicted. Despite his business and preparations, his thoughts were consumed with Riella, and he feared his growing feelings for her. That night, Han struggled to understand his emotions, especially when he imagined Riella leading their child by the hand, a thought that left him blushing. The next day, Han arrived at the Countess's mansion, cold and distant. Riella tried to catch his gaze, but he turned away each time. As they got closer, he managed to escape further questions by focusing on the opening of the stone room. Riella felt uncomfortable, as it seemed that as soon as they got closer, they both pulled away. Lucien, however, stayed close to Riella, explaining everything to her and showing her the crystals. When Han finally announced that the assault on the Duchess's stone room was beginning, everyone gathered in front of the doors. As the doors opened, a strong gust of wind rushed out, and Riella clung to Nia. The assistant quickly instructed Lucien to stabilize the wind, and within moments the wind weakened, allowing them to stand calmly. Riella, relieved and surprised by how the wind was controlled, realized that nothing scared her anymore. Meanwhile, Han managed to completely deal with the raging stone, allowing the originally chosen 4 to enter the room. The lady was immediately curious about how the Archduke had managed to make the stone let them in. Han explained that it was not his merit. It seemed as though the room had simply decided to allow Riella in on its own, as the doors were no longer locked. Before entering, Han gave instructions to the stonemancers. Only after that did the others turn toward the newly opened entrance. Riella, Lucien, Han and Nia entered the first room. It was small but contained valuable items and stones. They began examining everything, but most of their attention was drawn to the magical books. Riella looked around in awe, as she was unfamiliar with the stones and was seeing such a room for the first time. Unexpectedly, Lucien pointed out that the structure of the room had changed slightly, which surprised Riella. Indeed, although they had entered through the door behind them, there was now a passage leading to another part of the room instead of an exit. While Riella marveled at the room, this change struck her as well, since she was now the owner of the room. Han asked her for permission to open the box containing stones, and the girl, bewildered, allowed everyone to examine whatever they wanted, as she didn't mind at all. However, the idea of being an eyes was starting to feel strange to Riella. As she casually walked past the items, her attention fell on a stone placed on a pedestal which was firmly fixed in place. Completely unaware of its significance, Riella read the name aloud, Splitting Agate. Hearing this, Lucien and Han immediately turned around in fear, not expecting such a stone to be in the first room. Riella, not knowing its importance, asked what made it so famous. The representative of the Round Table began explaining the stone's historical background, mentioning the Fell Gorge, which had been created by this very stone. Riella was alarmed by the power of the crystal, realizing that in the wrong hands it could become a dangerous weapon. Lucien added that the danger posed by this stone was comparable to the Heliodor crystal. At the mention of the latter, Nia shuddered, but only the Archduke noticed this, though he said nothing. Han commented that this stone might be a replica, and Riella immediately asked what a replica meant. They explained that it was a weaker copy of the original stone. After processing the information, Riella looked at the splitting agate, and suddenly asked if it could be taken out. Han was bewildered by the request, but Riella explained that she just wanted to examine such an amazing stone and would return it afterward. With a sigh, the Archduke gave permission to examine the crystal, but first he decided to ensure it was safe. Lucien and Han carefully examined the agate and found no signs of danger since the stone was dormant. Satisfied, Han handed the crystal to Riella and she began to inspect it with great interest. Suddenly, while feeling the fabric holding the stone, Riella felt something paper-like inside. She pulled out an envelope. Her assistant immediately recognized the handwriting on the envelope. It was from Duchess Hoson, though Riella had no knowledge of it. Before Riella could open the envelope, Nia snatched it from her hands, checking for any danger but finding nothing. Inside, there was no personal message, just a description of the agate crystal, which the Duchess had compiled herself. As Nia read, Han suddenly sensed one of the stones in the room, which had not yet been pacified, beginning to stir. The Archduke quickly pushed Lucien toward Riella and Nia to protect them, while he decided to deal with the awakened obsidian. The girl, unprepared for the sudden darkness, almost didn't hear Lucien's instructions. He extended his hand to Riella and asked her to hold on tightly so they could make their way to the exit together. Nia walked on Riella's left, and Lucien guided her from the right, almost holding her arm as they took the necessary steps. The lady counted each step with trepidation, afraid of making a mistake. Lucien told her to extend her hand forward, and she quickly felt for the door. Lucien signalled to Han that they had arrived safely and were not in any immediate danger, so he could proceed. The Archduke explained that the door wouldn't open yet, so they had to wait. Lucien reported that he had activated the stone, and Han confirmed that he had completed his task. Riella was surprised that the Archduke was left alone, but Lucien explained that otherwise they would only interfere with him. However, before Lucien could take Riella out, she suddenly broke away from him and found herself lost in the darkness. Alone, she couldn't see anything. The distorted sounds seemed to come from every direction, making it difficult to orient herself. Overcome with fear and loneliness, Riella sank to her knees and struggled to breathe. But soon she realized this wouldn't help and pushed herself up to stand, moving forward cautiously. She soon found something warm and soft and clung to it, only to realize it was Han. He warned her not to knead his thigh without permission, as it was his leg she had grabbed. Riella blushed terribly and pulled her hands away, but Han caught her wrist, preventing her from getting lost again. Deeply embarrassed, Riella tried to apologize, but the Archduke, not dwelling on the moment, sternly asked her to be patient. He reassured her that soon Nia and Lucien would come to her aid. Han retrieved a related spinel, hoping it would work despite its low activation probability. Determined, he used all his inner strength to activate it. The crystal came to life, though it was clear from Han's laboured breathing that it wasn't easy for him. Riella watched, holding her breath, as he gathered his strength into a fist and forced the stone to activate, hoping it would assist her. Feeling that he was succeeding, Han asked Riella to prepare herself for the magic of the stone. Though she had no magical powers, Riella could sense something happening. Moments later she felt dizzy, and suddenly she found herself near Lucien, who immediately took her hand to guide her, ensuring she wouldn't get lost again. Han, who had landed nearby, scolded Lucien for losing track of Riella in the darkness, but Lucien justified himself by saying his priority was ensuring no one was harmed. Confused by the conversation, Riella asked what was happening, and Nia explained that the spinel had expanded the space, which is why Riella had gotten lost. Han's sister stone had been narrowing the space. The problem was the potential conflict between the stones due to the rapid changes in the environment. Lucien added that due to the absolute darkness, it was difficult to navigate, but the stones would give them a sense of direction. Riella quickly realized that, since they couldn't see, they would need to rely on sound. She could distinguish the sound of Han's footsteps retreating, which concerned her, as she felt they should stick together. Before she could catch up to Han, a blinding flash of light filled the room. When Riella opened her eyes, she realized the room had returned to normal, but its shape was distorted, likely due to the spatial spinel's effects. Far ahead, Han was battling a powerful stone, seemingly struggling to control it. Riella doubted whether they should intervene, as it was obvious he was having a difficult time. However, Lucien objected, explaining that his task was to protect Riella and that he could not afford to be distracted. As Riella was about to ask what Lucien meant, he shielded her from a powerful explosion with a wave of his hand, confirming that his role was to protect her and prevent the stone's powers from conflicting. Nia added that Han had entrusted their protection to them because of their respective abilities, though Lucien was already quite fatigued from the battle. After assessing the situation, Nia said they needed to find the spinel as soon as possible. Riella asked why, and Nia explained that the stone was unpredictable. While the power of other stones could be somewhat anticipated, the spinel was entirely different. It could activate unexpectedly, and if it did, Han would be thrown far away. Lucien recalled that Han had once stopped Riella from such an event, meaning that another battle could take weeks or months to resolve. Meanwhile, the Archduke managed to defeat several of the powerful stones in the room and stood contentedly before them, ensuring that he had dealt with these crystals. As he prepared for the next attack, he noticed that Spinel had already begun to tear apart the fabric of space visible in the sky. His main concern was that the others would gather near the door, when suddenly he saw a silhouette ahead. Barely catching her breath, Riella was running toward him with all her might, unaware that Spanel was already in action. The Archduke was surprised by her sudden appearance, not expecting to see her nearby. She had inadvertently entered a very dangerous situation, as Spanel was distorting the space between them. Confused as to why Riella wasn't with the others, since they were supposed to protect her, Han quickly refocused on the task at hand. There was no time to question the girl's actions. He had to activate the Sister Stone immediately. Fortunately, when he struck the ground, he was able to halt the distortion of space temporarily. This small but important effect brought Han some relief as he quickly ran toward Riella. The impact of the stone created a small hill, behind which the lady, having lost her balance, stumbled. Without hesitation, Han scooped her into his arms to prevent the stone from pulling her away. As he scolded her for wandering off, Riella, surprised, found herself too embarrassed to hear what he was saying. However, she quickly regained her composure and began to argue back, chastising the Archduke for taking too much on himself. In response, Han set her down and explained that, as a stonemancer, he had made plans to ensure their return. Plans that only he could handle. He warned her that their journey back could take months, but Riella wasn't pleased with that idea. She insisted that Madame Meldo would prepare a new dessert for dinner today, so they needed to return that evening. This demand left Han bewildered, and before he could fully process her request, Riella reached into her bag and pulled out something. She carefully checked its contents, revealing the petals of shining flowers, which had fallen off on their own. Han coldly questioned what would happen if someone saw the petals, as they were not meant to be shown to anyone. The lady assured him that she only intended to share the petals with him and Nia, not with anyone else. Sighing, Han decided to address this matter later, and, together, they began to leave the room. As they exited, Han instructed Riella to hold onto a piece of his clothing and not let go while he activated the crystal. The lady obediently grabbed the fabric, and Han focused all his energy on the stones. He reminded himself that they had only 3 attempts to escape, and he needed to clear his mind of distractions. After a few moments of intense concentration, Han tried to activate the stone, but he failed. Determined not to give up, he tried again. And this time, Riella, watching his struggle, realized how hard he was working. Though she shouldn't have intervened, Riella called out to Han, asking him to turn around because she wanted to support him. When he did, she reminded him that he could do anything and that they would enjoy sweets together later. This simple encouragement made Han smile, giving him the strength to try again, now more certain that he couldn't fail. This time he gathered all his power, and with a prayer for success, the spell worked. Later, the servants and stonemancers began sorting through the contents of the first room, which was filled with numerous items. As the hours passed, Riella began to feel dizzy from the abundance of work, but there was still much to check. Lucian approached her and suggested she take a break from organizing the inventory and visit the image crystal in the next room. Grateful for the suggestion, Riella agreed and set aside the documents. She headed to the room where Nia was working with the crystal. However, upon opening the door, Riella was shocked by what she saw. A terrifying image of a dragon burning everything in its path filled the room. Nia explained that she had set aside the images of Camilla's mother to focus on the battle itself. The sight left Riella trembling, but she thanked Nia for showing her. She noticed that, for the first time, Nia was struggling to speak, a sentiment that made Riella feel the weight of the situation. As the hours passed, Riella remembered that she urgently needed to prepare for the upcoming flower festival. She carefully arranged the flowers, letting her imagination run wild with the compositions. Her mind also lingered on the thorough planning required for her works, which was taking more time than expected. While she worked, Lucien stopped by to admire the aroma of the flowers. He informed her that he had completed all the documentation she requested, which surprised her. Lucien explained that although it had required some effort, it wasn't too difficult, and he was grateful to her for allowing the round table to use the stones. The conversation shifted when Riella realized she was receiving numerous letters asking her to lend out stones, much like the Duchess had done. Feeling the need to restore balance, Riella decided to charge a rental fee for the jewelry before distributing it to those in need. While enjoying tea with Lucien, Riella noticed that Han had not been around for some time. She confirmed Lucien's suspicion that the Archduke was busy trying to open the second door in the room. Riella was astonished by the sheer size of the door blocking their way, and Han, after failing to open it with physical force, began to devise a new plan. Day after day, the Archduke experimented with various combinations of stones in an attempt to open the door. That's why the girl explained that he had been stuck there, working tirelessly, and she occasionally visited him. Hearing this, Lucien thought deeply but said nothing, deciding to give Han the space to work on his own. Changing the topic, he asked if Riella had decided on the composition for the flower arrangements. She replied that she hadn't yet, explaining that she experimented with different combinations to maintain her skills and preserve her sensory abilities. Lucien encouraged her, saying that any bouquet she created would undoubtedly be worthy of a prize. Embarrassed, Riella thanked him and then shifted the topic. She asked if he would take some of the flowers, as she had nowhere to put the old bouquets, since she was constantly making new ones. Lucien agreed, but what he didn't expect was that Riella loaded him with a huge bundle of bouquets, so many that he could barely fit them all in the carriage. By the time he realized it was too late to refuse, he had no choice but to carry them. Lucien brought the flowers to the round table building, where the stonemancers were astonished by their sheer scale. As they unloaded the flowers, one of the deputies informed Lucien that his father was waiting in the living room. Lucien quickly went to greet him, eager not to keep his father waiting. He asked why his father had come, but instead of answering, the old man grabbed the flowers from Lucien's hands and asked where he had gotten them. Lucien was puzzled, though he knew very well he hadn't brought flowers from his father to the building. He explained that the bouquets were a gift from Riella Tanner, the AIS of Duchess Hoson. Lucien added that she was a very interesting and skilled florist. The old man remarked that it was the first time Lucien had spoken so highly of someone in front of him, to which Lucien merely shrugged. For him, Riella was such a respectable person that he didn't hesitate to compliment her. Initially, Lucien had been insincere with her, but Riella took it calmly and continued to communicate with him. In moments when Riella didn't get along with Han, Lucien for some reason felt a sense of relief, as he was able to stay calm, even when dealing with the stones. He even tried to leverage their budding friendship by asking Riella for some stones, but she happily refused. She explained that she had already distributed all the stones from the inheritance and could not help him. Lucien was taken aback when Riella revealed that she had managed to match all the stones from the Duchess's will. He then examined the documents and asked why the contracts had been reduced to a year. Riella explained that the short duration would require the stones to be extended and they would need to be more carefully protected. Listening to her, Lucien realized just how difficult her task was and how well she had handled it. Riella explained that her role was simply to distribute the stones, and for any other questions, it was better to consult a specialist. She was concerned, however, that she was only seen as an unknown decision-maker, so she wanted to entrust the stone management to Lucien. Lucien immediately asked about the payment for such work, and Riella, after searching for a moment, found a document with a lease period of 10 years or more. She smiled and winked flirtatiously, saying that such an offer would definitely tempt the round table. Lucien couldn't help but laugh, as the conditions were indeed ideal for him. When Lucien later told his father about the situation, the old man jumped up and said he had something to do. Lucien was surprised, as he had expected his father to stay for dinner, but the old man didn't even pause, only adding that if Lucien didn't want to eat alone, he should get himself a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Han had been struggling with the door for an entire week, and the pressure was mounting. Every day, he had less time to open the Duchess's doors, and he grew increasingly nervous. He pressed his hand against the door for the umpteenth time, contemplating the materials it was made of, but his knowledge didn't help. The door concealed the power of over 100 different stones, and Han's biggest fear was not being able to solve the puzzle in time, especially with the 3-month deadline looming. After another failed attempt that day, Han decided to take a walk to clear his mind and gather more information. When he entered the living room of the mansion, he was taken aback. He didn't recognize the space, which was now completely decorated with flowers. Just as he was processing the scene, Han heard a woman's voice demanding that he step aside. He moved out of the way and turned around to see Riella, dressed head to toe in enormous flowers, rushing down the corridor. Behind her, Nia was carrying more floral materials and asking where to put them. The girls passed Han so quickly that he couldn't make sense of it all, although he was intrigued. Later, Han asked his assistant why there was such a commotion, and she explained that Sir Maurice, the famous royal florist, was coming to see them. Han was very surprised that the renowned florist had decided to visit Riella's mansion. Meanwhile, Nia reminded Riella that it was time to wash up and change clothes, so the girls quickly dashed away. A little later, the assistant had Riella perfectly prepared for her meeting with the famous florist. When the girl appeared, she looked stunning, and Han, who saw her, froze in amazement. Just then, Sir Maurice appeared in the doorway of the mansion, smiling gallantly as he greeted Riella, saying he was glad to meet her despite the unexpected arrival. Rita, her eyes sparkling with delight, assured the old man that his visit was a great honor for her. Sir Maurice gave the order to unload a gift he had brought and presented Rita with a beautiful plant in a flower pot. He expressed his hope that she would like the small gift and accept it. When Rita saw the plant, she was deeply moved, as she immediately recognized it as a rose from the royal garden. She knew exactly what kind of plant it was, and that it could only be grown with personal permission. Han, too, knew of the rose, having lived part of his life in the palace and seen these plants, which were always carefully tended in the most prominent part of the royal garden. The name of the rose had been mentioned to him many times. Han was surprised by how happy Riella was to receive the flowers. Her reaction only served to convince him further of her deep affection for them. Sir Maurice, slightly embarrassed by the warmth of Riella's reaction, was pleased that his gift had made such an impact. Riella explained that such rare varieties were hard to come by, even in a lottery, which she had never succeeded in winning, let alone receiving such gifted roses. Watching the girl's delight, Han felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He couldn't understand how someone could win her over so easily. His frustration grew, so he sternly demanded that Sir Maurice explain the purpose of his visit, as he wasn't sure of the sincerity of his intentions. However, Riella immediately stepped in, defending the florist, and said that guests should not be treated so rudely. Sir Maurice agreed with her and clarified that he hadn't come for the Duchess's stones, but instead for Riella herself. Not her inheritance, or any part of it. This statement puzzled and angered Han, who gritted his teeth as he tried to make sense of what Maurice meant. The old man, innocently closing his eyes, asked if there had been a misunderstanding, as he already had a beloved wife. Sir Maurice then, with a laugh, asked if Riella would be interested in working as a royal florist with him. The proposition took Riella completely by surprise, as it was not just something she wanted, but something she had dreamed of all her life. She could hardly believe what she was hearing and sat in stunned silence for a while, trying to process the offer. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a question. Why had he chosen her? Sir Maurice explained that he had seen her recent bouquets from his friends and had recognized the work as far from amateur. At the time, he hadn't had Riella's contact information, but when he saw the bouquets she had sent to the round table, he immediately recognized her style and rushed to meet her. Han, who didn't know much about flowers, couldn't believe that someone could be recognized by their bouquet. Sir Maurice explained that only those who had worked in the field for a long time could understand this concept. Riella, understanding what the florist was saying, nodded in agreement. She explained that when you study others' work carefully, you start to recognize individual solutions that make a style unique. This was a complex, time-consuming process that required great attention to detail. The fact that Sir Maurice had identified her style through the bouquets only reinforced her belief that he was exceptional. As they drank tea, Sir Maurice reminded Riella of his proposal and that he was still awaiting her response. Riella, now fully considering the opportunity, realized that this was an incredibly good chance, one she had always wanted. Casting aside any doubts, she confidently asked Sir Maurice to take her on as a florist. Han, who had expected the lady to wisely refuse the offer, became angry at her decision. He began to grumble that leaving the duchy was too dangerous, even for the sake of the royal flowers. But Riella countered with a solid argument. She would be working in a well-guarded palace, and the danger wasn't the same there. Han had no choice but to give in, though he was still uneasy. He knew the palace was the most secure place in the kingdom, but that didn't protect her from the people inside, who could easily harm her if they wanted to. Though Han tried to offer a compromise by suggesting she travel with Nia, the Archduke quickly shot down the idea, saying that Nia would not be allowed there and that another stonemancer would likely not be approved. Sir Maurice, however, interrupted both of them, stating that Han would be the most ideal person to accompany Riella to the palace, but Han was not eager to go, preferring instead to keep her in the mansion. Meanwhile, Riella remembered that she could turn to Lucien for help, which Han had wanted to avoid until the very last moment. The Archduke then tried to subtly appeal to Nia, hoping she would also want the mistress to stay. It seemed that Nia caught the hint as she sighed sadly and attracted Riella's attention, as if about to say something. However, the assistant suddenly revealed that she would happily protect the mansion while Riella worked hard at the palace. As a result, Han, the most dissatisfied one, was simply kicked out, achieving nothing. Once the Archduke and all the servants had left, Riella became serious and asked Sir Maurice if she could learn the real reason for his visit. Sir Maurice sighed, noting that it was difficult to hide anything from her, so he would have to be honest. Riella explained that she was deeply grateful that he had chosen her, but she knew he already had a talented student, Chloe Bennet, who was widely regarded as one of the most outstanding florists in the country, second only to Sir Maurice. Concerned, Riella asked if something had happened to Chloe, which would explain why Sir Maurice was looking for another student. At the same time, in the royal palace, Chloe struggled to find her place. When she learned that her teacher had gone to Renard, she specifically requested privacy from the Queen to discuss her situation. Her Majesty granted an audience with one of her best florists. Chloe wasted no time and openly stated that she wanted to be appointed as the new chief royal florist. Unaware of these developments, Riella, with Nia's help, was preparing for her role at the palace. The assistant meticulously measured everything to ensure Riella's attire met the palace standards, from the buttons on her clothes to the colour of her shoes. After carefully inspecting her, Nia concluded that Riella met the fashion standards perfectly. However, Nia regretted that she couldn't make the mistress look even more beautiful. The girls were interrupted by Lucien, who was also dressed elegantly and had come to see Riella off. He immediately complimented her, and a brief conversation followed about sleep and food. With the palace being crowded, Lucien suggested they leave early, and Riella agreed. Before he could enter the carriage, Nia grabbed his sleeve and implored him to take care of Riella. Lucien, realizing that Nia felt left out due to the ban on her entering the palace, promised that Riella would be fine. As they drove toward the palace, Lucien remembered the notes he had received when he became the chairman of the Round Table. These notes indicated that Nia had to be carefully monitored by Han and that she was not to be allowed in the palace. If Nia became uncontrollable, it would be left entirely to the Archduke to decide her fate. Lucien couldn't help but think that it was fortunate that they were living in peaceful times. When they arrived, Riella was thrilled to see the palace up close for the first time. Lucien explained that they would be visiting the administration of the royal garden, called the Glory of the Four Seasons. Eager to explore, Riella couldn't wait to get out of the carriage, and Lucien didn't stop her. As they stepped out, a female voice greeted them. The voice belonged to Chloe Bennet, who remarked that it had been a long time since she had seen a representative in the palace. She then glanced at Riella, asking if she was indeed the one Sir Maurice had mentioned. Riella confirmed, and Chloe seemed genuinely excited to see her alive and unharmed. For Chloe, however, there was nothing extraordinary about this encounter. She wasn't at all concerned, and wanting to help Riella, she invited the new girl to reach out with any questions. Riella shook Chloe's hand gratefully. thinking that this was a different experience from her previous ideas about the famous florist. When Riella had asked about Chloe's well-being a couple of days ago, Sir Maurice had hesitated before explaining that his student had isolated him from his work and had told him to retire. The reason was that Chloe herself wanted to become the new chief florist in the palace, and she had pushed the old man aside. Now, though Chloe was kind to Riella, the girl had doubts about her true intentions. Riella couldn't help but feel that Chloe was appraising her, trying to gauge how much of a competitor she would be. She had no doubt that Chloe would soon show her true colours, just as she had done to Sir Maurice. At that moment, Chloe, in her frustration, even told her assistant that she no longer respected Sir Maurice and didn't intend to follow him as a teacher. The assistant listened in silence, knowing that Chloe simply needed to vent her emotions. Unexpectedly, another assistant joined in, expressing that she too didn't want to work for Sir Maurice. The trio soon found themselves siding with Chloe, not with the famous florist. Looking at Riella, Chloe seemed to wonder how long the mistress would last in the palace. Deciding that was enough, she turned to leave. Just then, Riella stopped her, asking if she wanted to know something. Chloe, confused, waited for an answer. But when Riella asked about her inspiration as a florist, the question caught Chloe so off guard that she didn't immediately know how to respond. Meanwhile, Riella recalled several of Chloe's interviews and began asking about them, eager to learn more about Sir Maurice's student. She had so many questions that she started to count them on her fingers, careful not to get confused. Chloe, taken aback and embarrassed, was clearly unprepared for such a barrage of questions. She felt overwhelmed by the pressure and didn't know how to respond. The only thing she could think of to keep the mistress at bay was to offer her own autograph. Riella beamed with happiness upon seeing the mural of Chloe, and Lucien, surprised by how much the girl embarrassed her student, asked what Riella thought of Chloe. He was curious about her opinion on a woman who had been working as a florist for many years. Riella couldn't give a definite answer, as she didn't yet know what to make of Chloe. However, she was sure of one thing: Chloe must have had a reason for her sudden shift in mood. But before delving deeper into her thoughts, Riella decided to study everything closely. She quickly made her way to Sir Maurice, who was delighted to see her and equally pleased with all that was happening around them. He asked what her first impression was, and Riella replied that she liked everything very much. The old florist then offered to give her a tour of the palace garden. As they walked, Riella took in the views, determined to remember as much as possible. She couldn't help but marvel at the vast scale of the garden, which covered expansive areas with beautifully arranged vegetation. Sir Maurice explained that the garden was well maintained, especially since Chloe had been unable to remove the workers. However, there were still some problems, and the florist decided to address them indoors. Inside, Riella noticed a cosy space, decorated with plants, but strangely empty. Sir Maurice explained that this place didn't have a special name, and it was particularly difficult to care for the local plants. He had attempted to decorate the area with beautiful roses, but Chloe had lured away the workers. Riella was puzzled by the fact that Chloe had abandoned her teacher at such a crucial moment. But Sir Maurice reassured her that he would care for the garden himself, as it was indeed difficult to maintain. He also told Riella that she wouldn't need to worry about looking after the garden, but could focus on flower arrangements inside the palace. When Riella asked how many decorations were needed, Sir Maurice mentioned that it was more than 30 a day, which shocked her. Previously, she had only made up to 50 decorations with the help of her friends. The responsibility was far greater than she had anticipated, and she wasn't ready for it. She tried to back out, but Sir Maurice cleverly caught her and began negotiating. Lucien, standing behind them, tried to intervene, urging them not to quarrel, but neither Riella nor Sir Maurice paid him any attention as they continued their lively discussion. Riella insisted that she needed as many plants as possible for such a task, but Sir Maurice disagreed, arguing that she was asking for too much. They continued to argue until Lucien decided it was best not to interfere and remain out of their dialogue. Eventually, Riella gave in and slightly reduced the price of her services, as she still wanted to work as a florist. With a heavy sigh, Sir Maurice agreed to her terms. Riella had expected her first day of work to be easy, but she quickly realised that she was now in the palace, and from the very start, Sir Maurice had made her very busy. Even the assistants began to sympathise with Riella, seeing how much work she had ahead of her. She didn't need any help from Sir Maurice, so she sent him away and stood before a vast array of flowers, realising that if she didn't work tirelessly, she would end up staying overnight. Riella began by trimming flowers, a task she was well versed in. She delighted in the rare and artificially grown varieties before her. Suddenly, she was startled by unfamiliar male voices. One of the workers, a man named Martin from the administration, introduced himself but did not apologise for frightening her. Ignoring his lack of courtesy, Riella politely introduced herself and told him she was there to help. Martin, with a smug tone, explained that royal florists were different from street florists and that he would fully instruct her on the palace's rules. Unfamiliar with the palace's protocols, Riella didn't object, simply accepting the situation as it was. Meanwhile, Martin assigned Riella the task of selecting the best buds that were in good condition. The lady didn't appreciate his manner of communication, and she wanted him to leave quickly. She simply nodded in response. Martin then informed her that she wasn't allowed to use spikers, and manual processing made Riella's work even more difficult. Despite this, she remained silent. He added that they still needed to sort the flowers, but the lady would have to stay and work. As the trio moved away from Riella, Martin burst into an evil laugh, clearly enjoying the situation. One of the three friends asked if it was normal to burden the new girl with all their work, but he was quickly told that it was the right thing to do. Martin angrily declared that if Riella couldn't handle it, she should return to her mansion and cry over her inheritance. He believed floristry wasn't a hobby for the rich, and was angry that Riella had come to the royal garden. Martin was convinced that the lady didn't know how to work, and had gotten into the palace through bribery. The next morning, Riella woke up feeling tired, but wasn't at all regretful for having disobeyed Martin's orders and taken the sheepot. It was enough not to damage the flowers. How it was done didn't matter as much. Her morning routine began as usual, with Nia brushing her hair. Riella shared what had happened yesterday, and Nia, growing serious, suggested killing that scoundrel. Riella almost choked from surprise. Although she secretly appreciated Nia's proposal, she had no intention of acting on it. Changing the topic, Riella thanked the assistant for the pleasant massage which had helped her a lot. As for the small troubles at work, Riella had some ideas for solving them on her own. Nia then asked her to let her know if it became too difficult for the mistress to handle the scoundrels on her own. Riella promised to do so. Once Nia left the room, Riella immediately felt the fatigue she had been hiding from her assistant. Just then, H appeared in the corridor and remarked that Riella looked very tired. She tried to carry on a conversation with the Archduke, but it felt like they hadn't spoken in a long time. Suddenly, H abruptly announced that the girl walking with Lucien was distracting him from his duties. Riella was so surprised by the Archduke's sudden scolding that she missed most of his words. Deciding to tease him, she responded that if he was so concerned, he could open the second door of the room. When he became stubborn, she told him that she would walk with Lucien until H opened the door. In the end, Riella left, and the Archduke was left alone to ponder why his words had been misunderstood. Watching the interaction between the representative and the mistress, the Archduke realised that if things continued like this, he would only get angrier. At that moment, he wished he could switch places with Lucien so he could accompany the lady, and the representative would open the door. But as the representative and Riella left, nothing changed for Han, except for his growing sense of uselessness. For the first time in his life, he felt lost, as though he were in a fog. Then, Madame Melda burst into the room, frantically searching for Madame Riella, who had already left. After catching the woman's attention, Han asked what was wrong. Melda explained that Riella had mistakenly taken the wrong basket. She had grabbed the one meant for the gardeners instead of the one with food, as she hadn't had time to eat. Melda had packed 2 baskets, but the lady had mistakenly taken the wrong one. the woman lamented, unsure of what to do. Han then took the basket from her hands and said he would take it. Meanwhile, Riella and Lucien were approaching the palace. Lucien explained that his father had worked too hard the previous day and would be delayed, but he still wanted to express his gratitude to Riella, which surprised her. He admitted that, after Chloe's words, his father had been unable to work for nearly a month. But thanks to Riella, the old man had been eager to work again for the past few days, clearly enjoying it. Riella thanked Lucien for his words, but replied that even without her, everyone in the palace would have managed just fine. Lucien stared at her, puzzled, unsure if she was joking or being completely serious. He then decided to clarify, asking if she truly believed what she had just said. Lucien recalled that he had praised Riella's skills many times, to which she responded that she considered such compliments to be common courtesy. Lucien explained that he rarely gave compliments because of his father's influence, but he considered Riella deserving of them. The girl was embarrassed and tried once again to downplay her skills, saying that she only read and applied other people's ideas. Lucien objected, pointing out that most people who try to imitate others often fail to replicate anything well. Moreover, truly skilled florists don't publish their work because conveying knowledge through text is so difficult. Even existing books are often mere fakes with pretty covers, making it hard for beginners to succeed, and many give up when things don't work out. Lucien added that it was clear when someone lacked proper teachers and didn't genuinely want to study. Lucien then asked if Riella would be participating in the flower festival for the first time. She confirmed his assumption, and he said he would look forward to seeing her results. It turned out that Riella was the first to arrive at the garden. She looked around in surprise, but quickly found something to do, deciding to read since she had finished with the flowers the previous day. On the shelves were the very books Riella had wanted to read for a long time, but couldn't find anywhere. After choosing a comfortable spot, Riella carefully studied the contents of one of the books, eager to learn as much as possible. After some time, Martin entered the garden, looking like he hadn't slept at all. He approached Riella, thinking about how he might take credit for her work if she had done it well. Martin was in a good mood, even considering tearing all of Riella's flowers apart if she had failed. Just then, an unfamiliar servant, Jerome, came running into the garden, out of breath. Jerome introduced himself and said he had a letter for Riella but didn't know where to find her. Martin immediately offered to take the letter, claiming to be Riella's colleague and assuring Jerome that he would deliver it to her himself. Jerome, exhausted from running, was very grateful and only asked for Martin's name. Martin introduced himself as Pablo and lied, saying he would certainly give the envelope to Riella so Jerome could relax. Once Jerome was out of sight, Martin deliberately walked slowly, ensuring there was no further suspicion. As soon as Jerome was out of view, Martin quickly turned a corner and opened the letter. The letter politely stated that Sir Maurice would not be coming to work today and asked Riella to help with his affairs, according to the instructions. Initially, Martin thought about returning the letter to Riella, but as he read through it, he discovered a detailed description of flowers that could be incredibly useful to him. These instructions were much clearer and more precise than anything Martin had encountered before, so he decided not to return the letter to Riella. Instead, he took the page for himself, hoping it would be useful in the future. Having torn up the rest of the letter, Martin happily made his way to the greenhouse, his spirits lifted. When he arrived, he was surprised to see that Riella was already working, even though he had given her too much work the previous day. He pretended not to be surprised and went for an important walk around the greenhouse. He then noticed that Riella was trying to put together a flower arrangement herself. Arrogantly, he thought that she wouldn't succeed. Martin couldn't imagine what a novice like Riella could know about flower composition. He believed that if she created something, she wouldn't recognize what was wrong with it, and flowers might even end up in the rooms of the king and queen. He envisioned the defeat Riella would face when she was kicked out of the royal garden, and he eagerly anticipated the spectacle. However, he had other tasks with flowers to attend to, so he left the greenhouse. Martin took the bucket of roses that Chloe had asked him to care for and decided to redo Riella's work just in case. While walking down the corridor, he lost himself in thought and accidentally bumped into Lady Bennet. She immediately noticed the roses and took a few from the bucket to evaluate the work done. Martin, terrified, thought about blaming Riella for the work since she was the one who had done it. Lady Bennet quickly examined the flowers and, to Martin's surprise, said the work was simply perfect. There wasn't a trace of thorns, and not a single stem was damaged. She explained that she wanted to send him to another department, but couldn't let go of such a valuable employee after such good work. From that day on, she would be managing 2 departments at once, and she needed more than 60 bouquets. She invited Martin to make 2 bouquets personally, and if she liked them, she would put in a good word for him. Martin was overjoyed, and immediately agreed to Lady Bennet's proposal. She was pleased with his energetic response, and moved on with a calm soul. Martin promised to do everything in the best possible way, and she had nothing to worry about. Martin now had the piece of paper from Riella's letter, which he had kept for himself. He was pleased with the coincidence that Chloe had given him an individual assignment, and now he could use the information from the sheets to create suitable bouquets. As he walked down the corridor, he thought about Riella. He was surprised that she had managed to handle the flowers so well. Standing in front of a mirror, he thought about how he might try to win her over. She was quite attractive, and now, with her vast wealth, it would be to Martin's advantage. He began to think about how many servants she must have, and how lucky he was. Martin decided to use a carrot and stick approach with Riella, applying pressure first, and then offering help. He thought that the lady was cute in person, and, maybe, he could even come to love her, which would be good for their future. If things didn't work out, he was prepared to tame her. Just then, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Startled, Martin turned around and saw a stranger asking about Lady Riella. When Martin saw this impudent stranger, he was surprised to realize that the man was looking down at him, his expression a mix of arrogance and coldness. Martin was too frightened to respond immediately. Meanwhile, Riella sat in the greenhouse, worried because Sir Maurice had not arrived. She had not received the letter, and didn't know he wouldn't be there. However, being a smart girl, she quickly deduced that the old man had overworked himself, and that was why he wasn't there today. Suddenly, Riella remembered it was lunchtime, and her stomach growled. She was already looking forward to the delicacies that Melda had prepared when she opened the basket, only to freeze in surprise. Instead of the delicious food she had expected, the basket contained raw ingredients. Things she couldn't eat even if she wanted to. After reading the note attached to the basket, Riella realized that the food was actually meant for the dogs, not for her. It turned out the servants had mixed up the baskets and given her the food prepared for the puppies in the forest. Wondering what she should do, Riella quickly realized she wouldn't have time to eat in the royal dining room. With a sigh, she decided to go without food, though it was difficult. Just then, out of nowhere, Han appeared, joyfully exclaiming that he had finally found her. Riella was surprised to see him, but equally happy to see him. The hungry girl immediately smelled the delicious food that Melda had prepared, and Han carefully brought the basket to her. She almost immediately started eating, but then, remembering her manners, she looked up and thanked Han for his help. She officially told him that if he was here on business, he could move on. But Han quickly said he had no other business, only wanted to bring her lunch. Riella gratefully thanked him, realizing how much he cared about her. She invited him to have lunch with her, as there was plenty of food. Han agreed, and while they were eating, he asked where Sir Maurice was, as he hadn't been seen that day. Riella explained that she had heard from Lucien that Sir Maurice wasn't well, so he wouldn't be coming in today. Han then clarified if that meant Riella would be working alone. She confirmed, and Han was surprised that Riella wanted to do everything on her own, pointing out that she could ask for help from others. But Riella explained that if she brought someone else in, it could harm Sir Maurice's reputation and cause problems. Pretending she was perfectly fine, she smiled brightly and said it was time for her to get back to work. However, Han was very dissatisfied with the condition she was in and the situation she was working in. Getting to his feet, he proudly announced he would help Riella sort the flowers that day. That evening, as the setting sun illuminated the palace, the queen prepared to relax in her chambers. She requested the sweetest tea possible, as she was tired after a long day of work. Sitting down on the soft sofa near the fireplace, the queen noticed something new in the room. A bouquet of flowers recently brought to the royal chambers at her request. The queen immediately asked who had brought them, as they were different from the ones she was used to. The chief maid surprised Letitia by saying that Archduke Haun himself had brought them, but hadn't conveyed anything else. The queen examined the bouquet carefully and realized it wasn't Sir Maurice's style, but Riella could come up with something similar. Letitia had allowed Riella into the palace, thinking it would be easier to keep an eye on her, but she hadn't expected the influence the young lady would have on the Archduke. This was not part of the plan. Letitia paused, considering whether to leave things as they were or disturb Riella with some issue. She was distracted from her thoughts by her husband, who happily entered the chambers, missing her. The king immediately kissed his queen and asked what she had been doing and thinking about. The woman sarcastically recalled a time when the king had sobbed and confessed his love to her. The king blushed at the memory and quickly changed the subject, mentioning the Archduke. He had heard that his brother had brought something. Letitia pointed to the flowers on the table and asked if her husband liked the bouquet. The king cheerfully replied that he did, as it seemed fresher than usual. Letitia decided to temporarily leave things as they were with Riella, since the king liked her work. The next day, when Sir Maurice went to work, the old man began apologizing profusely to his lady. He was sure that she had received his letter and that everything was fine with his work, but Riella had done everything herself. Sir Maurice explained that his muscles had been weak the day before, but today he was rested and ready to work. Riella reassured him that no one from the palace had contacted her or had issues with yesterday's bouquet. Sir Maurice was happy to hear this, and surprised that the first bouquet he had created had been accepted at the palace. He mentioned that his assistant had delivered the letter to S. Pablo, but there was no one by that name in the palace. Riella realized that someone must have intercepted the letter early in the morning and never delivered it to her. Later, Riella was in a good mood, as working with Sir Maurice was much more pleasant and efficient. Unbeknownst to her, Martin had been secretly watching her from around the corner. After a while, he decided to approach her and talk. He sarcastically noted that although Riella had managed yesterday, she shouldn't make mistakes, since he wouldn't be able to help her with them. Riella tried to keep her responses short, not wanting to engage with him, but didn't ignore him completely. Martin, remembering the previous day, asked who the black-headed man had been looking for. Riella was surprised that Martin didn't recognize the Archduke. Martin casually called the stranger shameless, which made Riella laugh, imagining Han's reaction. Since Martin still didn't know who the Archduke was, Riella told him that the man who came to the mansion was the Archduke himself. Martin grumbled that people should treat others better and not be so arrogant, adding that Riella shouldn't go to the garden too often. Riella agreed with all of Martin's comments, genuinely amused, and he liked how meek she was. After their exchange, Martin went to collect the flowers he was going to bring to Riella for her to process in the afternoon. Later, in Lady Bennet's personal office, Chloe scolded Martin for his inconsistent work. She couldn't believe that he had managed to create one very beautiful bouquet and then almost ruined another. Chloe noted that Martin often forgot the basics of the textbook, but then managed to do things perfectly. Comparing two bouquets, one white and light pink and the other a failure, Chloe asked if something had happened to him that was affecting his work. Since Martin didn't respond, Chloe exhaled and switched from anger to mercy. She warned him that if his performance continued to fluctuate, she might fire him. Later, walking down the corridor in despair, Martin realized he could have studied more, but he didn't have the time. He had once believed that being introduced as the royal florist would make everyone respect him, but now he realized he needed to spend time reading books. Then he noticed a notebook on the table that someone had left behind. Approaching it, he saw it was titled Flower Arrangements. Meanwhile, Riella was happily returning from lunch, as today she had time to visit the royal dining room. She knew nothing could compare to Melda's cooking, but she decided to experiment. After eating, she returned to the library where she had previously studied. As she walked, she overheard the royal florist's assistants discussing Martin and Chloe. The assistants casually mentioned the flower arrangements Martin had made, and Riella turned around, because the descriptions of these bouquets sounded familiar. Once she arrived at the library, Riella noticed that her notebook with notes was missing. She was sure she had left it there, but now she realized that Martin had received the letter in her place and was likely using Sir Maurice's knowledge. Worse, today he had stolen her notebook and created a composition based on her ideas, which was also theft. Although Riella wasn't surprised, given Martin's character, she knew she had to find a way to catch him. She froze, trying to think of where he could have hidden the notebook. She couldn't find it, and most likely Martin would boast about finding it and refuse to give it back. This meant that he had a more complex plan in mind. Riella began to analyze the situation. It seemed Martin wanted to gain Chloe Bennet's trust, and for that he needed the ideas in the notebook. He would definitely not return it, and if anyone found out about the theft, he would most likely destroy it. Despite this, Riella couldn't help but feel pleased that her flowers had received approval from Chloe, even if it was through Martin. Now, Riella had to figure out what to do. She knew that no one in the palace approved of stealing others' ideas, so she began thinking of a plan to catch Martin without him noticing. At the same time, the king was dining with his brother in the palace, thoroughly enjoying the meal. The king muttered something incomprehensible under his breath, so Han decided to clarify what His Majesty meant. The king pointed to his brother and explained that he was referring to him. He was surprised that his brother hadn't invited him to dine together in such a long time. Han objected, saying that since they were relatives, it wasn't anything special. The conversation then took a more serious turn as the king asked about the progress with the door. Han paused for a moment, having gathered a lot of information, but still not knowing how to open the second door. Deliberately slowing down, he began breaking his food into pieces, trying to delay his answer. He finally said that there was no news. The stones he had didn't react to the door, and the door itself contained numerous spells, making it very durable. Han recalled how difficult it had been for him in the first room, so he wasn't rushing to act carelessly. As the brothers talked, the servants politely refreshed their tea and cleared the dirty dishes from the table. Meanwhile, Han began listing the stones found in the first room, when suddenly his brother mentioned the splitting agate. The Archduke was greatly surprised, and the king explained that he had guessed because it was the only stone that the Queen had been pursuing so strongly. The king added that when Letitia couldn't acquire the stone, no consolation seemed to calm her down. Han curiously asked what the king would do now, knowing that Riella had the splitting agate. The Archduke added that the stone appeared completely devoid of power and there was no way to restore it. Even with the lady's flowers, it was possible to awaken only dormant stones, not dead ones. After listening to this, the king suggested that they forget about the agate being in the Duchess's room. A dead stone would be of no use to his wife, so there was no point in reminding her of her loss again. However, the conversation took an unexpected turn when the brothers suddenly scolded Han for taking advantage of their family connections and asking the king for favours so easily. The Archduke decided to get down to business and said he wanted to borrow one of the Queen's stones. The king immediately frowned and asked if Han was referring to Elle. Han quickly replied in the negative, and the king sighed in relief, stating that since they were talking about a different stone, he would do everything in his power to help. To avoid saying anything out loud, Han handed his brother a piece of paper with the name of the stone he needed. After reading it, the king was very surprised. He couldn't imagine why Han would need this particular crystal, but since it was rarely used in the palace, Han had the right to take it from his wife temporarily. The Archduke didn't elaborate much on his goals, merely saying the crystal would help the royal family. A little later, Han could barely contain a sigh as he agreed to carry out Riella's plan. However, he was dissatisfied with the situation and sat with his arms crossed, thinking sadly about his battles. Despite Riella repeatedly telling him he wasn't obligated to help her, Han stubbornly declared that he agreed. Lucien sarcastically asked if Han wasn't too busy opening the door, but the Archduke replied that he had time to catch the thief. Han then took out the Stone of Transparency, which he had received from his brother to carry out the plan. This stone had been used successfully in various novels and plays for dramatic effects, and now Han intended to use it to follow Martin and confirm whether the assistant was really a thief. The whole plan, with minor amendments from Han, had been invented by Riella. She herself wanted to participate but couldn't because she wasn't a stonemancer. The plan was simple. Riella would deliberately show Martin that she was drawing a composition, then leave the notepad in a visible place and walk away as far as possible to make the assistant feel secure. After this, Han and Lucien, remaining unnoticed, would use the crystal to record the image of Martin stealing or copying the notes. Once they had evidence, they would confront the insolent assistant. Suddenly, Martin appeared in the garden, calling out for the mistress. However, he didn't see anyone around and called out again, until he noticed two figures that shouldn't have been in the garden. Han activated the stone, and the magic worked. The two of them immediately became invisible, though they could still see and hear everything around them. Meanwhile, Martin found Riella and began to speak to her familiarly, to which she responded meekly. Lucien, observing the conversation, was surprised at how easily Martin communicated with the mistress, but Han was seething with anger. Riella, deciding to move forward with her plan, stated that she needed to finish the flowers in another studio. Martin, with a polite smile, let her go, making sweet eyes at her. However, as soon as she left, his facial expression shifted to something more malicious, and he immediately turned his attention to Riella's notebook. As the assistants had hoped, there were new notes on flower arrangements in the notepad on the table. Martin smiled maliciously, eager to tidy up the mistress's recent work. Han, still invisible, prepared himself. He knew the assistant was about to make his move, but he couldn't intervene until Martin had copied something. Han had promised Riella he would restrain himself, and despite his anger, he tried to control his impulses. It was difficult for Han not to act, especially when Martin brazenly called Riella a stupid girl and declared he would steal her knowledge without her noticing. He then added that he was starting to like the fact that Riella seemed beautiful but stupid. Hearing this angered Han so much that if it weren't for his promise to Riella, Martin would no longer be in the garden. Lucien, standing next to Han, immediately felt a wave of anger emanating from him. The representative hoped that the obnoxious assistant wouldn't notice anything. Han was on the verge of breaking the dome of transparency when Lucien stopped him and urged him to be patient just a little longer. Meanwhile, Martin quickly and deftly copied Riella's notes into his own notebook. Once he finished, he wondered what else he could do, not content to stop at the notepad. After a few minutes of searching, he finally found the flower scissors that belonged to her. An evil grin spread across his face as he thought about what he could do next and hurried to act before the mistress arrived. With a quick swing, Martin began striking the scissors against different surfaces to dull the blades. But he didn't stop there. He went to the flowers that Riella had planned to arrange that day and decided to destroy them as well. He tossed the bouquet into water, knowing it would ruin the flowers, and once he'd finished his destructive tasks, he smiled with satisfaction, feeling better after causing harm. Quickly, he left the greenhouse, hoping to avoid being seen by Riella and to pretend that he had no part in the damage. What he didn't know, however, was that he had been watched the entire time by Lucien and Han, who were both furious with his behaviour. The Archduke inspected the damage, noting that the scissors were completely destroyed and the flowers were already beginning to fade. Han, still seething with anger, remembered how he had forbidden Riella from going to the palace, partly because of how she had been treated. Yet, as he reflected on how eager Riella had been to begin her work, he calmed himself, realizing that she wasn't to blame for anything. It was his own fault for not protecting her from the palace tricks. Now it was up to him to fix the problem. Lucien, approaching Han, informed him that the crystal had recorded the entire scene. He also confessed that personally he had no desire to forgive Martin. Meanwhile, Riella, who didn't want to face Martin again, was still worried about the plan, but decided to take a longer walk. She tried to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the royal garden, but found it hard to shake the feeling that she was relying too heavily on two high-class powers. However, it was too late to change anything, so she thought about thanking the guys and wanted to lend Lucien the necessary stone, giving Han glowing flowers. Just then she was called by Supia from the library, who was also walking through the royal garden. Seeing that Riella wasn't busy, the librarian asked for her help as she couldn't manage alone. Riella agreed and asked what needed to be done. Supia told her to tie ribbons on every tree and flower, except for the roses. Riella was surprised that, in a garden full of a variety of plants, only the roses would remain untouched. Supia explained that this was Samarsi's decision, and no one argued with the famous florist. Riella, excited about the changes in the garden, hadn't expected them to be so drastic. She realized that many strong and healthy plants would be dug up, which was a pity, but it wasn't her decision to make. As Supia went to the western part of the garden, Riella went to the eastern part, tying ribbons on the plants as she went, feeling increasingly sad about the plants that would be lost. Suddenly, she noticed a figure working in front of her. Curious, she approached and discovered that it was Lady Chloe, who was working with the flowers in the garden. From the expression on her face, it was clear that she wasn't in the best emotional state, so Riella decided not to approach her. Chloe seemed confused, not knowing whether she should ask Bennett to leave so she could continue her work. Then Riella overheard Chloe, sitting in front of the peonies, swearing loudly at Sir March, not noticing anyone nearby. Bennett quickly jumped up with an armful of beautiful peonies and headed back to the palace. Riella was puzzled, realizing that Chloe looked incredibly angry, despite not having spoken to Sir Mars today. She guessed that the cause of their quarrel was likely simpler than it appeared at first. Looking toward the palace, Riella thought that perhaps she could mediate between the two florists later. Meanwhile, Martin walked through the palace in an unusually good mood, whistling cheerfully. He had just received approval for all the sketches he had stolen from Riella, which made him happy. The only thing bothering him was that Lady Chloe seemed to be constantly checking his work. He quickly concluded that he couldn't make any changes to Riella's sketches without her noticing. Riella, on the other hand, was becoming more suspicious of her assistant's behaviour. She had noticed strange things happening when Martin trained alone and started to get the feeling that something wasn't quite right. At the end of their conversation, Riella even asked if Martin had a double, which surprised him. He laughed loudly at the suggestion, claiming that he was just fickle. Martin, who had also been annoyed by Riella's secretive peeking, began to imagine a new plan. He stood before a mirror, admiring his face and body, thinking that if he appeared attractive enough, Riella might pay more attention to him. As he analysed her behaviour, he convinced himself that she must like him since she always greeted him first and occasionally looked away in embarrassment. What he didn't realise was that Riella was simply bored by him. Lost in daydreams, Martin imagined a distant future, where he was an important man who asked Riella for sketches, and she obediently handed over her notebook filled with beautiful flower arrangements. He imagined carefully studying the notebook, ensuring everything was perfect, and asking Riella if she had any questions for him. She, as his wife, would smile happily and say she was content, delighted by her husband's success. Sighing contentedly, Martin thought it would be ideal if something like that came to pass. As he walked to the greenhouse, he decided it would be a good idea to invite Riella to dinner next time, but she would have to pay for it, since she was much richer than he was. Just then, Sir Mars loudly entered the palace, shouting for Chloe. All the servants were shocked by his arrival, unsure of what he wanted, as no one had touched him. A little later, Lady Bennett appeared and asked why Sir Mars was causing such a ruckus. "Dan!" the old man yelled at her, accusing her of being impudent for someone who had done such a terrible thing. Chloe, confused, had no idea what he was referring to, and calmly asked him to explain. Sir Mars, still furious, shouted that she had been avoiding answering. Chloe, raising her voice, demanded an explanation. The old man, exasperated, said he had even considered accepting an apology from her when he discovered the setup. He ordered the servants who had accompanied him to quickly bring the bouquets from the palace. Chloe immediately recognized the bouquets, recalling that she had personally sent them to the royal chambers for the Queen the previous day. Sir Maurice joyfully concluded that the girl didn't deny her involvement with the flowers. Martin, curious about the conversation, tried to make his way through the crowd. However, when he finally saw the bouquets the old man had brought, he froze in fear. Martin had made those bouquets just the day before, but clearly he hadn't come up with the ideas himself. At that moment, Sir Maurice handed Chloe a paper with sketches, asking for her comments. Chloe looked at the sheet, compared the date, and glanced at the old man, puzzled. The sketches depicted the same compositions she had sent to the palace yesterday, but they were designed by the florist 3 months ago. Furious, Lady Bennet angrily called for Martin, remembering very well that he was the one who had created these flowers. She demanded that he come forward immediately and explain how this could have happened. Sir Maurice also started calling for Martin, urging him to appear, or else things would go badly for him. The crowd parted as Martin froze, realizing there was nowhere to go. In a panic, Martin screamed that he had done nothing wrong and blamed everything on Riella. A little later, Riella was unexpectedly summoned to the palace for proceedings. As she walked, a crowd of servants continued whispering rumours that Riella might be a traitor. Sir Maurice was embarrassed to suspect the lady, but still felt the need to check if she was guilty. Surprisingly calm, Riella responded to the florist's doubts, asking what the issue was. The old man explained that Martin's recent work, under Chloe's direction, suspiciously resembled his own design. The only person to whom Sir Maurice had shown these compositions was Riella, and Martin claimed that she herself gave him these ideas. Not at all perturbed, Riella asked, "Are you suggesting that I stole your ideas and gave them to my assistant?" The old man hesitated, and Riella continued, pressing the point. What if it's true? Sir Maurice demanded to know what Riella meant by saying such things, suspecting her of betrayal. Without further explanation, the lady continued, suggesting that the better Lady Chloe did her job, the more honour she would receive from the Queen. As a result, Lady Bennet could become impulsive and begin using others for her own purposes. Chloe immediately protested that her skills were already good, but Riella responded, "So, Sir Maurice must have set up this whole situation to discredit his student." Lady Bennet was surprised by such an assumption, as she had never considered this possibility. The old man couldn't stay silent, declaring that he would never treat his students that way. Eventually, both Chloe and Sir Maurice admitted they were not guilty, but the bouquets remained stolen. Riella reminded the florist that they couldn't solve the problem because they had quarrelled and acted alone. After listening to her, the old man and the lady realised her words were true, though they were reluctant to admit it. Sir Maurice suggested focusing on the theft instead of the quarrel and moved on to that issue. Riella confidently said she knew who was responsible for everything. The crowd listened carefully as she pointed to Martin, saying, "That man stole all the notes from my notebook." Martin, refusing to accept guilt, began shouting that Riella was lying. He convinced those around him that the lady had given him the ideas and now was blaming him. Riella had expected this response and had prepared a backup plan. She pulled out the crystal of the image from her dress pocket and showed it to everyone. The crystal shimmered brightly, revealing the moment Martin had brazenly stolen her sketches and notes. Desperate to deny his wrongdoing, Martin tried to grab the crystal and break it, thinking it would erase the evidence. But before he could act, Archduke Haun appeared from behind and knocked him out with a single move. The last thing Martin saw before losing consciousness was the face of the king's brother. He was soon taken by servants to be cared for by his relatives. Martin woke up the next day to find he had been fired from his position at the palace garden and blacklisted by Sir Maurice and Lady Chloe within the florist community. Burning with anger, Han demanded Martin leave the capital, and soon after, Sir Maurice apologised to Madame Riella, admitting he had been wrong to suspect her. The girl graciously accepted the apology, acknowledging that Martin was indeed a villain. The old man then turned his attention to resolving another matter, his conflict with his student. He admitted that it was his fault for making Chloe angry. Chloe, still upset about his decision to turn the garden into a rose-only garden, lowered her head and struggled to find the right words. Lady Bennet, now realising the true reason behind Chloe's anger, spoke up, confirming her suspicions. She expressed her love for peonies, not roses, and had only become a florist to learn more about her favourite flowers. Just then, the door to the room suddenly shook as assistants burst in, having overheard the conversation. The blue-haired assistant immediately declared his love for sunflowers and insisted they stay in the garden, prompting others to argue for their favourite flowers as well. Sir Maurice listened carefully, realising that he had made a mistake by not consulting his subordinates earlier. Sighing, the old man asked everyone to share their opinions in the evening. Later that night, when Han and Riella returned to the mansion, Han went straight to study the second door again. Unexpectedly, Riella arrived at the Archduke's office, asking if she was interrupting. The Archduke gave her permission to stay, and she confessed that she couldn't sleep because she kept thinking about the good things. Cheerfully, Riella showed Han her honorary membership ticket in the Royal Society of Gardeners. Han praised her, then asked if she would still work at the palace the next day. Riella explained that she would only go to the palace once a week, now that Sir Maurice and Cleo had reconciled. Han, puzzled, asked why Riella seemed so calm about Martin's expulsion. Riella explained that she had quickly understood the kind of person Martin was. He had been friendly to everyone except her from the start, viewing her as someone beneath him. Han listened without interrupting, sympathy evident in his eyes. Riella added that she had met many people and learned to understand them. Even Sir Maurice and Chloe clearly wanted peace, but both were still angry with each other. Riella then turned to Han, asking if he was hiding his thoughts using the stone. The Archduke fell silent for a moment before asking if she wanted to know his thoughts. Riella, now nervous, wasn't sure how to respond to such a direct question. She jumped up, trying to change the subject and asking about the second door. Han easily switched the topic and permitted her to examine the door. However, as they pushed the door together, it moved slightly. But when Han tried it alone, there was no result. The realization dawned that the Duchess Hozang might be making mischief again. Suddenly, Nia appeared, having been looking for Riella, and the assistant asked if everything was okay. The girl and Han exchanged a look, both understanding each other without words. Nia then tried pushing the door herself, and to everyone's surprise, it swung open much more easily than before. Han, now unsettled by this discovery, wondered how many people were awake to try the door, as the seals on it still remained a mystery. The next morning, Han wrote down everything he had learned about the door, finding that it opened slightly when several people pushed it together, but not when he tried it alone. Nia's success in opening the door gave them some clues, but the question of the seal's purpose remained unanswered. Frustrated, Han reflected on his failure to open the door alone and tried to come up with new strategies. He also wondered when Riella would return to the palace, as he needed to accompany her. Meanwhile, in the palace, the Queen was discovering why Han had gathered so many people in the mansion. She was informed that it had to do with the Room of Stones. Her Majesty's assistant explained that it was learned that many people were needed to open the second door. At this point, Letitia decided to let it go and pondered the fact that a person had arrived in the kingdom through the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. However, it seemed the Archduke had nothing to do with this, which could mean he might be in danger. The next morning, Han and Riella arrived at the Maurice family's main garden, having been invited there by the elders themselves. They were greeted by the florist and his son, Lucien, who politely asked if they had arrived safely. Riella cheerfully thanked them for the invitation, mentioning that their trip had been wonderful. Since the girl couldn't arrive empty-handed, she brought a gift for Sir Maurice's wife. The old lady was pleased with the gesture, although she found it unnecessary since she was always ready to receive guests. The lady invited Riella to open the gift, which she did, and was shocked by what she found. Somehow, Riella had managed to find a collection of rare dishes that were still unused, and Maurice's wife, being a collector, was delighted. Immediately, she insisted that her husband give Riella several new varieties of dishes in return. Chloe, who was also invited to the tea party, offered the lady jasmine tea that she had personally grown. However, Sir Maurice suggested that the girl should first try rose tea, which angered his student. Lady Bennet, who had begun the conversation, insisted that they should start with her tea, but the old man reminded them that they were in his house. Watching the argument unfold, the lady smiled and thought they looked like a family. Without thinking, she muttered out loud that she was jealous. Hun, who was sitting nearby, immediately asked what exactly she was jealous of, and Riella responded that it was the atmosphere. The Archduke remembered that Riella had older sisters, so he didn't quite understand her feelings of envy. The girl explained that her parents had already passed away, and her sisters had long since moved away, leaving her to return to an empty house. She didn't particularly like coming home early to avoid being alone. However, Riella added that everyone had their own circumstances, so it would be foolish to be overly jealous of someone else. Realizing she had shared too many personal details, the girl stopped talking about sad things and smiled. Han unexpectedly thanked her for sharing her thoughts and experiences, ones she hadn't revealed before. He recalled the time when he lived separately from his family, but had faced it without much emotion. Riella, encouraged by his words, continued to chat cheerfully, feeling much more open. As the sun began to set, the lady and Han drove back to the mansion, where they were invited to visit again. Riella, having eaten a lot, was feeling stuffy in the carriage and tired from the day's events. She soon fell asleep, resting her head on the Archduke's shoulder. Han didn't mind at all. He quickly realized how tired she was and tried not to disturb her for the rest of the trip. The next morning, Riella woke up early, feeling rested and full of energy. Performing her usual morning ritual, she picked up her coffee and newspaper, sat comfortably, and began to read. However, the first headlines greatly shocked her, fully waking her from her sleep. The newspaper announced that Princess Charlotte had arrived in Cardia to arrange a marriage with Archduke Haun. Since the guy hadn't told anyone about this, she was taken aback. When Han entered the dining room, he was greeted by silence. He genuinely couldn't understand why everyone was acting so cold towards him, even the servants. Suspiciously, he looked around and asked what was going on. Nia was the only one brave enough to confront him, loudly asking why he hadn't mentioned that he was getting married. Han replied that he wasn't planning to marry, but they threw the newspaper in front of him and demanded an explanation. Taking the paper in his hands, Han was surprised, as he had never heard of anything like this. He loudly declared that the newspapers were wrong and that he had never even heard of Princess Charlotte. In response, Riella smiled deceitfully and said that the Archduke wasn't obligated to explain anything to her. Her emotions were so overwhelming at that moment that she didn't care about anything else. Wishing him happiness in his personal life, she quickly ran to her room. Han was left alone, trying to understand what was happening. The Archduke put on formal clothes and went to see his brother in the palace. The king was already aware of the situation and casually remarked that he had told Han to find someone. Han did not want to deal with marriage issues, as the match seemed appropriate to him. Additionally, Princess Charlotte was a good candidate, though her true purpose for the visit remained unclear. The king, however, had to ask what Han would do if the princess really wanted to marry him. Han unwaveringly responded that he would withdraw the articles and not meet with Charlotte. The Queen, however, thought it was a bad idea, which surprised the Archduke. He turned to her, and Letitia explained that previously articles had not been withdrawn due to their implausibility, so there was no need to do so now. Han, who was not happy with this suggestion, clenched his fists, knowing it was dangerous to object to the Queen. She added that if there were no special reasons to act, it was better not to draw attention to the matter. The Queen hoped the Archduke would agree to wait for the princess's arrival and then inquire about her true intentions. Charlotte had notified everyone that she had purchased stones at the Sordia auction and brought some as a gift, so Han could not afford to be rude. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to wait for her arrival. On the day of her arrival, rumours spread throughout the city. Princess Charlotte, while riding in a carriage through Cardia, mentally noted that this country was very similar to a fertile one. This was surprising, because dragons usually burned the land, making it hard for the country to recover. The first to overcome this damage was Elle, a powerful stonemancer and the third king of Cardia, whose bloodline and strength had been passed down to the current king's younger brother, Han Errol Pendragon. The princess thought sadly that the Archduke was very similar to her, both second children who received little attention. However, Charlotte was pleased that she had obtained an important stone at the auction which she believed would help her cause. When she arrived, she was met by Han, who demonstrated maximum politeness. Although Charlotte was pleased with the warm welcome, she was unaware of how much Han disliked being near her. The servants around them began to whisper, thinking the couple was well suited for each other. Later, Han and Charlotte shared tea and discussed social matters. The princess revealed that she would be staying until the flower festival, and Han thought with irritation that it would be impossible to send her back early. As she prepared for their conversation, the princess asked to speak to him without witnesses. This was what Han had feared the most, but he had no choice but to comply. As they spoke, Han asked why she had published the article about their marriage. Charlotte, folding her hands, pleaded with him not to be angry, explaining that the article had been an order from her brother, King Tedia. He believed it would be useful for negotiations. Charlotte further explained that those living near the dragon hibernation site would support their alliance. The Archduke firmly declared that he categorically refused the marriage, no matter the reason. Charlotte tried to lighten the atmosphere by claiming that there hadn't even been an official proposal yet. When Han hesitated, she asked if there was anything else he wanted to discuss. Han couldn't answer right away, and, as he thought about it, he felt the subtle presence of magic from a stone unregistered in the palace. He immediately stood up to search for the source, but the magic disappeared as quickly as it had come. Charlotte also felt something, but wasn't sure of her senses. Han decided to check the palace, asking Charlotte to remain where she was. As soon as he left, the princess breathed a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that she had fallen under magic's influence. She realized it was her fault for hiding the fact that she had submitted the article herself, and that she had used the crystal to trigger the magic. She had broken the stone into fragments and packed them carefully, knowing Han would be unable to trace the source. However, Charlotte was prepared to take similar risks again, as the effects of the crystal were cumulative. She was certain that inside Han lay a greedy personality, one she hoped to awaken, believing he would become an ally in her cause. Meanwhile, the girl admitted that she would like to serve Charlotte forever because of her qualities. However, the princess, already tired of everything before even reaching the capital, didn't want to listen to her assistant. She had deliberately spread a rumour about a possible marriage with Archduke Haun and then visited a rich auction near the city of Soria. There, after much difficulty, she acquired a garnet stone. Now the girl had to endure the rejection of the young mistress, all because she didn't want to live in the shadow of her mediocre brother, the king. Everyone around called Charlotte the Rose of Tedia for her beauty, but the girl could only smile sweetly, which truly bothered her. Now, mentally turning to Han, she hoped he was experiencing the same feelings. After all, the Archduke was much more skilled than his older brother, but had to live in his royal shadow. Charlotte believed that Han now kept his claws hidden and his temper tamed, but that was only temporary. The garnet stone had the power to bring out the deepest desires, and it was this stone that the girl intended to direct toward him. Charlotte planned to make a puppet out of the Archduke, hoping he would follow all his emotions and ultimately take her hand, seeking to overthrow his brother. The next day, after lunch, Riella was about to leave the room when she found the Archduke standing at the door. He remained silent and refused to leave, despite having promised to return to the palace for business. The lady asked if something had happened, and he explained that he had discussed state boundaries with Charlotte earlier, which led him to think of Riella. For some reason, he felt an urge to see her. He couldn't admit it, though, and instead said that all checks in the palace were complete. When the lady left, the Archduke pondered deeply, then called his assistant. Nia turned to him with a slight dissatisfaction, as she still didn't love him, though she had become somewhat accustomed to him. He asked if Riella had a white dress for the reception, and if not, to have it ready. That same day, Riella, having successfully escaped from the Archduke, joyfully arrived in the royal garden. However, to her horror, the greenhouse was shrouded in darkness and despondency, despite there being no obvious reason for trouble. Riella asked what had happened, and Chloe revealed that Princess Charlotte had rejected all the flower bouquets, including one from Sir Maurice and Lady Bennet. The saddest part was that the used flowers could no longer be sent elsewhere due to their marriage status, and they would simply be thrown away. Barely holding back tears, the old gardener shouted about how young, inexperienced Charlotte couldn't possibly understand flowers. Ignoring his complaints, Chloe asked Riella to help arrange new bouquets, and the girl immediately agreed to bring fresh flowers from the warehouse to speed up the process. When Riella arrived at the garden administration warehouse, she faced the difficult task of selecting the right flowers. She wondered if the princess had a favourite type of rose or disliked them entirely. Eventually, she decided on Gypsophila, as it seemed the most neutral option. However, when she parted the flowers, she felt a sharp pain. She had scratched herself on a rose. Riella tried to ignore the injury, but the bleeding was more than she expected. She quickly searched for something to stem the flow of blood and noticed a bucket of water. She carefully dipped her hand into it without touching the wilted flowers, and when the bleeding stopped, she took the flowers and left, unaware of what had transpired behind her. Later, one of the assistants entered the warehouse, planning to pick more flowers for the bouquet. He saw a large, beautiful rose standing alone and, not understanding why it hadn't been included, he took it to add to the composition for the demanding princess. That evening, the maid helped Charlotte change clothes after a tiring day. The princess wasn't pleased that the meetings were delayed by unnecessary discussions, but she couldn't change the situation. Wishing to return to the peace of home, Charlotte settled down on the sofa to rest. Her attention was soon drawn to a new bouquet of flowers sent from the Royal Garden Administration. The princess, who considered such bouquets a waste of money and time, initially gave them no thought, but then she noticed something that stopped her in her tracks. Among the flowers stood a glowing rose, clearly standing out from the rest. The maid, noticing the mistress's gaze, assumed she would want the flowers removed, but Charlotte claimed it was just her imagination, caused by fatigue. Still, she asked the maid to leave the flowers and let her rest alone. Once the maid left, Charlotte approached the bouquet, once again convinced that the flower was glowing. She had seen such a flower only once before, as a guest at Cardia. Excitedly, she began searching for stones to use with the flower's power, but none seemed right for the task. Then, by accident, Charlotte knocked over a box containing a broken garnet stone. Reaching to grab the fallen stone in frustration, her elbow brushed against the glowing flower. Time seemed to slow for the princess, as she desperately hoped the flower wouldn't fall. But it did. It landed next to the scattered fragments of the garnet stone, and an incredibly bright radiance blinded her. When Charlotte could finally open her eyes, she saw that the stone was completely repaired, and the flower had faded. She was filled with despair, realizing the flower had been too precious to use recklessly, and now the stone was too strong to be useful. She reproached herself for acting too hastily, knowing there was nothing she could do to change the situation now. The only option left was to use all of the stone's energy on Han at the right moment. Riella had been eagerly awaiting the morning, as her close friend promised to visit her. When they met, the girls happily went into the living room to chat. Riella was delighted by Melda's delicious cooking, and the two friends laughed as they caught up. At one point, a maid awkwardly entered the room, interrupting their conversation. She handed Riella a letter from a friend. Intrigued, Riella opened it and discovered it was from her second sister. The letter asked about her life and shared news from her own. In a joking or serious tone, the older sister advised Riella to avoid men, especially if she were ever asked to marry. This made Riella think of Lucien, and she immediately realized she should never mention Han to her sister. Meanwhile, the sister described the strange death of one of the sheep, which had somehow died without a head. The woman found it so bizarre that she searched for the head but couldn't find it anywhere. After regaining her composure, the sister apologized to Riella, realizing that such topics were usually not discussed in letters. In parting, she mentioned that she had secured a stable job and would like to visit in the summer. Rina, noticing that her friend had finished reading the letter, asked who it was from. Riella briefly summarized its contents. Rina seemed pleased with the news and then asked if Riella was attending the royal reception. According to the newspaper Rina had read, the reception was going to be particularly lavish, partly because of Princess T's presence. Rina speculated that at the event, people would surely fawn over Han, who was an eligible bachelor. Rina also noted that, despite the fact that the last time the Archduke attended a reception was 5 years ago, he was now obligated to attend due to the princess's invitation. After speaking, Rina observed Riella's face and was surprised to see anger there. When she inquired about it, Riella hastily tried to dismiss her feelings. But Rina wasn't convinced. Suddenly, Rina asked if Riella liked the Archduke, who was apparently on the verge of marrying. Riella blushed fiercely and quickly denied any such affection, claiming she was simply jealous that the Archduke would attend the reception. Rina, with a mischievous grin, nodded, but refrained from saying anything else to avoid embarrassing Riella further. When Rina left to return to her shop, Riella went to the mirror and remembered her friend's question. She couldn't believe she could like the Archduke, so she splashed water on her face, trying to clear her thoughts. In the process, her clothes became almost completely soaked, so she decided to change into something dry. Just as she began to change, she heard a knock on the door. Riella assumed it was her assistant and called out for them to enter. However, when she glanced at the door, she was surprised to see someone tall who didn't quite look like Nia. To her shock, she realized that she had allowed the Archduke to enter instead. Though she was in her underwear, Riella tried to maintain her composure, offering the Archduke a calm smile. However, Han appeared mortified and apologized, claiming that he had entered at the wrong time. Seeing his embarrassment, Riella couldn't contain her own blush, covering herself in a defensive reaction. She squatted down, shouting for Nia. Nia, hearing the shout, rushed into the room to find out what had happened. Han, unsure of what to do, grabbed the nearest blanket and threw it over Riella to shield her from unwanted glances. Just as he did so, Nia arrived, and Riella, now covered in the blanket, explained that she had merely seen a beetle. Though Nia seemed doubtful, she didn't challenge the explanation. After Nia left, Han immediately apologized for the situation. He gently reminded Riella that she should get dressed. Sheepishly, Riella agreed, but tripped over the blanket as she tried to step in it, falling. Fortunately, Han was nearby and managed to catch her. As he held her, Han gently reassured her, saying that the most important thing was that she wasn't hurt. At that moment, Riella recalled Rina's earlier question about whether she liked the Archduke, and she blushed even more, realizing that perhaps she did. Han, oblivious to her thoughts, continued to hold her, as if it were completely normal. Their moment was interrupted by the sound of a servant calling out, announcing that the second door could possibly be opened now. Torn between staying with Riella and answering the call, Han hesitated, but Riella, still flustered, suggested that he go ahead, promising to join him later. Once Han left, Riella reflected on how strange the situation felt and realized she urgently needed to change clothes. Han, meanwhile, hurried through the mansion to the room where the second door was being worked on. He was greeted by one of his assistants, who handed him a report. The Archduke immediately asked how they could proceed to open the door, and the assistant excitedly explained the extensive analysis that had been done, with a list of about 150 people needed to make it work. Han, impressed by the effort, praised the team for their work. The assistant then noted that it had been a long time since Han had requested anything, and the Archduke, surprised by this comment, realized that he had always relied on himself and never bothered others. Though initially disappointed that the door could only be opened with help from others, Han accepted the situation with a smile, understanding that the task from the Duchess had its own meaning. He ordered the team to prepare and, on his count, everyone pushed together to open the door. After some time, the door began to move slightly, though not completely. Ho, observing the situation, noted that something was still missing. At that moment, Riella, now dressed and perfectly composed, arrived, determined to help. She and Nia joined the group, and the crowd made way for them. As they worked together, Han noticed that all the spells had been activated except for one. He decided to change tactics and asked everyone to stop. He then asked for an ability enhancement stone. Moments later, the Archduke activated the stone, amplifying the spell's resonance. To everyone's surprise, the spell suddenly began to give off clues, flowing from person to person straight to Riella.